Well, hello, namaste, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching the day 3 action of Skyesports Championship 2025 playoffs. On desk, it's Arka alongside me, Auzora Aiden. So, Arka, today is the day of resurrection.
Oh, yes, it's going to be resurrection. You can call it the ultimate comeback day as well because it's all about the teams who need to perform at the bottom of the table. In case they fail to do so, I don't think so. There's going to be any other opportunity for them in this tournament. Yes, the lower bracket can play the last chance qualifiers, but doing the hard work in the get go is the best thing.
Of course, and that's one of the things that we could see yesterday as well. Multiple teams just backing down a lot of points alongside money as well. Money makers, they were being so consistent. Talk about VASISTA Esports, they were being consistent too. Starting 3 maps was absolutely explosive, and then later on they were just carrying forward the momentum. So it's a
Yeah.
similar thing that we are hoping for multiple teams as well. We could not see the comeback coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike just yet. I mean, I do understand they still have the safety cushion that they can reach towards the bottom 8 and then still try the level best towards the LCQs. And like you mentioned, Arka, why take that chance when you already have that golden opportunity to cut off the ticket towards the top 8 itself?
Absolutely, and it all comes down to this point standing or point system, which is forcing these teams to go engage in those fights. Even though the winner chicken dinner gives you 10 points, team 2 understand that it's more about you gaining that average through the finishes, because not always do you end up into the top 3 in every single game, as the third party scenario seems to be the new favorites for all the teams in this tournament.
Of course, and it's about the strategy as well, right, Arka? And those strategies are going to be a lot more refined if your third parties are going to be equally good. So, yesterday's day itself, we could see some lot of actions coming in, and I absolutely loved it. But talking about the teams currently towards the upper bracket, I have a lot of hopes coming in from IQOO Orangutan, IQOO Soul, Hero Extreme Godlike. Team Venom has already showcased the way they can even bounce back from whenever their back is against the wall. So, well, Cincinnati kids, they also fall under the same region itself alongside True Rippers, Vasishta. Yes, we spoke about them already, but it's all about how well can you make day 3 work for you.
Absolutely, but versus the esports, they've already crossed 100 pointer when it comes to the overall standings or the total points. With that, it's good for us to say they're just few steps away from getting that golden ticket into the land finals. Whereas looking at the teams on our screens right now, AUTOBOTZ, who did showcase really good performance in day 1, couldn't actually replicate that in day 2. Whereas IQOOSOUL are kind of still trying to find their loop to get that consistency. As of now, on the top of the table was VASISTA, followed by ONEPLUS, CK, and Money Makers. All 3 teams being as aggressive as possible, as the finish points speak for itself.
Indeed, indeed. And it's really good that every single team is trying to level their game from the previous day. And that's one of the changes that I could see from the likes of Vashishta Esports. Day 1 was not that great. Day 1 was amazing for LIKHITA Esports though. But now LIKHITA Esports is currently at the second page. It showcases a lot of brunt force that Vashishta Esports were hiding all these days along. And in day 2, they chose to showcase all of their trifectas. So that's amazing. Money makers as well, they are also chiming in. All of these 4 assaulters are just working their way through and getting maximum finish points as they can achieve 65 total finish points, and I believe that's highest in the room.
Uh, Yep, you can say that 65 points is the highest right now, but we can also see that teams at the bottom of the table are not far away when it comes to those finish points. ABCs have got 47, just 17 to 18 shy on the team on the top of the table. So I do believe that every single team knows how to take the fights, but it's just that the meta which has again come back, the old meta in which they're trying to adapt to gain those position points, that is lacking these teams to showcase their actual talent. Shocking for us to see champion teams like Godlike, OG, LIKHITA Esports, God's Reign, and IQOOSOUL are the teams on the bottom of the table, and that's why we would love to call today as the day of ultimate resurrection. All these teams can actually come back with 12 games in hand. They can replicate what the teams on the top of the table have done, and there's going to be new teams who will be hitting the rock bottom.
Indeed, indeed. Resurrection alongside even rising like a phoenix from the ashes. All of that can be implied today And I'm hoping that all of these teams are going to be all set. I know it's a new day yet again. Yesterday's momentum is going to take another hit. And Erangel, Miramar, these are the couple of places where they're going to start their entire ignition. And then I believe in the map of Sanhok, we can see a lot of switcheroos as well. But overall, this is the map schedule. We can see a lot of Erangel, and we have seen multiple teams who have adapted to the strategies of Erangel. They have always gotten some really good point.
Absolutely. Now it's important for the teams in the bottom to concentrate more on getting those averages in Erangel and try to get that chicken dinner either in Miramar or Sanhok just to strike a balance in the overall standing. But I don't think so it's going to be as easy as we speak, because everybody's strategy has become an open book. Every other team is also coming up with counter strategies. With teams on the top have nothing to lose, they might go a little bonkers today, as teams in the bottom will still have a huge amount of pressure mounting their shoulder.
Exactly, a lot of pressure, and we spoke about pressure in day one itself. As the days pass by, if you don't perform, then all of a sudden you can feel your shoulders get heavier and heavier. As long as the responsibilities are gonna be, easily given away for four
Yeah.
different people, and if it is just on one single person, then that guy is gonna crumble down. I believe the IGLs are gonna take a lot of brunt today, and they have to showcase their IGLing skills under immense pressure. Top 8 is not a joke. Top 8 is a really intense competition. As you all could see, the difference between the 8th and ninth, it's not that it's really big, but it's just that all of the teams who are there towards the top 8, they're consistent. And as long as the consistency is there in the trifecta, they'll always keep getting those points, and they'll be in the top itself. Moreover, talking about the bottom 8, they have to work twice as hard as what the top 8 is doing currently. So there's a lot of shenanigans left, back, and center that you need to tackle down, Arka. I mean,
Absolutely,
not you per
diamonds
se,
are
but the
made
teams.
under
Yes.
pressure, right? And I would love to see few of these diamonds shine
Yeah.
out bright, because ultimately they're designed for it. These pro teams do know how to handle pressure in a specific way, and we have already spoken this before, time and again, that the team who can handle pressure the best is the team who can walk away as champions at the end of the
Exactly.
day. So let's see which among these teams are well prepared today. Now, the big question arises for all the teams in the bottom and the fan favorite teams as well. Are these teams going to come with the best foot forward? Are they going to bring in their best playing four? And before they start the game, are they going to have wings as they sip in some Red Bull?
Well, it's exciting to see that all of these teams finally they have the idea about what is going on, and
Yeah,
I believe that day 3 and day 4 it still can be a game changer. Arka, correct me if
yeah.
I'm wrong. It can be a game changer. It can give them a lot of value as well. All you have to do is hit the right spot. That's it. Get those finishes, know where to gatekeep properly, or even go for third parties. Third parties are a prone strategies for all of these professional games. So third parties is one of the places where multiple teams will have an eye on. And whenever it comes to day 4, it's going to be very tough to even see a fight being brewed up, because every single one of them will be worried that they might get third partied or fourth partied, or you never know, can be a fifth party coming in as well. So all of those situations can be tackled down, but day number 3 is super vital. 1 2 done, 12 total maps completed. Now moving forward, these 6 are going to be a complete paradigm shift.
Absolutely. Now, if you have to crunch it down to numbers, it's just that we are finding that the 8th position, for which every team is fighting for, has got an average of 5.5 per game,
Oh,
right? So if we consider the cutoff falling somewhere close to that 5 to 6 average, every single team will look forward to have around 7 points in every game. So if you're playing 6 games of 7 points, you're going to get 42 points. Yeah,
exactly.
that's right. You're going to get 42 points with the position you're holding right now. 42 points is going to put you easily into the top 6 or a top 7. And from there on, you can try to build up momentum over it. Because yesterday, VASISTA Esports did prove to us in a single day, you can rake up somewhere between 60 to 70 points and easily make it to the top of the table.
Of course. If Vasishtha Esports can do, then others can do it as well. It's not that all of these teams don't have the potential, but it's just
Yeah.
that Hector is so good in going ahead and even accomplishing such tough feats. Game number one itself, in the map of Erangel, he was the lone survivor who stood strong till the very end, unless Cincinnati kids from the other end, they knew they had the manpower advantage and the
Yeah.
willpower as well to break down the entire team of VASISTA Esports. But overall, getting into the position of second, third, fourth, it's going to give you some really good points as well. Alongside your finishes, always give you a really nice compliment towards what you bring onto the board. So yeah,
Yeah.
second game, Miramar. VASISTA Esports. What a beautiful winner chicken dinner. And that's how the entire momentum kept rolling forward for them. Similar thing can happen even for other teams as well. It's just that they have to keep things very clean. Stick to the grassroots, stick to the basics. That's it. There's no rocket science here.
Absolutely. And the best part is when I look at VASISTA Esports, we have to take them as an inspiration as of now. Hector,
Right.
after moving around for trying to find some really experienced players, he understood that it's time for me to step up and bring in some really well-known talents and try to conquer this lobby. And he's sure to us, setting an example over here. It's not that he's not got even players, but it's just that he's got inexperienced players in comparison to the rest of the lobby, and still be able to attain the top position. It's all about the composure, it's all about the consistency, and also it's all about the grit and the determination you carry before you step into the map to convert each and every game into a top 3 game, each and every game aiming for that chicken dinner.
Well, these are all of the teams that are on the top podium finish currently, right, Arka?
Yeah.
But there are
Yeah.
some names that we could see yesterday popping off quite often in the finish feed. I could
Yeah.
see Hero Extreme Godlike come into the picture. There was like a really good 1v3 situation being pulled off. Not only them, I could see even IQOO, Orangutan, IQOOSOUL. All three of them, they're trying to
Yeah.
chime in, and it's all about the comeback. Today is the time where they can go ahead and yet again prove why they are the most feared teams in the entire lobby. Jonathan's 1v2 situation, which absolutely kept the entire team baffled, of IQOOSOUL on the bridge itself, if you remember. So all of those
Yeah.
fights are for sure gonna give the entire team the morale, the boost. But today is the day where you can go ahead and make it something bigger than just that. A bigger picture is what they require.
I mean, truth be told, I think teams are still trying to play to the new meta. You know, they tend to
Yeah.
go for that late rotation, do not want to take any kind of early fights, try to come in when the blues starting to touch your backs, and then you know that now it's inevitable for teams to take those fights, try to find spots where there are third party scenarios, try to pick up finishes over there, and then try to make it into the circle. So probably somewhere these are the pointers which is backfiring
Right.
to them, because the blue doesn't give so much of a damage even if you tend to take a fight from outside of the circle. And this is well understood by true rippers. Jelly, he knows to read this perfectly. Even though he prioritizes the circle,
Yes.
he,
Yes.
he doesn't shy away from getting outside of the circle if required, and then come all guns blazing to pick up some position. So hopefully, I'm waiting to see if somebody has cracked this code as well, and they'll be able to pick up fights. Shying away from a fight is not a bad deal, if you ask me.
Not at all. Yes, it's not at all. I mean, of course, once you understand that there are multiple teams just lined up waiting for you to go ahead and initiate a perfect 1v1 mono fight, and later on you're just chiming in, bringing your 2 cents as well for the third party. So we have seen those kind of situations come in, day out. But in order to
Yeah.
tackle that, you can shy away from a fight. I mean, it's not like once you have gotten that lock-on mode or lock-on period that you need to go for this fight, you're gonna accomplish it. No, it doesn't matter. It's okay to back out and then watch that absolute cinema, a picture right in front of you, and then later on chime in. You still have the option, you still have the opportunity. So bag every single thing that you can get today.
I mean, that has to be the mindset. You have nothing to lose. Just head on, give it your best game, give it your best foot forward, and try to collect as many finishes as possible. All of this
Exactly.
is going to be happening very, very soon, but it's time for you guys to, be a little bit responsible. Don't be greedy. Don't watch this stream all alone. Share it among your friends. Make sure that you put up a story for us on your Instagram. You can tag us on our socials as well, and also you can tag Sky Championship in the socials as well. And with all of this said and done, I believe we are very, very close to the first map of the day, the map of Erangel. As of now, we are able to see that no teams in the bottom of the table is able to execute a good game when it comes to the map of Erangel, Azora.
And the saddest part is that Erangel comes thrice in this entire map pool. That's
Yeah.
the place where it hits the most.
Yeah.
teams are still trying to find their kind of a momentum, their kind of a play, their kind of switcheroos. I could see IQOOSOUL always heading towards school and then later on towards the parts. And from there on, they're calling in Rozok or the rotation between all of those areas, nit grits of it.
Yeah.
And in the middle of that, they did manage to get a couple of finishes here and there. But ultimately, what's the end goal? The end goal is that you guys stick together. And that's the part where they're shying away from. So if you stick together, a four-man squad can always take down the entirety of the lobby if things are going to be right, of course. If it is not, then that also won't help them that much. But yeah, that was one of the places that I was expecting that Erangel has finally been figured out from the likes of Team IQOOSOUL. But ultimately, they're still finding that perfect synergy, synchronization, and I hope they find it real soon.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I do believe we're way too close to the first map to be taken
Yeah.
off. Again, as I said, you guys, make sure that you share it among your friends. Do tell them there's a carnival taking place over here, because this carnival is going to end up in Bangalore being the biggest land you could ever witness in this city. And
Oh,
if you
yes.
guys are in and around Bangalore, just make sure that you book your calendars. Don't make sure that you guys are available at the stadium, because a lot of T1 players are
doing
going to
it
be
right
there.
now.
A lot of creators are going to be there. So
Yeah.
things are going to be very, very special in this land as well.
Of course, and whenever it comes to Bangalore, you all know how good the weather is and every single thing. And alongside, there's even esports LAN going on here, so it's very exciting for
Yeah.
many people who live around this area. So feel free to come in. I believe it's 16th and 17th, or 17th or 18th. These are the two dates which have been finalized for the LAN finale, and we all know it's going to be a lot of fun. Multiple teams coming forth. But it's still that question, right? Who are the first 8 teams? Who are the first 8 teams who will get that golden ticket towards the grand finals? It's still not decided. We still have today's entire day of action alongside tomorrow as well, and that's where we will understand that the upper bracket has come to an end. Later on, lower qualifiers. That's where all of these 8 teams are going to head towards, and it's going to be chaos. It's going to be mayhem, is what I can say, Arka.
Absolutely. 17th and 18th it is. Those are the specific
17th and
days where
18th.
you would want to find yourself at Kormangla Indoor Stadium in Bengaluru. But, coming back, Ozora, I do believe that we can place our bets on few teams who have already crossed the line. If you look at VASISTA Esports,
Right.
you have crossed the 100-pointer. You have got Cincinnati kids who have got a very good momentum with no chicken dinner on the top of the table. Have got 92 points, and they'll also be looking really strong and good. And then you have money makers as well, who have got 87 points, which right behind them is True Ripper. So these are the few teams I do believe can easily make it through into the next round, or probably the first few teams to qualify into the grand finals. If I've spoken way too early, please don't consider it to be a caster's curse.
I hope it's not. But I'm looking at Wild Fangs as well. Wild Fangs day 1, day 2 action was absolutely amazing. But somehow what happened was in day number 2, moving forward, that momentum kind of got stumbled. They got derailed again and again. So all of those fights, it's not yielding to a really good situation for them. Look at Venom. They are closing in towards them. 80 points for both of them is just like the finish points is one of the places, or the positional advantage. Yes, positional points is one of the places which has been given the first priority, and that's where Wild Fangs is on top of Venom Gaming. But other than that, learn from past. They have also been doing some really good hard work forever. They've been there in the back lines again and again. They're like the most silent assassins that you can find in this entire overall team structure. And by hook or crook, forever comes in. They get their own piece of the pie, and they're happy. They're just sitting there. They're happy. They're happy to be in the first 8. But it's just that it's too close to comfort. You can get toppled
Absolutely.
down any moment. So in order to get multiple points and be towards the first 8, today is the time where they have to go ahead and focus more on getting those finish points and position points.
I mean, it's good for us to say that Forever is the only team who have got a very good balance between the position points and finish points. Given an opportunity, they do take those fights, but They're prioritizing position points more, because just in case if there is a tie between themselves and any other team right below them, they'll have that upper hand. Yes, the winner chicken dinner is going to be considered first, but right after that, the more position points you have, or the more finish points you have, you're going to be at the safe spot. So they're trying to strike a balance, make sure they have everything under their control. Now, coming back to the main topic which we were speaking about, being into the top 8 is going to be the priority for all these teams. But when you look at the bottom of the table, I would want to see the point difference between the 8th position and the 16th position. How many point differences are there? And if they get 2 chicken dinners at the start itself, is it going to be enough for them to make it into the top 8? Is it going to be giving us a new storyline altogether? Because there is a team in the bottom who have got a chicken dinner for themselves. Yes, that's got to be OG, who's got 39 points in total and still unable to make it into the top 10.
They're halfway away from what they can go ahead and accomplish. You talk about Hero Extreme Godlike, they're sitting at 34. It needs to be a big game moving forward. I mean, imagine you have all of a sudden such a big pressure onto your shoulder that you need minimum 12 points per game in order to be at the first place, or in order to be at the first page. First place is going to be absolutely commendable. It's going to be a game changer altogether. But in between all of that, you need to face against all of these teams, Arka. It's not that easy. Autobots, on the other end, they're like a couple of points away from forever, so they can also topple them down. Even Inferno Gaming, they're also very close to go ahead and get this entire task accomplished for them. So it's a really good opportunity. It's a really good stance. I hope they squeeze the maximum of today's 6 maps.
Oh, yes. Now, the point difference 34 to 68, I believe. And that comes up to somewhere around 35 points.
69.
Yeah, 69. So 35 points specifically. So 39 points in 2 games is doable, if you say, because with the chicken dinner, you average finish points is always 10. You tend to take down at least 2 teams to gain that winner chicken dinner. So 2 good games, I think Godlike will be in the top 8. So that close is what this tournament is now. So let's see how it goes from here on, and hopefully we'll be able to see some really good changes, as well as a few teams will look forward for a proper comeback. We also have to look at those players who have been contributing the most for the teams, because their hard work is the reason these teams are on the top of the table.
Oh, that's right. Praise God, we have seen him perform for the likes of Wild Fangs. Really, really good amount of contributions coming in from his end as well. 21 total finishes. Alongside Aimbot, look at him. He's also having that toe-to-toe action, mono deal with this entire situation right here. Zeref, we did see this clutch lord go ahead and do multiple clutches for the previous day. That's the reason Cincinnati kids have been performing so well. From the likes of IQOOSOUL, we have Gokul, and alongside for the likes of AUTOBOTZ, we have Lobster. Lobster, man, how many ever times I've seen him, he has been put through such ordeals and still somehow manages to come up, rise above all of the players and get those finish points. Similar thing goes for even Gokul as well.
Absolutely. Now, I was just seeing most of these teams who are at the bottom of the table, specifically IQOOSOUL, right? They've got around 44 finishes and almost 50% of it. And that I would consider Gokul have got 20 as of now. Almost 50% of it comes in from a single player. And no wonder is the new addition for the team, and they have relied on his firepower with Goblin. This is the first time I have seen that Goblin is not there in the MVP list on the top 5, but rather his teammate is. But yes, Goblin is well known to catch up to any of his teammates, or probably catch up to the top of the table itself. Now, speaking about another team, it's going to be Wild Fangs. Wild Fangs have gotten an average of 51 finishes. Again, almost a half of it coming in from a single player, Trey Scott, who's been doing the talking in the industry for a really long time now with his guns.
But whenever you talk about the Universal MVP, Jonathan, he still needs to have that comeback as well. So we're waiting for him to get back into the groove and get inside the map and get some more finishes. It's going to be fun to go ahead and look at how the entire team is going to up their morale right after yesterday's game. and I'll absolutely love it to see him in the top 5.
I mean, are we speaking way too early? Do we still feel like there's going to be some new MVPs, some new teams coming on the top of the table? Probably when we speak about Wild Fangs, when we speak about Team Venom, who've been consistent throughout day 2, are the teams who are going to suffer today to go below the bottom 8, or are they going to be one of those teams who are going to suffer? Because it's not like the momentum was caught and they continued it with consistency. They did fail at the end of the day to convert games into chicken dinner. So ultimately, with no such positive outcomes coming, no matter how much hard work they're doing, are they going to fail today is going to be the next big question.
Man, failure is one of the places where multiple teams are so afraid of. But trust me, failure is the first step to success. If you understand wherever you're going wrong, that's where you're doing everything right. And that's the stepping stone. That's the start point for every single team who's there towards the second half of this entire leaderboard. Top 8 is a dream now. 2 more days of intense action. Day number 3 is going to be already very important for all of those teams who are there towards the second half. And I would absolutely love it if they embark on the journey of a comeback, the resurrection that we are talking about, and then showcase some individual gameplays, show how good of a 1v2 or a clutch situation they're going to be pulling out for the entire team. And it'll be lovely to watch all of that. Plus, you never know, there might be one random team from the bottom 8 who can topple even VASISTA Esports. You do not have that clue. It's just that it's out in the random. It's like you do it, it's the biggest achievement that you can ever get.
Absolutely. Now, I would like to bring our spotlight on few teams who really need to be spoken about. One amongst them is going to be a very, very big name. One of the champion teams who've got a recent edition of Apple coming in. It's God's Reign.
Right.
Destro, Delta PG, as well as Justin. These 3 players have been sticking together for the longest time possible, and that has been the key to their success. But it seems like from the past 2-3 months, they have unable to convert these games, unable to qualify themselves, unable to get that right chords in place to find the perfect tune between themselves. Because after Apple has come in, now there's another additional pressure which is going to be mounting their shoulder, because there's another entry fragger who comes in, or a support player in case he's given a role. I'm for sure that he'll be able to switch to each of these roles which is put in front of him. So just in case that synergy needs to fit properly, he needs to find that perfect role for the team. If that gets delayed in this process, I don't think so we'll be able to see God's Reign in that grand finals which is happening in Bangalore. There's an added pressure over these players as well. God's Reign is an org which is from Karnataka, which is from Bengaluru itself, and they would love to see their home ground. They would love to see their team play in their home ground when the LAN is happening in Bengaluru.
Well, now that you have already pointed this, Arka, I would like to add a few more points. Whenever they have taken a fight against True Rippers, when it comes to the southern end, which is military base, they've always been very unlucky.
Yeah.
The moment Justin once dropped down, he was taken out by a buggy by Sam. So those are the kind of situations that are brewing right in front of them. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Here's where everything just starts to crumble down. That is the trajectory. That is the pattern where the captain is taking you from one corner to the other. It was a diagonal split from west to east, and it was not at all favoring the southern end at all. And at that point, they chose to head towards either of the regions, Rozhok, Pochinki, or all of these areas, and they ended up in a drop clash itself. So because of that, again, their morale kept going down. It got diminished to a point where they could not take those fights willy-nilly and then be called one of those top-tier teams. So I'm hoping that today, wherever it comes to the flight path, we cannot go ahead and assess that, or we cannot go ahead and rig that. But ultimately, whenever it comes towards that perfect dissection, right, when it reaches towards the south end, I believe they can do something better there.
Absolutely. Now, it's interesting that you brought in the name of True Rippers over here. Let me remind you, there are 4 organizations who are playing in this lobby who are from Bengaluru. Just before we head into the game, I would like to remind you the names. One is going to be God's Reign, True Rippers. Then you have LIKHITA as well as VASISTA Esports. With this, ladies and gentlemen, We are going to be stepping into the first map of the day. This is going to be the map of Erangel. A map is going to be probably a map for you to make a huge comeback. With this kind of a flight path, I don't think so teams are going to have any kind of issues.
No issues whatsoever. We can see Autobots, they can head towards even, they usually prefer Georgia Pole, so they can head there. And we have seen multiple drop clashes coming in towards that corner. Milta being one of the places where wild fangs love to go ahead and devour all of the loot. Alongside Nova Ripnoi can be one of the places where we can already see True Rippers heading towards. But God's Reign, are they in the mix of all of this action? Orangutan, they're heading towards Milta Power, one of the crucial places where they can get a really good loot. Stalberg, Kameshki, Seveni being one of the places for our Hero Extreme Godlike. So they're going to be heading there. So good split, I would say, for multiple teams to head towards their design location and they can get all the loot that they want. Except for
Now,
Primosk.
now, the interesting part is what are the playing for with these teams have come in today. We did discuss about it. We wanted each of these teams to bring in the best playing for, and specifically, we're going to be heading to speak about Godlike. Godlike, as of now, towards the 70 region, we see Spunk, we see Simp. I don't see Johnny as of now. If Simp is here, I do believe that Admino is not going to be a part of the team. I do believe I see a 0-3. I believe that's Jonathan.
That's Jonathan, yes. Indeed it is. God's Reign, I believe it's going to be a drop clash coming in real soon. But there's one thing that I would like to highlight, that Orangutan have chosen a different drop location for today's game. Usually they head to Razok. Nobody even has a single tussle or muscle with them. But now they have chosen to go ahead and enter towards the enemy territories. This is something big. Other than that, True Rippers, all the lamplight on them. Day two's performance has been really, really good. They have outperformed, outshined when it comes to holding an entire compound to the very end of the time. So they have played really good. Plus, they get the entire southern island to their entire team. So the loot is all theirs.
Absolutely. Yesterday's clutch, this was the moment where True Rippers, they showed some brilliance, especially Hyo Limau. When Flocky hit the shot, I really thought that he could have clutched this 1v2, but then that FPP switch and the perfect crosshair placement did gift him that chicken dinner. True Rippers, this time around, I really like the way God's Reign have gone in for that late rotation or a late jump off. They're still in the air, where most of these teams have already finished their loot to make it into the circle. God's Reign are now touching ground.
Oh my god. Late rotations, God's Reign. Well, they are very adamant that they want the entire south of this entire map to themselves. And this can be it. We can see another drop clash coming in. And it was a very smart decision from their end to just call in quits from the likes of Wild Fangs alongside Orangutan being in the vicinity itself. But talking about the first circle, it feels very centric, and I believe Resort can be favored a lot in this entirety of the circle. But we'll look at that real soon.
Absolutely. And then comes the demons of the lobby. The four best assaulters in their respective times, in their respective primes, have all come in together, and somehow they're able to play the right cards to stick together to show us that yes, they are capable of taking fights. They are going to be the team to be reckoned with, especially when it comes to frontal battles, because Aditya and Spray God, I didn't expect these two to have such a good synergy from the get-go. I really thought that they might have some issues, but experience speaks for itself. Both of them, that shadow gameplay, them sticking together, everything seems to be falling in place for them.
Well, again, hoping for the best. There's only one. Oh, there's one team who have landed with just 3 players. Hero Extreme Godlike. Not a good sign at all, but we have seen them go ahead and accomplish such tough fleets whenever it comes to a 4v3 situation. Other than that, IQOOSOUL, if you talk about them, school has been one of their perma places where they always head towards, and then later on, they loot all the apartments. Whether it be mountainside, whether it be side, or even main aparts, every single thing gets looted in an instance, in a jiffy. So overall, I would love to see what kind of strategy will come in today. because yesterday's strategic maneuvers were good, but they were not that refined. They were trying something very experimental. And today is the time where they can actually go ahead and get some results out of it.
Absolutely. I wish production could put up the map feed right now, because 80% of this lobby is outside of the circle.
Exactly.
80% of this lobby. And I wonder why. There's so many places which are still untouched. You have the Gatka region, even though when VE, Vasista Esports, tend to get that region under their control, the split seems like they're prioritizing every other compound outside of the circle. Ruins completely empty. You've got shooting range untouched. You've got Rozok completely empty. And these were the places. If you want that epicenter of the circle from the get go, you need to be in these places.
Arka, I believe that Vashishta has taken a different kind of approach. Right now, they're sitting at the tabletop. It just means that they do not want to engage in the early battles and they do not want to be an open book. That's the reason they have chosen a different drop location altogether. Yes, Gatka has been one of their preferred places where Hector usually heads there itself, and the entire team just joins along with him and reaches towards that corner. But in all of that, we have another fight being brewed up. Forever, they have been very unlucky in this situation. And Sensei, the moment he has seen that one of his players did knock the opponent down, he went for the confirmation.
Oh, Sensei's. I love this Sensei's new form. As an assaulter, as a support player to frontline assault to Trace God, he's doing justice. Every single time there's a knock, you see Sensei immediately converting those knocks into finishes. And with this, it's good for us to say that Wildfangs have also leaned towards that offensive approach in this lobby. They do want to take fights, they're not shying away from them. That was the reason for their success in the first day. And I do believe that they've caught up to that momentum in day number 3. Now, is that going to be enough? Or are they going to be finding somebody who knows exactly how to kill their coach?
Currently, they are leading. While Fangs, they have one finish point. Others, they haven't even thought about engaging in any kind of battle whatsoever. So this is a good sign. Multiple teams, they would love to go ahead and call in the rotations as soon as possible. But there's one squad, which is the Cincinnati Kids, ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. They're going to enjoy, they're going to come in late towards the circle as they all understand the gravity and the depth of this entire situation. So late rotations right in front of them, it's Vashishta. So it's going to be a really good battle. And I'm going to love it if that battle comes in real soon.
Jonathan. Now this player has got a lot of responsibility with such a lineup coming in. If you have just 3 players, now we all know that Johnny would have to carry the team over his shoulder, especially when it comes to that frontline assaulting. I believe that Punk is right now training his teammates, training Simp, giving him the maximum space possible. Try to make sure that Simp also picks up some really good synergy with Jonathan in lobbies like this, so that it becomes easier for him to bring in Admino in the later stages of this tournament. And all of a sudden, he's got that ready team. Because Johnny and Admino, with 2 loose horses racing around in this lobby, they can mow down anybody in their way, because Punk has been that perfect anchor who knows how to control these 3 dog houses.
Rotations being called in. And look at the way every single one of them wants to head towards the epicenter of this action. It's just the start. No teams have been eliminated. It's only Lucifer who has taken the big brunt from the likes of Forever. And the point was given to Wild Fangs. 3 teams we can see they're outside the circle. But I don't think so. It stops right there. Oh, it's only 3 teams. Yup. Cincinnati Kids, they love to take a late rotation. That's one of their key factors, one key strategy that they never fail to repeat again and again whenever it comes to the map of Erangel. And right next to them, there is a rotation being called in from the likes of God's Reign as well. This can be a very deadly move coming in from the likes of God's Reign. They did call in the late rotation, but I would really love to see what's happening towards the bridges of the southern island.
Now, that's the least expected place you would find a clash happening. Sensei on the other side just showing us his driving skills for no reason, just drifting around in a small region. Yes, coming back, I believe that friends are going to call themselves friends and not foes towards that bridge region. And GDR, with no problem whatsoever, will be able to cross over with no tags coming in from the side of CK. If that is what you were referring to, yes, they've come in safe.
Oh, yep. Good rotation. OnePlus Cincinnati kids, they'll be heading to Pachinki. It's one of the best places for you to go ahead and get a compound or two. And from there on, just keep the enemies at bay. On the other end, learn from past. They're also having a very late rotation. Autobots, they're slowly but steadily, they're making up their mind, getting all of those cars readied up, ignited in order to move in towards the circle. So they will also call in a late rotation from the northern side. And right around that corner is the entire team of moneymakers. They love to play around that area. They absolutely love it.
Absolutely. But, there are still few teams who were still in the book of concern for me. That's
Please
because
tell me.
Yeah, that's because I saw Likhita in the map feed who had a very big split. But before that, if you guys do not want to have any kind of concerns and you want better gaming on your PCs, do not forget to get yourself a WD SSD NVMe hard disk.
Venom. Yesterday's performance, absolutely top notch. Hence, putting them in the first eight position. It's an absolutely lovely place to be at.
Hey,
But alongside, there's a lot of risk as well, Arka. Yes, you were saying something.
yeah, Venom, the new edition of Zyrax. I just wanted to bring that into the picture because before this, Venom were a more composed team. As soon as we saw Venom's Fury shifting into VASISTA Esports, a player from VASISTA was least expected to come in and fall into Venom Gaming's pockets. And that difference, just imagine now that they both come into a contention in any place or probably a frontal battle. The strategies could be easily read, with Zyrax able to read out the mind of Hector, as well as Fury able to read out the mindset of Aimbot.
God's reign. Overall, they're also looking for this action as desperately as we all are. They need finish points, they need position advantage as well. But in all of that, they have spotted that one mean team who have been bullying the entire lot of it. Delta, currently aware that there is a rotation being called in from the likes of Cincinnati kids. But how well can they go ahead and relay this and play as a single unit? That is one thing that I've seen lacking from the likes of God's Reign. They did make it towards the top three in day one's action, Arka. But
Yeah,
right after that, there has been nothing coming in from their end, no contribution whatsoever. 15-pointer game is what they took from the first day, first game. And after that, it's just been 1 point or two.
I mean, I still feel that these IGLs are eh, in a in a confusion, to be specific. They are like, should we adapt to the old meta right now? Should we living in the moment, or should we always think about the bigger picture? Should we always think about the new meta, try to train our players, because ultimately it's all about trying to get that official tournaments. It's all about trying to get that grand finals. What if in the grand finals we tend to see the new meta again coming back? And that is where things can become so much more confusing. Nevertheless, for those teams who are living in the moment, who are understanding the momentum of the games and then try to pick up those points, are the teams who are getting that golden ticket into the grand finals.
And moreover, the entire tournament is revolving around the rule itself, Arka. If you
Yeah,
know how well it works, then yes, you have already adapted to it. The more aggressive you play, the more finishes you get, and the better the standings yours will be. You will be rewarded accordingly, handsomely. So I'm hoping that teams can set their mindset right from the beginning itself. But it's just that, like you mentioned, it's taking them their own sweet time. They're not aggressing forward that much. And sometimes when they're doing it, they're even going passive at the same time. So yeah, there's a bit of a mixed signals right there, mixed calls, and I believe that's a red flag.
Yep. But it all comes down to the synergy as well. I strongly feel that teams will have to stick to each other, hold each other's bags when given an opportunity, show that they are the team with the best synergy, and that is where they'll be able to convert those 4v4s into perfection. Coming back, the next circle shift is going to be a pretty interesting one, as most of these teams have to be really careful. Forever, I've predicted the center of the circle perfectly, so does the side of True Rippers. Wildfang Sensei OG has always been that OG to understand this meta properly and make sure that he also has a very good compound for his teammates. Now, which of these compounds will be contested is going to be the next big question, and which among these teams are going to be chiming in first to attract all the attention and creating a third-party scenarios for the teams out there.
This is the first time that IQOOSOUL have not moved an inch from school. They know for a fact this is their area. They can go ahead and capitalize, but wait a second. Trace God, all of a sudden, he has shifted the paradigm. A really good knock coming in. Venom Gaming on the other end. They're trying to flee away from this fight. At the same time, they want to back their teammates as well. That one player who has been knocked, he's being constantly paraded upon. Look at that couple of teams just right across. And it's Hero Extreme Godlike who are just here to go ahead and get that one bit of damage, additional chunk of damage to get the finish points.
Absolutely. But again, I just love the way Zyrax was the center of attraction for all these teams. Otherwise, they would have lost a player for sure. Because Godlike, they tend to pick on the weaklings when given an opportunity. And I love that strategy. You know, hit people where it hurts first. And then once they're weak, that is when you capitalize on them. That is one of the best strategies you could have in this game.
God's Reign, this fight or this face-off has taken more than 4 minutes. It's about time that God's Reign or Cincinnati Kids go ahead and initiate things. For now, they have started throwing barrage of throwables, whether it be molly, nades, every single thing being tossed at the opponents. And it's just the same thing going in from the likes of Cincinnati Kids as well. Nobody is taking a real deal right now. They're still testing the waters. They're looking at what kind of arsenal the opponent is holding currently, and then and only then they will go ahead for that battle against them. And until that, we can see Venom Gaming. They're yet again with a four-man squad. They're alive. They're happy. They're kicking.
Absolutely. Zyrax, I mean, he's one of the most gifted players. I still remember in the officials, there was a bridge camp. This man, he was driving at the full speed. His bucket was completely boosted. And he goes and out of nowhere, he shifts his seat and then takes down a player with a shotgun. And that image is not going off my mind. There have been several instances where other players have also done it. But he was the first few to execute a fight like that, and I'm still wanting to see such execution take place. From the time he's joined Venom, I've not seen him shine as much as he did when he was in VASISTA Esports. So these are the moments where he's going to be tested. These are the moments where his real potential is going to be questioned. Whereas on the other side, we've got the side of AUTOBOTZ, where we've got Lobster, another man who needs to show up as well, because he's there at the top 5 in the overall top fraggers, but he still needs to pick up the pace for his team. He needs to give that opening, and then and only then will they be able to climb up the ladder in the overall standing.
Multiple teams right now not taking any fight, not engaging in any bit of it. They have the slightest bit of information that they can be a third party being initiated by any other team if they're close to their vicinity. So they're just taking those steps very cautiously. They're entering towards no man land and suddenly cruising by the opponent team and just running away, getting away from harm's way. Now's about damn time. The money makers, they're having that kind of a thought process that they need. They're having that itch in their hand that finishes are not there in our pocket. We need some finishes. Aditya, for now, he's just going ahead and dropping in every single utility that he can. The smokes did come through because they knew for a fact that there's VASISTA or there's some team who's holding the compound and they're having a perfect eye on them. So good call coming in from the entire team. calling in the car and then safely escorting him from that corner. And now they're at the lower ridge advantage. At the same time, they can even see whether a player is pushing them or not. So that's a win-win situation for them.
Absolutely. I just love that rotation coming in from their side. But again, I don't know whether I'm supposed to say this, but I really love our chat. The English desk, whoever is watching the English stream, I just love the energy they bring in the chat as well. So much mature talks, and hoping to see some more of these peeps trying to bring in their views about the teams as well. But coming back into the game itself, this circle is going to be special. This circle is going to be so special for Goblin, especially. He knows this topography very well, and now he's been given an opportunity. All he has to do is make sure that he keeps his best foot forward and pick up as many frags as possible. On the other side, the
Oh.
school is starting to get crowded up as well. The apartment region specifically, we've got more than one team. And slowly, we are seeing another team trying to come into this vicinity. And probably this could be the beginning of that initiation. The calm before the storm has now come to an end. And Venom is going to be the first one to pick up that first frag.
That's right. Learn from past. They could not do much. They were left stranded. And this is a really good call coming in from Manya. He's trying to run away from this corner as multiple teams are setting foot inside the vicinity of school. They want to get educated. They want to even teach others a big lesson. But on the other corner, we can see Lobster as well going in fierce. And he is connecting all of his GBS shots. Did manage to get one knock and an instant confirmation onto Fierce. So that's a really bad stance whenever it comes to having the manpower advantage. It is all in shambles now.
Absolutely, VG. They're also stepping up. Zyrax gets one in his name. And all of a sudden, that school region is no more a place of learning, but it's a place of decimation. Yes, for the people who are getting finished off, it's a lesson learned the hard way. But still, the people teaching them are just going to be having the final laugh. Goblin on the other side takes advantage of the situation, puts a player down, and immediately the confirmation also follows up. LIKHITA Esports on the other side are going to be again and again being pestered, taken down. Another confirmation goes in against them.
Oh, this is not a good situation at all. Oh my goodness, Goblin just going ham, constantly throwing all the nades that he has currently in his arsenal. Look at him one by one, just taking the entirety of the team. But look at the way VASISTA Esports is even functioning right now. They know this is the time for them to chime in, and they are all in for the treat. Right beside them, there is the entirety team of Moneymakers as well. This is a big cluster. LIKHITA Esports,
Goblin.
they have been eliminated. They could not do much there. And Manya, he's all away from the entire band.
But he's got the perfect angle. If you ask me, if someone dares to take his players down, he's got that opportunity to put them down. And all of a sudden, we are able to see VASISTA have got that, audacity to take a fight against the side of Moneymakers, the strongest firepower in the lobby. Aditya's location has been compromised. Fury has got his eyes set on him. Aditya, he goes in for a peek. The story could have been different, but Aditya's peek is still giving him a lot of opportunity.
Oh.
Hector grabs all the attention and taking advantage of it. It's got to be Fury putting him down. A 1v4 comes in from the side of Fury with no less than praises for this player as he's taken down one of the strongest team in the lobby all alone.
VASISTA all this time they was having that perfect silence, and once they breached that contract, it was just sheer execution from their end. It's not stopping right here. Multiple teams going ahead. Ham. Orangutan on the other end. They're also taking another fight. But wait a second. Venom out of nowhere. He's been constantly shot at. Bronzer. He's there to save the day. Blitz. They haven't been playing that well. But all of a sudden, they are just chiming in at the right time. Aimbot down on the ground. But the revival has been given in by Zyrax.
Zyrax playing it perfectly. A good support role coming in from his side. He knows this vicinity well. He's trying to do his best. Hector on the other side has also picked up the pace. He gets another finish in his name. And all of a sudden, we're able to see that we have come down to just 11 teams. Wild Fangs against True Rippers. That's happening on the other corner of the map.
Oh yes. Multiple fights being brewed up right now. Dazzler yet again, he's showcasing why he is the most feared lad out there. Justin on the other end, he's also popping up, chiming in for the likes of God's Reign. Wild Fangs, They are going in ham. What is going on? Hector on the other end. He's also taking a couple of shots, but none of them connect. Unfortunately, God's Rain, they are right in front. Hector could not go ahead and punish that one person who was looking right at him. And down the drain, one player knocked, instant revival being given. VASISTA, they need the man count advantage for this fight, particularly Justin on the other end. He has been taken right off. Delta! He tried peeking, but unfortunately he has been taken right off as well. Apple, rotations coming in. He wants to slam hard, but it's a 1v3 situation right in front of him. How well can he go ahead and execute this one? I don't think so. It's going to be that easy money on the back line. It's not that he's going to be the smart lad, but no, he's been taken. His moves read like an open book. Hector, just so on point right now. It's like he has eyes even in his back of the head.
Oh my goodness, someone stop this man. Fury, 7 finishes already in his name. And look at what he's doing. He's been the calmest player in this lobby right now. Every single time he sets his eye on one player, he's made sure that he decimates him and sends him back into the lobby. Every single corner. It seems like the precedence play for this player is been paying off for the side of Hector. But for now, VASISTA Esports can end this on a big note. We were speaking about this before. We were telling that the teams on the top are going to play like they have nothing to lose. And it seems like VASISTA Esports are here to make a statement. They could be the first team to grab that opportunity to get that golden ticket and head into the LAN finals. Whereas, as of now, they've got a high ground advantage for themselves, but they need to watch out for their back. Because in the minimap, I still see a player outside in the blue slowly making it into the circle, and he can do a bit of a damage. No hard compound. Now VASISTA Esports are going to be a little bit in a problematic situation.
It's a very cheeky situation, not gonna lie about that. But VASISTA, they have been playing their cards very well. The circle is very close to them. But Zin on the other end, he has been taken down. Instant revival needs to be given. But one nade can take away both the lives of these players. Fury on the other end, good cover fire. Whether it comes to nades, throwables, or shooting, every single thing is on point. IQOOSOUL, they can be the only thorn that VASISTA is gonna face currently. Fury, smart. Very good shots being aligned onto True Rippers, and True Rippers, they're not having that living chance to even enter inside the circle. Right now, they're facing the Wrath. VASISTA, how well are they executing these things?
Absolutely phenomenal. Fury, as soon as he gives those good knocks, immediately
Lovely
he's going to
nades.
be wanting to convert those knocks into finishes. Continuous barrage of grenades as well as Molotovs is paying it off. But Goblin on the other side is also trying to replicate the same against the side of Learn from Past. But Jelly and his teammate are the last two breathing souls for them. Fury already 9 in his name. We speak about a chicken dinner with just 10 finishes, and all of a sudden Fury shows to us that a single man, a man with an intention, a man with a vision can actually take down 10 players. Look at that. Make it 10 right now, man. I think Jelly's confirmation is going to be getting him into the double digit.
Oh my goodness, the contribution on this lad has been insane. Knows a couple of players. He jump peeks them, spots them instantly. Gokul still stuck around that corner. Couple of players from the likes of VASISTA, as Hector has already parted ways. Thanks to the way IQOOSOUL just functioned right there in that corner. Smokes being barraged. They need a really good cover. They need that decoy as well. That rotation advantage is going to give them a really, really good opportunity. Goblin, so close, and yet so far. Gokul, he's just so aware, man. Look at him. Knows the
my
current situation,
goodness.
but that was a lovely retaliation coming in. But unfortunately, the entire team has been wiped clean. Learn from past. All of a sudden, they chime in. That's that mistake which IQOOSOUL made of leaving Learn from Past alive. And VASISTA, they're paying for their sins.
Oh my goodness, what a moment that was. Fury showing that he's gonna be the next big thing. He could be the next big thing. But as of now, Goblin, as I said, he knows this topography so well that he's just holding on to his nerve. He understands that it's a 1v2 situation, or probably a 1v3 situation with 4 players remaining. Toxic way out in the blue, playing it according to the meta, is making sure that he goes in for the heal battle. Goblin with a little bit of an info here and there. Now he realizes that the next circle shrinking in is the person closest to it. He needs to make sure that nobody is there to the eastern side of his map. and that is when he can look up to the western side and then start to do his assault. The jump peak, which is going to give him a lot of information. He can also sit in this vehicle to gain as much information as possible. It seems like Goblin's location has also been compromised as Sile OP is now coming in forward. Goblin right in front of his crosshairs. Shots being taken. Goblin steps out.
Why?
He could have just ran over to the against this player, but rather chooses to get down and eventually gets punished. And out of nowhere, learn from past. They might be picking this winner chicken dinner, and a really, really good one if you ask me.
It's mostly certain right there, Arka. Toxic on the other end, heel battle. But for how long? There's gonna be one time where he slips off and he won't be able to make it inside the zone as well. He's going away rather. I can see the meters increasing rather than decreasing. But what a lovely game. Learn from past couple of players just going ahead, getting their winner chicken dinner. This is the fourth winner chicken dinner that Learn from past have accomplished for themselves. This is amazing. It's like they always want the position advantage, and position advantage will give you that double digit of a number as soon as possible. Toxic still trying his level best, but this is all for a lost cause. But I love it. I love that he has already taken the entire team towards the second position, which is 6 points, and alongside 3, which is total number of 9 point that he can bring on board.
Toxic. He's enjoying this. He's got that view of the blue out there. And I hope he's got a 6-6 mounted right now. At the very end, if he can just go flat on his belly and try to spray and see if something falls into his favor. Because Toxic, if he's got that luck, if he's got that complete view of that hill, probably can pick up one frag. Probably.
Oh, but Yash on the other end, look at him. He's practicing his aim. He's checking every nook and cranny. Look at him. Whether it be cars, whether it be a tree, whether it be bushes or any other place. He just wants to scope it, take a shot at it.
Yeah. It's all about trying to make that one player who's doing the heal battle just distract him. Don't allow him to keep that momentum up. A fraction of a second and then you can lose everything. Toxic. Still location unknown, still trying to make it to the center of the circle. I don't think so that AUTOBOTZ might rake up any more points from here. 6 points in position and 3 points in finish is going to be a decent one. Yes, he was a little bit late, even though the shots is going to be taken from a distance. I don't think so. He's going to be reaping benefits out of it. But Yash on the other side lands that final nail in the coffin. An additional feather to his crown. With this, the winner chicken dinner heads into the hands of Let's Learn From Our Past.
Learn from past, beautiful game altogether. Couple of players sticking till the very end, and that's how they got the entire winner chicken dinner. So lovely 10-pointer game, and alongside they got some really good amount of finishes as well. So complementing in general has been one of the crucial things for the entire team. So overall, 4 winner chicken dinners, and right now it just looks like they have fortified that first to 8 spot, and they're not moving away from that.
Yep, absolutely. Now, there are several teams who are starting to showcase some brilliance. As always, the one consistent team is going to be VASISTA Esports. Gets another brilliant amount of points, especially Fury, the way he was in form today. Every look and cranny he looks up, a small pixel was enough for him to connect shots and put players down.
Right.
I don't think so he was able to attain that 10 finishes mark, but if he has, probably he's going to be the first player in this tournament to do so. Right behind him is IQOOSOUL, suddenly finding momentum with Goblin showcasing his true potential. Yes, Mania's location was kind of compromised, even though he was trying to find that off angle. He did support his team for a really long time. But after this, I do believe it's going to be a great opportunity for IQOOSOUL to make a proper comeback from here on.
It was a very risky maneuver.
Yeah.
Very risky maneuver. Even though Learn from Past was right around the vicinity itself, he took those shots, man. He did not even budge down. He was not at all worried that someone is going to third party me or come for a 1v2 situation. He just did not even care about it, took those shots, and it shows the kind of confidence that the entire team is currently having. And moreover, moving forward in the map of Miramar, we can see how well this entire team is gonna keep the entire momentum rolling. But talking about the way the entire synergy was right in front of us, let's just go towards the replay and look at it once again.
Absolutely, these were the moments I really thought that Fury from here on could have done so much better. But what he did not expect was the player from, learn from past who was holding a location over there. But this was a phenomenal shot against that Goblin. But I really thought that, Goblin is just going to run over Sahil and try to change his seat and take those fights. But for some reason, Goblin chose to jump off rather than change his seat and then try to take the fight. I don't know whether he did change his seat and then all of a sudden there was some kind of a glitch that he landed outside of the vehicle. But whatever it is, it was Sahil Hopi having that final laugh.
It came to a complete halt. And I felt from there on itself that, wait a second, this is not what he chose to do.
Yeah.
If he would have mowed over the opponent, it would have been the best kind of situation that he could create for the entire team. But for now, guys, we're going to take a small little break. Do not go anywhere. See you on the other side. Well, after a short little break, we are back once again into the action. You guys are watching the Skyesports Championship 2025 for BGMI. It's me, Azura Aiden, alongside Arka. Arka, game number one, absolutely amazing performance from Learn From Past, and they have been consistent whenever it comes to winner winner chicken dinners.
Absolutely, the team with the highest number of winner chicken dinners in this phase of the tournament has to be this team. But where have they been placed after game like that? Because they had ample amount of finishes. It's not like they had a very big game in comparison to LIKHITA or IQOOSOUL. I'm sorry, VASISTA or IQOOSOUL. So we'll have to wait and watch once the overall standing comes in. Is there any kind of changes out there? But before that, what gives you wings, guys? Let me know in the chat immediately. What gives you wings?
That's right. This gives you wings. I'm going to be getting some wings for myself as well. Alongside. Oh, wait. Learn From Past already got some wings thanks to the chicken dinner.
Absolutely. And, after this, I'm waiting to see how the redemption is going to come through, especially from the side of Moneymakers. The way they were taken down by Fury, a 1v4. A youngster like that taking down 4 big OGs, 4 big lads, well-known assaulters, shows that, all of a sudden, they might be ignited. Or probably they'll be looking out for redemption for sure.
I believe being the most valuable person, he has
10 finishes.
Given it all. Given it all. 10 finishes. MVP rank number 1. And prior to this, I could see 8 finishes coming in from one of the lads out there. I believe it was Lobster, but now it has been dethroned. Fury is the new MVP right now. Contribution of being 71.43, and this is massive.
Yep. 71% contribution still shows that the rest of his teammates also did have some ample amount of finishes. With that, they're going to be on the top of it all with 14 finishes and 4 position points, total of 18 points. No matter how you find the average, it's just that you need to have some really good numbers on the table. Right behind them is going to be LAFP, all thanks to the chicken dinner they attained. They've got 16 points. IQOOSOUL on the other side, they were shy away from the chicken dinner, all because of just one small mistake in the final fight. Yes, they got 13 points for themselves, 8 finishes in total. True Rippers, another consistent team, were been showcasing that yes, they are going to be there no matter what. They've got 10 points in total, but the bottom of the table yet again, a lot of disappointments.
Overall rankings, well, we are heading towards the bottom first, and then we'll slightly head towards the top. But forever, they've been dethroned. They have a total point of 69. Now, IQOOSOUL, slowly but surely, they're rising up like Phoenix from the ashes. 68 total points. Talking about Inferno Esports, they are currently sitting at 62. Blitz could not have a good game in the previous one. Same thing goes for God's Reign. Same thing goes for LIKHITA Esports alongside IQOO Orangutan as well. So tough times all across for them. But there's this one team who are so confident. Look at them. VASISTA Esports with a total of 120 points. True Rippers somehow managing to trail themselves, but yet again they haven't hit that 1 ton.
Absolutely, but you know what? I'm not shocked. Trust me, I'm not shocked looking at the overall standings right now. I'm just waiting to see which is going to be the first team who's going to get the star right next to their name telling that they've been qualified. But yes, the next map is the most interesting one. Those teams who have performed well on the first map have not done well throughout the day. And this time I believe the curse could be broken as we'll be stepping into the map of Miramar. The mid-range battles, all those assaulters who've got their crosshair on fire now has an opportunity to pick up some finishes for their team.
Finishes are required. Finishes are required in such big forms and shapes right now. But VASISTA above all, my god, what did they just do? They just decimated the entire lobby in the previous game. They have been doing it since day number 2 now, and their momentum is not stopping at all. So kudos to them. The overall performance is looking really, really good. Plus the amount of lead, Arka.
Yeah.
that they have already created, that's just massive. There's no one close to them. Total 25 points is what is required, which means a really, really good game. 10 pointer, which also indicates that having that winner winner chicken dinner alongside 15 finishes. And I've not seen any team go ahead and do that. The max I've seen is 14 finishes done by True Rippers, who are trailing right behind. So they need a really big game in order to close in the gaps against Vasishtha. But other than that, it's not a fight about top three, it's
Yeah.
a fight about top eight. So
Yeah.
in that top eight battle, I can see multiple teams just slowly but surely reaching up to the mark. Talking about IQOO, Seoul, they're still very close, and I believe by the end of the day, they can dethrone a team who's currently sitting at 8th position.
I mean, as I said, the consistency of the first two games. In case you're able to convert two good games, then obviously you'll slowly make it into the top 8. And from there on, it's all about you cementing yourself into the top 3 or top 4. But yes,
Exactly.
the map of Miramar is just around the corner. That means it's time for you guys to go share it among your friends. Don't be selfish. Don't be greedy, guys. I know you guys are enjoying this, but still you just are doing it alone. Try to get in your friends so that they can also learn a thing or two from our pros, and also we'll try to keep you as entertained as possible.
Of course, entertainment is the key to go ahead and put in the color towards what hard work all of the players are putting forth. So hoping forward that all of the other teams, for example, Hero Extreme, Godlike, yet again, I would like to shine some spotlight on them. Rotation game has not been that great for them. They've always chosen to come in late towards a party, and once they choose to come in late, they're just swept right across. Though
Yeah.
that no, you cannot go ahead and accomplish whatever you want to do right now. But ladies and gentlemen, we have our next map up and ready, Miramar, for you, and Miramar has a lot of surprises, to be very honest.
Absolutely, the flight path looks interesting as well, flying right over Los Leones, ending somewhere between Torre Amara as well as La Cabrera. I believe that this flight path is not going to cause so much of troubles. But yes, if teams intend to go in and take those early fights, who are looking forward for those early 4 finishes, they will be looking out for some drop clashes. The spawn regions, again, are not going to be contested whatsoever, but the drop locations could be an interesting affair.
Oh, the rotations, it needs to be on point as well. It all depends on the first circle. I mean, I get it. Players can go ahead and get the chip damage, but that is the time where you can go ahead and decide which ridge you want to hold. Where do you want to get that perfect bird eye view in order to stop the others for calling in a perfect rotation? That's how you can strategize in this particular map. Alongside, you need to be really good with your assaulters as well. So, yeah, wishing all the teams best of luck for this one, as Miramar is one of the crucial maps. It comes twice in this entire map pool, and both the times you have to go ahead and outshine and outperform.
Absolutely. Truck shop, I can see Godlike this time around. I've got a very different approach to this map. I see Jonathan and Sim way too close to one another, and Minas DeGenerales, and then we have Punk all the way towards the graveyard. Usually, I've seen Johnny head somewhere towards Hacienda del Patron, but it seems like they have an idea that Autobots might make this place their home ground, and all of a sudden, this time, Godlike are going to be gifted the circle, as they're going to be the epicenter of this first formed stage.
First stage looks really good. Multiple teams, they're going to be so happy, glad that they're inside the circle. Last time we saw in the map of Erangel that 80% of the teams were outside, but this time it's 80% of the teams who are inside the map, inside the circle. So that's a really good sight. Alongside, Chumisera is one of the places where I could see the entire lot of IQOO Orangutan to go ahead and get those loots. Desired place. It's a really nice one, but the result is one of the things where they're struggling so far, and I'm hoping that they can convert this entire game.
Speaking about
Oh,
struggles, look at what's happening out there. Aditya already getting taken down. Venom Gaming, it seems like they're also wanting a piece of that big pie in the lobby. 2 players already been taken down from the side of Money Makers. And I do believe that they'll be stepping out of their comfort to try to get these confirmations as quickly as possible. Venom Gaming have a different intent, a different approach altogether. All 4 players in a single vehicle, wanting to take down players, are hungry for some finishes.
Oh, for sure they are. Spray God on the other end. Nice getaway for him. Aimbot, he's just charging forward, but that nade can be very crucial. The splash damage can be insane, but Spray God in the middle of all of that, he did not see this coming at all. Uzi to his face, and he's already been taken down. Clutch. Oh God, Clutch God has been taken down as well. Aimbot somehow, willy-nilly, he could not survive the wrath of Joker, but eventually Joker, it's a 1v2 coming in from his end, saving both of his teammates. Venom way too far from all of this action. And I don't think so. He can even chime in at the right time. It's going to be a 1v2 situation for him. Nade being cooked right up. And Spray God, he's already on his feet. Joker, ready, amped up, shotgun in hand, but that nade equally good. HP being really, really amazing, but Spray God, the way he functions, he can shut down the entire team all along.
Absolutely. Now taking this opportunity is going to be LIKHITA Esports out of nowhere comes in and they get that confirmation as well. With this, I would rather say it's a decent start for the side of LIKHITA Esports, but not a great one for the side of Venom Gaming. When they had that opportunity to convert those knocks into finishes, they kind of delayed it, and eventually Joker from their side, why is this player a golden man for his team, is being proved yet again. Given that opportunity, he does a very crucial 1v2, giving space for Spray God. He does get a revival through, try to hide through the bushes. A grenade does catch him off guard, but he showed us some brilliance when it comes to those close range battles. Yes, Venom Gaming are just going to be biting their tongue for the mistakes they've done, whereas on the other side, the same goes for the side of Moneymakers, as they delayed the fight too much and gave an opportunity for LIKHITA to come in and finish the deed.
Next time, they're going to be more aware about the whereabouts of all of the opponents. Hero Extreme Godlike on the other end, just 3-man yet again. Doesn't look like a really good situation for them. While FANGS been doing really good, consistent performance, but somehow they have managed to dwindle down. So it's about downtime that they can go ahead and pick that momentum up that they left in the day 1 competition. So that's one of the places that they would really love to chime in. And Sensei, whenever it comes to the map of Miramar, he has been top notch. So in order to go ahead and look at his form, I would love to see a few finishes coming forth and at least placing themselves towards the top 5.
Absolutely. LEPS, Sai Lopi, Arman, Yash, Honey. I mean, it's a very different team composition which I see over here. Yes, they've been playing together. They've got a good synergy which has been visible in every game they play. And this team has been playing this meta for the longest time in comparison to the other teams who are busy trying to adapt to the new meta. And that also is being, prominently visible in this situation. Whereas on the other side, ONEPLUS CK, it seems like they also want to get into action right away. They've done an ample amount of damage against the side of LEPS. And probably from here on, they would want to continue the journey rather than taking the fight.
That's a good decision, to be very honest. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, previous game not at all good. Now they're just trying to pick their pieces, make a perfect race out of it, and then get back into the action once again. Learn from past. They have a big target on their back thanks to the previous game itself. They got a really nice winner chicken dinner. Right after that, they're just playing it way too passive, and this is a really good sign. They yet again want to play for position, and that's the kind of performance they keep putting forth in front of us. The perfect balance between getting finishes alongside placement points. You gotta learn from past.
Oh yes, couldn't have said that better. But IQOOSOUL, a team in the path of redemption, it seems like they're slowly able to catch up to their true form. The synergy is starting to surge through each and every player perfectly. Finally, Nakul, the Batman, is on the back foot, trying to go back to the role of his support assault player, whereas Gokul and Goblin are going to be leading the fight. Manya, as always, given an opportunity, he knows exactly where to place himself and give that, out of the syllabus question to the opponents. Whereas the next team we need to speak about is Forever.
Forever. Again,
Just being dethroned from the top 8, right?
Yeah, they have been dethroned, of course. The kind of performance the other teams are going ahead and putting forth is just that they're avoiding the inevitable. Autobots, they had a really good game in the previous one, and that's how they could go ahead and deliver that one deathly blow onto Forever, hence dethroning them. And here's the thing, right? Here's a catch. Forever and Team IQOOSOUL, the only difference is 1 point. Forever Esports is sitting at 69 and IQOOSOUL is sitting at 68.
Yeah.
And all they have to do is get good amount of finishes or even placement points. Why not? Because both the teams are capable of going ahead and doing that. Either one of them, they can dethrone and they can head back towards the first page.
Yep. A very easy tale to be told, but a hard one to, live in. But as of now, we see another fight brewing up. Wild Fangs versus the side of Cincinnati Kids. Yes, there it is. Saif knows the complete information, chooses to fall back rather than taking the fight. A wise decision, if you ask me. Now again comes back to commit to this fight. Mighty, he would have got that info from the side of Juicy that yes, there's a player right at this corner. Probably the grenades need to be thrown over here. Trace got on the other side, trying to come in from the western side as a vague idea of where Flocky and Zeref is right now.
Oh my goodness. What is Juicy doing in all of that? He wants to set up a different route altogether, a flank angle, and all of the action on the LOC. Not a good situation for both of them. But here's the best part. There's no one other than both of them who are there towards his compound. But the moment I said that, Orangutan is here to go ahead and yet again pound their chest to get those finishes. That's a really good flank angle from the likes of Juicy, but he needs to be on point in order to execute this. Sheer execution. ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, they've been put to this test again and again. And Wild Fangs currently, look at the way they've already established themselves. Good amount of vicinity, and there's another player who's going all across the board. Juicy thinking that he needs to be along with the entire band. He's been shot at from the likes of Orangutan itself. Zeref, he's taking a lot of damage. And this is not a good sign altogether for Cincinnati Kids.
Obviously,
They made a
right?
big mistake.
So sorry, but obviously they become the patty in the sandwich all of a sudden, and we're able to see that the number is starting to dwindle down. One player gets taken down, and immediately the push comes in. A reckless one this time around, coming in from the side of Locky, as Trace God is trying to hold on to his nerve, trying to change position every single time. Safe is going to get caught off guard, even though the reflexes were decent. Juicy is going to immediately go for that confirmation, making sure that Wild Fangs look a little bit weaker in comparison. Flocky versus Trace God. But Flocky has a vague idea where Trace God is. Trace God sees another cavalry coming in and immediately falls back. Says, Sensei, I think it's time for us to scoot, because the more time we're going to spend over here, the more of the chances of us getting taken down. With Zeref getting taken down, I don't think so. CK will have any of their players. Oh, there is one. And Flocky is going to be the last man standing.
Flock. But that third party was insanely good. Orangutan. It's like for every kind of situation, every kind of problem that you face in BGMI, third party is like the flex tape. You just slap it on, you get all of those finish points, you get those spoils of all of the fallen comrades, and that's it. You're done for it. Flock, what can he do? Situation looks very dicey. He knows that Anuj is right in front of him, but look at the way he's keeping that trigger discipline. And on the other end, we can see yet another fight being brewed up. IQOOSOUL, they're also taking a simultaneous battle. But Flock, all eyes on him. Whether he can clutch this one or not, he knows that Anuj is still alone, not at all looking towards his direction. This is the moment. This is the place where you shine. There's one player knocked already. Orangutan is doing the deed. Flock, what are you doing? You can get one finish point easy. Now he sees that the player is down. There you go. There comes the instant finish. And alongside Veron, he was just waiting for the bigger picture. And Flock, he somehow managed to convert this towards his side. S12K right beside him. He can go ahead and keep switching those weapons, and that's what will help him for the best situation right here. Couple of players knock for Orangutan, and Orangutan, they need to revive their comrades as soon as possible.
Oh, I don't know whether that was successful because the damage was way too high. And what a clever gameplay coming in from the side of Flock. As soon as he understood that he's being chased grenade to make sure that the opponents have no clue, no audio cue, no video cue, and obviously he gets an opportunity to escape from that vicinity. Is he going to be hunted down? That is going to be the question which is going to be answered very soon. But as of now, IQOOSOUL waiting for an opportunity. They know that there's a team right below this ridge, and before they initiate a fight, they're just looking around to see the chances of a third party happening.
Oh, well, the Ultra Instincts, it needs to function. It always needs to function whenever it comes to this map, Miramar. You never know. There might be one rattling snake waiting for the golden opportunity and knocking the entire team down with a venom. Vasishtha, on the other end, they're also focusing on the bigger picture, checking all of the areas, but Clutch Cam is one of the places where you can go ahead and see how Fury was all hyped up about yesterday's battle. It happened in the map of Miramar itself. And the first one, nonetheless, against BLITZ, against the entire lot of Team IQOOSOUL as well. And that clutch was absolutely amazing, to which the entire team banked upon and got a winner chicken dinner as well. Talk about silver lining.
Absolutely. Gokul trying to taunt the opponents, trying to put some fear in them, and try to do the otherwise, prompting them to make a small mistake on which he would want to capitalize. No less than a Python instant coming in from the side of Gokul. Whereas the circle takes a drastic shift all the way from the side of Godlike, LEP, FP, as well as God's Reign. Gokul gets tagged off a little bit. I don't think so. That's going to be a point of concern for him. He can easily fall back and try to make it inside the circle. And this time around at the Al Azhar region, things are looking pretty decent for teams like Forever for their early rotation. True Rippers, as always, to the center of the circle. And for the first time, LIKHITA Esports have already headed it towards the Al Azhar region.
They have had a decent start. If we talk about this map, just one finish point to go ahead and dazzle themselves with. On the other end, I can see even BLITZ going ahead, joining hands. LIKHITA Esports, one player already long gone. Not a good side. We were just talking about how good the start was looking like, but Bronzer, all of a sudden, he's shifting gears. He has taken down Omega, confirmed him as well. LIKHITA Esports in a lot of trouble. And I believe the rotation that they were calling in was just a drive-by, to which they got caught, stymied in this situation.
And how many players have they lost? They've lost 3 players, and now they have a last ray of hope, trying to head into the hot compounds and trying to play for the position points. Is this going to be enough for them? Or is this just the beginning of the end for the side of LIKHITA Esports? Because
I don't think so. It's going to be enough.
Yeah, because this team has not been living up to the expectations of their fan. A very odd combination of players came in at the nth moment. Kyoya and Omega stepping in to fill in the space of Gamla Boy as well as Tapatap. Yet, I don't think so that things have been great. Drawn, what a beautiful shot! Changing the seat at the right time and taking down another player, Justin and Apple. They were not expecting such an outcome from the players, but ultimately Robin, the last man standing, a coach as well as an assaulter, now under immense pressure.
Lovely.
He's just gonna get taken down with a perfect net landing right next to him. Oh geez, you were speaking about these apes in the jungle. It seems like they want to own the desert.
Oh, finally, looking at the way they've already initiated things on a really good note, pounding their chest for every single fight. It's like they're not afraid anymore. Nothing, even death has parted ways. Even though one player has gotten down on his knees, but others are still chiming in, functioning so well. But this is the fight that we all were waiting for. Hero Extreme, Godlike against the likes of IQOOSOUL. One player already knocked, the other one Knuckle. The Batman saves the day for Manya. And that's a perfect getaway. But there's one player who's already been taken down and is still asking for help.
Godlike on the other side. Jonathan did pop up on the finish feed to get a confirmation against the side of True Rippers. And all of a sudden, it seems like Forever is going to be the next team. He's going to be concentrating on play, puts another player down. Now Punk needs to give the right kind of cover, and that also comes in with perfection. Sim very low on HP. Can they save their teammate? It seems like they can't, but what they can do is pick up as many frags as possible. The last player of Forever is at a distance, and a 1v4 in the making for the king himself.
Jonathan, what a lovely play. 3 frags being pondered upon for the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike. And it was all the advantageous situations, even disadvantageous, which was converted later on. This is the kind of potential that we see in this team, and finally they're also having a really nice comeback. Orangutan alongside Hero Extreme Godlike, I can see them function as a single unit. Finally knows that a couple of players are there towards the vicinity itself. Jonathan yet again going for the search party. We have seen how well the execution has come forward in this particular map. It's all about execution yet again now. Jonathan, good shots fired, now heads back to the nade, and he knows for a fact that the player is still stuck around that corner. It's going to be a really nice 1v2 if and only if he can go ahead and execute him. And no, at the final time, both the players tied hands together and they have taken down Jonathan Punk from the back lines. He's providing support. He has some really good HP, but looking at the helmet and the vest, both of them have been declined way too soon. And there comes the third party, the one thing that every single player is afraid of.
Absolutely, the third party comes in from the side of AUTOBOTZ, but do they have an opportunity over here? No, I don't think so. As IQOOSOUL, each of these teams who are trying to make it from the southern side of the map are clashing it out. And LEFP, another continuous momentum being maintained by them, as Godlike immediately looting to their fullest. Johnny needs to heal up. There's IQOOSOUL versus Godlike. I believe that there couldn't have been a better fight for us to witness in the map of Miramar, with both these teams coming back to their forms. Now Johnny and Punk, can they pull off this 1v3?
It's a 1v4, to be very honest. Doesn't look like it's favoring the odds
2v4
of Hero Extreme Godlike. One corner molly, Jonathan left with no choice whatsoever. That nade was absolutely beautiful. Door opens and so does the player. Knuckle lunging, leaping forward. He's in 1 HP. And once the fire just spreads right at his feet, he's going to be knocked. But Punk on the other end, he's still surviving. He got at least one player knocked on the ground. IQOOSOUL, they need to execute this very well. Punk, what's he doing? Continuously getting a couple of players already downright dusted. This is an insane moment for Hero Extreme Godlike to go ahead and clutch this out. But at the end, it's Gokul who picks up Knuckle. And this situation again turns ugly. It's a 1v2. Punk, can you clutch this for the team?
I don't think so. It's going to be easy, as Gokul is going to be grabbing all the attention and Knuckle is going to be cooking up that grenade. And Punk on the other side again does the impossible. Very low on HP. Jumps away from the fire. Gokul has just laid a trap on himself. Now Punk, since he's boosted, a few of his HP is now recovered. Gokul under immense pressure. Punk tried to do his best. He's very low on HP. He has to heal himself. But what he's going to do is try to evade from this fight. Bandages are coming in. He'll have to push in. He has no other choice right now. As Gokul goes outside, he comes in with that bump action. But all of a sudden, the opponent players are trying to hide from this location, due to which all he can do is get confirmations. A pan comes in immediately to make sure a player gets taken down. But Gokul is going to put the final nail in the coffin. But guess what? There's already been a squeeze of lemon on that hurt.
Oh, valiant effort right there, Punk. Valiant effort. It all looked possible. To be honest, it was like a 1v3 situation being created, as that one solo survivor or one last player from the likes of Team IQOOSOUL was way too far from all of the action. Manya still surviving the entire wrath. And it was an absolute amazing venture for the likes of Hero Extreme Godlike. But now that the pages have already turned forward, we can see BLITZ having their man count advantage alongside INFERNO esports. We couldn't see much of both the teams, and finally I believe that due to the man count advantage, they can somehow manage to squeeze this map towards their favor.
Vehicle repair kit being used by Gokul. Good presence of mind. He knows that now he's got an opportunity. There's only one vehicle, they had to do it. Carrying that inventory was also pretty important. Blitz on the other side, trying to take an uphill battle. We all know it's going to end up very bad, no matter how good the player is. Continuous barrage of grenades coming in from the side of RIE. We've done decent amount of damage against the side of Vipe. Tronzer and his teammate are way low and way away from the circle as well. In moments to come, Blitz are going to be in immense trouble. It's going to be candle burning on both sides, the blue zone as well as the players of RIE.
There's only one player in the midst of all of that. He's inside the circle from the likes of Rise Inferno Esports. Dazzler, good flank angle. Unfortunately, could not get the best of the situation. Easy to wipe. He has already been knocked thanks to the height advantage that Jatin already has for the entire team. He's holding down to the wire. Gorton from the other end. He's just trying to circulate. He's trying to understand, assess the entire situation. Did see a throwable coming through. And right after that, Dazzler, what a way to go ahead and recover this 1v1. Knows that he's capable of doing more. There's Mr. IGL as well. He's far off. And that flank angle is going to be looking really good. And once he gets the hands-on experience on the opponent, he might take them down as well.
RIE still a bit confused, but Tronzer comes in from a different side, and all of a sudden the tides have changed. Blitz, what a comeback this has been from this team. Now as they make it into the circle, there's going to be many more crosshair trying to welcome them, and how are they going to traverse through all of it is something we have to wait and watch. IGL on the other side, he was busy with Nakul, and all of a sudden Dazzler comes in from the backside to make sure the users is that close range battle was phenomenal, and Hector from a distance puts the end for Dazzler as well, and all of a sudden it's IQOOSOUL who's going to be getting that boon.
This is absolutely lovely. I can see True Ripper still alive and kicking. Well, the car is gonna burst real soon. You need to make an artificial cover. How many more smokes are there in your backpack? Please utilize it. This is the time. Learn from past. They've always been very consistent wherever it comes to the position advantage. Until now, they're at top 6. This is big. Still setting the tone, the tonality. Who will get that winner chicken dinner? Oh!
It's going to be very much important, but Fury yet again being that big thorn for them. Puts the players down. Gokul also gets confirmed. Now Manya out of nowhere will have to bring in his assaulting prowess. Has already got one player down. The confirmation is going to be pretty much crucial. He's trying to find that player amongst the smoke and now realizes that he might not be available. Molotov would have been a better option. Yes. Finally resorts to it. But from a distance, it's VASISTA Esports who puts an end for the side of IQOOSOUL.
Always having the height advantage. This is just turning out to be yet another game for VASISTA Esports. IQOOSOUL completely eliminated. And shots fired from the likes of Learn From Past onto AUTOBOTZ. AUTOBOTZ is not getting the room to even go ahead and breathe. Look at them. The circle is coming right on them and they have to choose to run away from there. It's stage 6 and it's the HP is going to deplete real soon. These 5 teams right in front of us where Ralphie, he's been taken right off. Sahil at the right time chimes in, knows that Toxic is also there in the vicinity. He's been knocked. Sahil, what's he doing? Arif from the far corners thinking that he can outsmart, outperform. Unfortunately, it's a play zone that he has to put all the blame towards. True Rippers against Learn From Past now.
Oh yes, it's gonna be my enemy's enemy, my friend. Learn From Past are right now in deep troubles as two teams are converging from 2 different directions. True Rippers try to be smart, come out in the open, are going to be punished as Ninzi is down on his knees. All he can do is give out some information. And this is an opportunity for the side of VASISTA to actually chime in, to come in and take a great advantage of the situation. Hector, with all the information taken, is now going to be falling back to relay to his unstoppable assaulters who are trying to do their best. An uphill battle which they're choosing right now could be a little bit of a problematic situation, but if they can lay those grenades to perfection, I do believe that becomes an opportunity for True Rippers to not only revive their teammates and become a 4-man squad yet again.
Flock has been eliminated as well, thanks to the blue zone. Cincinnati kids are not going to be chiming in anytime sooner, but Scary George, he's rushing forward. Down the throat he goes,
Oh no!
but misses all of his shots. Could not do much there. And Sahil, he's on his top of the form. He did manage to get one knock, and the confirmation will ponder upon real soon. VASISTA Esports, like you rightly mentioned there, Arka, they were choosing to take this fight, which is towards a higher advantage, upper ridge. And unfortunately, they were the ones who were coming from underneath. Hector still alive, but Yash, he's been taken right off. Hector, way too low on HP, he's crying for help. Last man standing, Fury, what can he do for the entire team as True Rippers are still standing tall as a thorn with 3 players still alive?
Now this is the moment for him. Can he get the revival through? Because Kyo Lamau is not going to give that opportunity. With that, ladies and gentlemen, True Rippers comes up with a beautiful winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves with just 3 finishes, but nothing taken away from the side of VASISTA Esports, who had grabbed all the limelight in the final few moments of the game. But one man stood out on top of all these players in the name of Silopi from the side of LEFP. Learn from past. What a gameplay it has been from their side. 2 consecutive games which have gone in their favor. If they'd played it right, probably 2 chicken dinners would have fallen into their hands.
Back to back. But overall, they have reached towards the 3rd position, so they will be rewarded handsomely. Moreover, here's the thing, right? They have total 10 finish points. That itself speaks volumes. The other teams were just trying to figure out what needs to be done, how you can go ahead and carry forward the momentum. But eventually, this is one team who knew that if they stick to that higher height advantage, higher ridge, they can go ahead and capitalize till the very end. And that's what happened, right? We kept seeing that happening again and again, whether it be AUTOBOTZ. Even though I feel that VASISTA Esports were a bit more greedy than usual, they wanted to get the information game to be very strong, but at the same time, they chose the battle which. So at that part, they did dwindle, but overall, that was a really good play coming from their end.
You know, somewhere I feel that trying to maintain the topography rather than going in for that fight was a wiser decision for the side of VASISTA Esports. There was so much ground which they could have attained in that fight. True Rippers were also busy against the side of LEFP, trying to read the finish feed and the amount of players alive, trying to traverse around and come in from 2 different directions. A proper split could have rewarded the side of VASISTA Esports rather than trying to concentrate completely on a single team. Nevertheless, since they have nothing to lose and they're on the top of the table, doing really good with few more points to be added up into their pockets, I do believe they are just few steps away from being the first team to qualify into the Sky Championship Grand Finals.
But before all of that, let's head to the Red Bull replay and see how well True Rippers were just holding their grounds till the very end. Lovely approaches coming from their side. Valiant effort from Learn From Past. But ultimately, they all fold due to one strong force. That's the thing, right, Arka? If you have a man count advantage, it will always give you the benefit of the entire situation. And that's what happened for the likes of True Rippers. Even though they were falling short, they were very shy with finish points. Eventually, getting the winner-winner chicken dinner itself gave them a double digit.
Oh yes, this was the moment where I believe that Fury could have rather gone in for a fight. You know, he could have tried for a 1v4. He's a person with that potential. But yes, I do understand that getting a revival might give him a bit of an advantage. But it all came down to that pressured situation. LEFP, they just ruined the game for the side of VASISTA Esports when everything was under their control. But with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be breaking down this map even more further across on the other side. We'll be taking a short break. See you guys. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are watching Skyesports Championship 2025 with me on the desk. It's been a bit of a switcheroo. I'm getting Necros back on the desk with Ozora taking a short break. It's been a phenomenal day for two teams for sure. One has to be LIKHITA, one has to be VASISTA, and the other one has to be LEFP. All of a sudden, both these teams are able to maintain momentum. With Fury getting 10 frags in the first game, it seems like Sai Lopi also wants to do a statement out here.
I mean, Sai Lopi has always been one of the key players for any of the team that he has been a part of, and also having Arman in his side. I feel like learn from past, they are quite confident and they are looking really good, and they are aiming for the championship at this moment. They're not even trying to just qualify for the grand finals and then have a different strategy. This is a statement which I believe that they are giving to every other team who is still a part of the Skyesports Championship 2025. But also, all these confident players, all this energetic plays comes from the main guy. This is going to be the Red Bull energy drink that you can also have a sip of and also energize yourself, because it's really hot outside, but right now in the battlegrounds it's also getting much more hotter. The temperatures are rising because it's not just about VASISTA Esports and Learn from Past, because from between both of them, true rippers are also emerging.
I mean, you know, what was the icing on the cake? A pan by Punk against the side of IQOOSOUL. I still don't remember who exactly the player who got taken down, but ultimately he did rely on it because the shotguns, he had to save those bullets for the close range battle. So just because he was lacking those bullets, I do believe he relied on pan to get that finish. But ultimately a good play coming in from his side. The most valuable player, obviously, Sai Lopi. Will be getting 77 finishes and 70% of the finish contribution coming in from his side.
Yeah, he did a hefty amount of job, and just imagine your team got 10 finishes, out of which you have got 7. So that kind of justifies the contribution of Sai Lopi towards his team, and that's why you look on the bigger picture. Learn from past, they're having 15 points almost. They're inching closer to that first spot. I know there is a big difference because VASISTA is also getting 14 points from this match, and the difference is still getting higher and higher, and due to which in the overall standings we will be seeing a very big difference between the first and second spot. While True Rippers, by taking this winner chicken dinner, they have jumped on to the second spot with 108 points on the board and having 61 finishes in their name.
Absolutely. 134. What do you think is going to be the cutoff? And as this team already reached that cutoff? Because on an average, if we look at AUTOBOTZ right now on the 8th position with 14 matches to be played, I still feel the average seems to be somewhere around 5 to 6, right? With the 20 games, with 18 games coming in, or probably 20 games coming in, the story can be a little bit different. But coming back, it's going to be True Rippers at the second position with 108 points. LEFP with the maximum dinner. They've got more possession points in compared to the finish points. The only team to do so have got 105 points.
Or by that, there is one team out of all those top 8 teams who haven't had the fair shares of chicken dinner for themselves. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they're yet to find their first chicken dinner, but the consistent performance is still keeping them in the top charts. While on the second chart, there will be some disappointments, but also some comeback stories which are being written. Some of them are like IQOOSOUL. They have had a really good match, match number 1 that they played in the map of Erangel. The Miramar is something that they would not like to remember, but it's fine. Like IQOOSOUL, they are trying their level best to gain the total points for themselves. Finishes, yes, they have 56, but in position points, they're lacking in a very drastic manner. If you just kind of compare the finishes, yes, they are almost close by to the teams those who are in top 5 or top 8. But when it comes down to the placement points, it's way too far behind, and they have to work on that in order if they want to be in the top 8 or top 6. But now the next match which is going to come up, it's going to be the map of Sanhok, the tropical island. Once again, a map of comeback can be the map of setbacks for a lot of teams.
Absolutely. Now the big question arises, the success rate of few teams in this map has been phenomenal, and sadly most of these teams are on the bottom of the table. But will they be able to bounce back? One, will they be able to maintain that momentum? Two, and the consistency which has been lacking from most of the teams in the bottom, will they be able to catch up to the consistency as well?
A lot of questions to be asked, and also a lot of questions to be asked over the side of Rising Inferno Esports. I'm really disappointed of the game that they're showcasing in every match. Yeah. This is the team who has showed us tremendous performances in the past. They have got their name, they've got the fame and the limelight because of their performance only and only. Qualifying for 2 back-to-back officials is not a matter of joke. That too in the grand finals, playing the lands, but this 2025 seems to be pretty off. The start in the upper brackets was decent, but from the third or the fourth match onwards, they were never seen in the top charts, and I'm still having the questions, what is the reason that the team is not functioning as a unit?
Some questions cannot be answered right away. I think only time can reveal the true reason. But as of now, OGs, they are also one of the other teams I would like to, bring in over here. And, Extreme Godlike as well. Even now, they've just got 4 possession points in comparison to the 37 finish points. A total of 41 coming in from their side. And with one more good game, I do believe that they might end up coming somewhere into the top 12, and from there on they can catch up the momentum to somehow make it into the top 8.
Yeah, what they need, any other team like LIKHITA Esports, if you count in Hero Extreme Godlike, IQOO Orangutan, what they need is just a good chicken dinner game with at least like 15-14 points. And the way Hero Extreme Godlike is playing, they're eventually getting 5 to 6 finishes almost in every other match, and if they kind of finish the game, they should have more than like almost close to 10 finishes or 11 finishes. It will eventually turn up to a 20 bomber game, which will lead them in the upper charts. But right now it's time for the map of Tropical Island, and now this is going to be the map of Sanhok. Whether it can be the map of comebacks for a lot of teams, we will have to watch out for that, as the flight path takes a start from the eastern side of Bantai and ends in the eastern side of Khao. It's a completely eastern side oriented flight path where the teams, I don't think they will be facing any kind of trouble reaching their drop location, because in Sanhok, my friend, it has never been a case where the teams have faced any consequences while reaching their drop location. Yes, if they want to go up for those vehicles at first, sometimes maybe some unorthodox decisions or calls, then we might see some early casualties, or otherwise there can be some other way around, which are going to be the drop clashes. We have seen it in the 2 consecutive days in boot camp, while FANGS take on money makers. The contest has not yet stopped, because again, for the 3rd time in this upper bracket, we are about to witness that in the compounds of bootcamp. While the circle is extremely favoring the northern side, and Rising Inferno Esports, they will be pretty happy with the circle that they have got. But eventually, when you just talk about the drop clash, Wildfang seems to be going a little bit berserk at this moment, as they have taken down 2 of the players, Joker and Spray God. 2 of the key players knocked and confirmed. So do Aditya will be falling in to the shambles as money makers, one after another. They're losing the players, they're losing the entire squad, and it's going to be a beautifully executed 5 by Wildfangs, as they knew they don't have much time to waste. But if I am seeing right, I do see one of the players of Hero Extreme Godlike in the close vicinity. It's going to be Simp out there. Not sure whether the team is here or not, and if Simp is here,
Oh no.
he has all the intel. He has a sound cue that yes, there's a player, and Hero Extreme Godlike seems to be just playing with a single player. There's nobody else joining the lobby, and Simp has decided to be the party spoiler for at least one team.
Oh, this is a test for Simp. He's been sent with a mission. He's been sent with an ideology. Try to play this game as much as possible. Try to showcase your talent. Try to build confidence with the fights you try to take. And the game sense is going to be judged. Whereas on the other side, Wild Fangs, they've done an amazing job taking down the early 4 casualties, early 4 players. And with that, I think Wild Fangs, they're going to be oozing with confidence, and they look forward to more fights, or all that average of 8 points in every single game. If things go right for this team, they might end up with a banger chicken dinner.
This should be a good game. The last 2 Sanhoks that Wildfangs they have played has
Done
not been
for.
good, but Trace God just can't let out of his eyes. You just can't go away. This is a man who will trace you down from anywhere across the map and will get your finish. And Trace God, he's done it in the past as well. He is doing once again. Wildfangs finally, they have a decent start in the map of Sanhok without any casualties, losing any player. They have started things off. And I really believe that Wildfang should go with a good game. This Sanhok should turn out to be a good game for themselves, because as we were mentioning before, Last two Sanhoks they played in the upper brackets were a disaster. Both the times they were completely decimated by money makers, but also we have a clutch cam.
Absolutely, this was how Knuckles showed his brilliance yesterday. Given an opportunity, the way he took down the side of Venom Gaming. Every single time he had he looked out at every corner. All he did was pick up frags. And Knuckle, the Batman, has not picked up many as of today.
It was a tough battle. Eventually, he needs some wings to go all up, guns blazing. And I believe it's high time that he should have a sip of that Red Bull energy drink. And if it gives him the wings, maybe we can see him popping off some heads this time in the map of Sanhok. So, yeah, we do have the expectations from IQOOSOUL. It was a tough battle. It has always been a tough journey. Past couple of months have not been that great for this side. It's a champion side. We have seen them lifting trophies one after another, but in the recent past, there has been a lot of shuffles and still they're not settled. And that's where the problem lies. I believe they are figuring it out. And as soon as the things get sorted out, maybe we can see that previous IQOOSOUL back into the action. But for now, a team that I am really expecting to bounce back, it's going to be IQOO Orangutan, my friend.
Oh, yes. Again, we're able to see a bit of a switcheroo in that. AKOP is going to be sitting it out with Wizbot coming back into the team. They're trying to make Vron another constant for the team. And I wonder what is their mindset. Because Aru, Athanki, AKOP and Wizgod, the best playing four, have always been, and probably an unstoppable force, if you could call them. At least until you qualify, having the best of your four players play would have been a better option. But we can understand, right? Those teams who do not qualify from here doesn't get eliminated. So they have a chance to somehow, get into the last chance qualifiers, then probably bring in the best of the teams or the best of your playing four. And from there, try to qualify. A bit of a pressured situation, but I believe these players are used to it.
You know what, Aka? I feel this is it's a gambling mode for the teams. They want to just test the players who are usually not in the main playing four and give them the chance that, yep, you hop into the team, play in the playing four and try to perform. If you do it in a good way, you might just get your own spot in the main four. So for the players who are mainly the substitutes of the team, this is a really high chance. Most likely when you talk about IQOO Orangutans, Veron, you talk about Hero Extreme Godlike's Z-God, this is their chance to shine, because again, you have the safety cushion, as you mentioned earlier, that you can, if you don't qualify for the top 8, you have the safety cushion to go down to the last chance qualifiers, compete there again, fight for the top 8 spot, and then qualify for the LAN finale. And I believe every other team who is trying to experiment, they are hoping for that kind of comeback, because mostly in the LCQ we will be seeing those teams playing with the main four in order to qualify for the LAN. So keeping those things aside, again, the conversation shifts towards the one consistent team in the lobby. It's going to be ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. This team recently has been performing really well and also having a new player adding on to their roster, Zeref. It seems like the gun force has evolved.
Yep, pretty much evolved. But LIKHITA finally bringing back Rage God. And that synergy, the factor which was missing for them. Kyoya has been set out. Pukar, Rage God and Fierce. These three players had done really decent in the recent officials as well. Yes, Omega coming in probably could be the right equation for this team. But ultimately, we'll have to see whether they'll be able to put points on the table. The best part is, this is their most successful map, right? So now they've got an opportunity.
This is a high chance. The maps that you're good at, you need to score the points, and if you can't score, that's going to be really troubling. But so far, a lot of teams, they have made swaps. And also, I was really happy to see Tronza back in the roster today. He was missing, and that's where we were seeing Tokyo hopping in his place, filling the shoes. Yesterday's matches were decent for Blitz, but not good enough to kind of make their spot in the top 8. It's still a long journey, as they're still strangling around the 11th position, not having a single chicken dinner, having 67 points on the board so far. after the end of 14 matches. This Sanhok has to be a bonus one. They have to convert it in such a way that they at least get around 15 more points added to their total so that they can at least bounce up close to the top 8, beating IQOOSOUL or Forever Esports. That should be the aim for BLITZ Esports at this moment. But same goes for LIKHITA Esports. They're strangling around the 15th spot. Not where you do expect this team to be in.
Absolutely. Aim God in deep troubles. He needs to be careful. You see Dazzler, who doesn't miss much. Venom will have a proper eye on him. Now an opportunity comes in for the aim god. Can he strike? Yes, he does strike one player. The second player somehow tries to avoid it, but comes out in the open just to be punished. With 2 players getting taken down, BLITZ is in deep troubles. As one of the other player who went into the nearest hard compound, all he can do is try to, give a backup. When he does try to do it, he does it with perfection. Venom on the other side trying to eradicate whoever is getting in closer. Zyrax also gets taken down. Venom with very less HP can live up to his name. Can he wipe up the complete squad? It seems like they can. And a different approach to this game has somehow paid off. And I don't know how come Venom Gaming, from such a strong positioning, is now being eliminated.
That's a big blunder. There's no other words for me, at least from my side, for this play of Venom Gaming. They could have converted this fight very easily. Aimbot did the job that he was supposed to do, getting 2 big openings for his team, clearing the path. But from that situation, not a single player could get an idea of the positionings of the other 2 players of BLITZ Esports, and that was really tragic. But eventually, when you just talk about, it's a really big rotation of IQOOSOUL. They don't want to go directly towards the Cow and Mognai side, towards the side of Camp Bravo Island, but from rotating down from the areas of Ruins and Painan, from the south of Boot Camp. It's going to be a long rotation for IQOOSOUL, but for now, a lot of fights are brewing. LIKHITA Esports, they're taking away the players of WildFangs one after another. WildFangs, they have had a really good start in the map of Sanhok, but if it goes like this, I don't think they will have a good end to it.
Absolutely. Sensei. Finally the team sticks together. But will they be able to survive? That's the big question. Fierce is going to be left behind, and he'll have a role to play just in case something goes wrong. He's going to be the solo man who will be trying to tag down players. VASISTA Esports comes in again from the other angle. It seems like WildFangs is in a sandwich situation. From one side comes VASISTA, whereas on the other side, we are able to see there's another team very, very close to them in the name of LIKHITA Esports.
We were mentioning it before. LIKHITA Esports, they were looking forward to get some more finishes, but it seems like IQOOSOUL, they're interested in eradicating the likes of VASISTA Esports. Sin has been taken down. Hector, he will be knocked out. LIKHITA Esports are also involving themselves in the fight. This is a 3-way fight for VASISTA Esports. Which side they should be aware of? On the left, you have LIKHITA. On the right, you have IQOOSOUL. VASISTA Esports seems to be in a very bad sandwich situation. And it's really tough for them to get out of that spot, right? You talk about if they want to fall back, there's going to be IQOOSOUL already advancing towards their side, and eventually from a different area. They're just picking up the players one after another. Scary Jod, he gets taken down. He came for the revival, he came for the rescue mission, but eventually he fell short, while IQOOSOUL, not sure whether they have the exact idea or not, but now the nades are being tossed up, trying to flush away the players of WildFangs in a distance. But the 2 knocks are right in front of them. 2 beautiful finishes can be confirmed, while Rage God confirms Hector as of now.
Absolutely, IQOOSOUL. They had an opportunity to get 2 frags, 2 conversions, but they could just do 1. All of a sudden, Manya is going back to his previous strategy of trying to maneuver through the vehicles until and unless they have a proper footing against the team, until they've done the damage. Whereas on the other side, the final player from the side of VASISTA Esports gets taken down from the side of God's Reign. Delta PG, we have not seen this player pop off like how he usually does.
It has been ages, Arka, isn't it so?
Yep.
Delta PG and Justin, the 2 big turrets for the side of God's Reign, whom Destro have used it precisely and maybe better than anybody could have done that. But the players are not in their prime form, and which is why we are seeing God's Reign facing some consequences. They're still not able to withstand the gunpowder of the other teams, of their opponents. This is a really high time. God's Reign needs to gear up. They need to figure out This is a champion lineup. A beautiful decorated IGL Destro. They have every other factor to win a tournament. They have all the things in their favor, but what they just need is the players to pop off. And even Destro has said it before. If Delta and Justin pop off pretty well, we win the tournament.
Very much. But again, the new addition for this team as well. How much is he going to contribute? Destro still relying on two of his older players. We have seen a lot of IGLs who tend to go for a change after a brief period of time. But Destro, what is he trying to do? I'm still unable to understand this. Trusting your players to get them back into form is one thing. But in that course of time, you're just losing tournaments after tournaments, which eventually is going to build pressure over your mental health.
That's true. This is something that I believe a lot of IGLs have thought, and that's why we are seeing the shuffles happening very frequently, isn't it? So a lot of tests being done by the IGLs of which player should fit according to my playing strategy and all those stuffs. That's why we are seeing so many new stars also emerging in the meantime, while Hector, he's one of those IGLs who've invested his time in those new emerging players. He's told that I'm going to invest much more time in these young lads who have much more gunpowder to showcase, and that's where he's drawing the lines, and you can see all the results coming up from his end. VASISTA Esports on top with all the aggression that they have.
Absolutely. Couldn't have told that better. But with the next circle forming up somewhere around Paradise Resort, I think the stars are aligning for the side of God's Way. They have an opportunity over here. But will they be able to convert it? It's BLITZ at a distance. This is one of the other teams who are not shying away from fights. And this was not the case on day number 1. They were trying to prioritize the circle and then try to take those fights. But this time around, they have a different approach altogether to this game. And some things are not falling in place for them.
It's just what I believe that BLITZ, they are not able to come up with the right decisions when it comes down to the final circle. Having a good spot, playing all together, maybe finding the right frags at the right time, but always to wipe. This is a really good frag against Rising Inferno squad. BMW IGL, he has been taken down. He was that one player who was playing in a little bit distant area from the other teammates, and now one has to go up to him to get the revival done, and that's where, my friend, I believe BLITZ can draw another line and maybe pick off another player from the side of Rising Inferno Esports.
And look at what LIKHITA Esports are doing right now. Fierce running out in the open. He's trying to bait out the player. But what's happening on the other side is going to be IQOOSOUL just rushing in against the side of BLITZ. Bronzer gets taken down. Puka is going to put down Trey's God as well. Whereas Puka is going to get that confirmation as quickly as possible as Gokul continues his assault against the side of BLITZ. And all of a sudden, BLITZ is left out with one last man standing, Wipe, who's trying to do his best to grab away the attention of RIE. Not only that, he also wants to get some confirmations as well.
He's to wipe, he's trying his best to find the openings. The one good nade can do a lot of hefty amount of damage. The shots being fired, the nades being tossed up. Jatin wants to come up close and personally. He's to wipe, gets one down. Eventually wants to find a second one, and he will. Until and unless IQOOSOUL invades this fight from a distance, East to wipe should easily wipe it out as the other player of Rising Inferno Esports, Gordon, is in a distant area. The frags are being confirmed. But East to wipe, what have he done? What has he done so far? 5 finishes in the name of his team, but now he's surviving all alone. IQOOSOUL, they have spoiled the party for BLITZ, but for now, I feel this is the right time that he should just stay calm and understand the gravity of the situation.
Understanding the gravity and being the last ray hope for this team. He needs to be careful. While FANGS gets completely decimated from the other side of the lobby. AKOP. Now OGs and Autobots. That's a fight we need to witness. Pukar on the other side takes down one player of LEFP. Giving a space for them inside the circle, if you ask me. Yesh gets confirmed, and with that, LIKHITA Esports suddenly in the map of Sanhok. They're resurrecting themselves with 5 finishes already in their name. Even before we could speak any further, Rage God gets taken down because of the blue zone.
That's unfortunate. He might just need a quick revival, but he's way too far behind as far as I see in the map feed. So it's not going to be possible for him, but IQOOSOUL, they are marching. They're marching with all the force that they have, and from the northwestern side of the map, I don't see any other teams being the gatekeepers for the side of IQOOSOUL, so they do have a free entry inside the circle, but before they enter and have a sweet spot for themselves, I believe they need to just check on the northern corridors. If they do so, they might just find 2 to 3 teams out there from where they can capitalize a lot more finishes. But Veron waiting for the right time to strike in. AUTOBOTZ. AUTOBOTZ are just rolling out. Lobster comes up front, but Toxic, I think he's kind of confined in that position.
Absolutely, one team has been silent throughout the lobby. God's reign. They're waiting for an opportunity, and look what happens on the other side. LEFP, each and every player have been picked up one after another. If they'd come in as a pack of wolves, the story would have been different. Phoenix grenade has been perfect, lands in right next to him. But whereas on the other side now, IQOOSOUL are in deep troubles as OGs have started to pop off. And with Wizbot coming in, all of a sudden, this team is starting to catch momentum.
Oh, he just came into the right moment as a savior for the team, and AKOP seems to be confirming all the players. Gokul is down, Manya was left behind, but he will be confirmed by Fierce from afar. LIKHITA Esports puts the final nail in the coffin for the side of IQOOSOUL as they depart with 4 finishes in their name. We're down to the final 7 teams and 21 players in the lobby, while IQOO Orangutan, they are facing a little bit of the blue zone, tasting it. But now they need to enter the circle, and the main threat for them is going to be LIKHITA Esports right around the corner.
Oh no, I would rather say it's God's reign, my friend.
Oh yeah.
Because LIKHITA is beyond that ridge right in front of them, where Omega is down on his knees, whereas on the other side, the story could be a little different with God's reign keeping a complete eye on them. GDR, Apple picks up that one frag for himself. And now an opportunity for the side of God's reign to do something phenomenal.
Even for ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they have survived for this long. Not a single player lost. 5 finishes in the bag. IGL, the skipper, seems to be in a really good form. 5 finishes in his name. But oh, look at this. Justin finding Arwen, IQOO Orangutan. They're facing the backlash. The Lucifer finds Fierce as well. Look at the esports. They're also struggling. Forever Esports, they're confined in that very smoke. All those random sprays are gonna catch 1 or 2 players, and Rage God finds Phoenix through the smoke instantly. As Forever, they're in some real big trouble.
And then ultimately AKOP is going to be stealing all those frags, and now Rage got in deep troubles as the grenade is going to be tagged in properly. Coming in from the side of Flock, Fear gets taken down, and Rage needs to be careful. I think he's prepared. With the shotgun. He's waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Flock goes in a bit more close and personal. Puka comes in from the other angle, giving shot. He gives the right kind of backup. The last man standing, Flocky. He also gets taken down, but Puka gets backstabbed from the side of OG as Wizgoth puts him down. A good game coming in from the side of LIKHITA Esports, but God's reign waiting for that opportunity. Now the iron is hot. Now is the moment when they can strike.
Wizgod's 1-8 takes down 2 of the players. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they were this close towards the victory, but once again they will fell short, is what I feel, because Mighty is going for the heal battle. Man has a 31 first aids in his backpack, who can easily compete for the second spot. I don't think there should be any kind of obstacle in front of him, but just imagine Juicy, Flock, everybody, they were in such a good form. Everything changed with that one good spray of Pukar, but Zeref, he will be confirmed by Justin. God's reign. This can be their first victory. But IQOO Orangutan, they are just not willing to give up that position. But Arto can be the party spoiler for the sides of IQOO Orangutan. If I'm not wrong, he's just behind the compound. And this can be literally a big problem for them.
Look at how OGs are creating a pressure against the side of God's reign. Even though they're 2 men standing, they're making them believe that there's more than 2. And that is kind of putting them in a very bizarre situation. Apple on the other side is trying to gain information with that vehicle. We'll have to make it inside the circle. Justin comes into the crosshairs over here. Destro finally kind of gets that information. Apple survives on a sliver of HP. Now is the moment for God's reign to strike. All the locations have been compromised, but they don't have throwables to come in and get these confirmations. AKOP on the other side puts up a beautiful Molotov, trying to restrict Destro from getting any more closer.
AKOP's position is really important. Here he goes down. IQOO might just not have any other chance. And AKOP, he did try his best, but not good enough to take down the player. And God's Reign, they're already on the way of getting their chicken dinner. The first chicken dinner of this upper bracket for them. As IQOO Orangutan's win spot, can he be the savior? He's trying his best, but no. It's not going to be him. It's going to be Destro to put up a full stop towards the run of IQOO Orangutan as they finish in the 4th spot, while ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, they are still competing for that 2nd spot against AUTOBOTZ. Toxic is also going with the heel battle. He has done it before and he's doing once again. But God's Reign with 7 finishes, they will have this chicken dinner all to themselves and total of 17-point a game.
Autobots yet again healing their way into the grand finals. If they continue to, make this strategy theirs, where they have some initial 3-4 finishes and then they rely on healing themselves to make it into the top 3, I do believe that it's good enough for them. But finally, a beautiful winner chicken dinner, a resurrecting one for the side of God's Reign. Many teams who are at the bottom of the table who had to perform have slowly started to step up out here.
This is a really important winner chicken dinner for the side of God's Reign, but unfortunately, after having such a heel battle contention between 2 of the players, Toxic is the one to get the 2nd spot for his team, while Mighty will be finishing as the 3rd team. He will be just pushing his team towards the 3rd spot, and yes, 5 position points will be awarded towards the side of Cincinnati Kids. While they have a decent amount of finishes, they had like 7 finishes if I'm not wrong, 7 to 8 finishes. So yeah, it's a really good game. But when it comes down to AUTOBOTZ, they had 2 finishes and a 6 points for placement and total of 8 points that they will be walking away with. So it's also a good game on an average if you ask me for the side of AUTOBOTZ. But what a game it has turned out for the side of God's Reign. We were talking about them for so long, and finally it seems like they are finding the right path towards glory.
Absolutely. Now, there are several teams who are starting to catch up momentum in this meta, right? And with that shift already coming into existence, with all of them trying to come up and join hands with all these players out there, with join hands with the overall standing taking a little bit of a twist and turn, we can expect the cutoff to be landing at a bigger number, because no domination coming in from the top teams after match number 15, and with just a few more maps left, I think the 3/4 of the stage is already over and we're left out with the rest 1/4. And now if the teams on the bottom start to perform, even though the cutoff might land a little bit lesser in comparison, it's going to be a very close for all the teams who are going to qualify.
Exactly, and if somehow the way ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, True Rippers, VASISTA, or Learn from Past they are playing, if they continue to do so until the very last game of this upper bracket, I don't think it should be a really big problem for any other bottom team. As you mentioned, 1 good match, 2 good matches can literally make them qualify to the grand finals directly if they don't want to play the last chance qualifier. But we'll quickly have a look on the Red Bull replay of what just happened in the very final fight itself of this map of Sanhok, because there were so many things to notice. God's Reign, they were doing an exceptional job. They had everything under control with 5 finishes, and even Justin popping off this time, everything aligned. All the stars got aligned, but just in a fraction of seconds. It was just about like Mighty went down, then Toxic went down, and that's where there was a difference of 1 point.
Now, God's Reign, the patience paid off. There were many times where they would have been agitated to come out of their hard cover and try to pick up frags. And if they had done so, they would have been ending up with a lot of casualties. It's all about you attaining that chicken dinner, and then once the confidence comes in, the players start to pop off one after another. We did speak about the addition of Apple. How much is it going to help the team? It seems like he's going to be the person to take up most of those risks, trying to get information, maneuver around the map and make sure that he points out the opponents. And then comes the other 2 legends who know exactly how to take those 1v1 or 1v2 battles. So let's see. Hopefully God's Reign would have picked up that momentum. I'm also happy for OGs as well, even though they stole finishes from all the other teams who are trying to reap benefits out of their hard work. They did everything right until the final moments of the game. Yes, man disadvantage did not allow them to get that chicken dinner, but still the placement inside the circle was so good for them, not being detected by the opponents, but still taking away all those finishes. A very good game for the side of OG as well.
Exactly. This has been an incredible journey for the side of IQOO Orangutan as well, but eventually God's Reign will be very happy with this chicken in their first one in the upper bracket. But we will be breaking down this entire map of Sanhok once again with all the data and all the points right after this short break. The gods have finally reigned supreme. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Skyesports Championship 2025 upper brackets. This is the day number 3 as what you're witnessing. The map of Sanhok had its own storyline to tell us, while they have actually made the comeback for the gods. But yeah, Destro will be happy, his teammates will be happy, but this is just not it. They have a really long road to still cover and make it to the grand finals. But Arka, I would like to know your opinion about this entire map of Sanhok.
I mean, as I already told, God's Reign and OGs have done a decent job. Even though the hard work was done by LIKHITA Esports this time around, bringing back Rage God seems to have worked out perfectly for them. What that missing piece, the big responsibility which was put over Kyoya, that he'll have to step up for the place of Goblin, it seems like he's unable to do it. Whereas Omega starts to fill in the shoes of Rage God, and Rage God stepping up to the role of Gamla Boy is kind of paying well for them. And he did put down a lot of players, even though most of it was taken away from the side of OG. I think 3 different teams making a comeback over here is a big statement for the teams on the top of the table.
Exactly, and I feel like up there, this is the map of comebacks, and they have got the wings for themselves with even that which you can also have for your own self by having a Red Bull for yourself, because it's already quite warm outside. I'm lacking of words at this moment.
When
even I need a
this
Red
is when
Bull.
you drink a Red Bull.
Yeah, this is when you drink Red Bull. But yeah, after kind of watching such an energetic, such a high intense match of Sanhok, I feel like, yeah, I am also feeling the heat. But also when you talk about the one who created all the hazard in the map of Sanhok, it was IQOO Orangutan's WizGod.
Yeah, coming back into the team and already making a statement shows that another player from the side of OG is getting back into form. 5 finishes already, a total of 41% of finish contribution shows that this team had more than 11 finishes. And with that, I won't be shocked if they are standing on top of the table at the match standings. We're going to be witnessing it any second, and there it is, just shy of a point. It's going to be God's Reign on the top with 7 finishes and 10 possession points, as OGs are going to be following up closely thanks to those finish points. 16 points in total for them.
ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids also backing up 12 points for them with 7 finishes and 5 placement points. From there onwards, we also do see AUTOBOTZ rolling out as well with 8 points. They didn't have a really great time with the finishes, but indeed, the second position, thanks to Toxic, has gifted them with some 6 placement points. LIKHITA Esports just below them have also showcased some really good battle from their end as well. But jumping on to the next map, which is going to be another classic map of Erangel. The expectations are quite high from the teams, those who have been making the comeback for themselves in today's day. But also, would really love to see whether ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, can they just get at least 1 chicken dinner by the end of D3?
Now, is it necessary for them to qualify? There lies the question. Because
not quite, but still.
So that is why I feel that, giving that opportunity for some other team to get that chicken dinner is just going to make things so much more interesting. So I'm just waiting to see if Cincinnati Kids are just going to grab the chicken dinner in the last game and eliminate 2-3 teams and have the final laugh, because they have.
Yeah, exactly. And it feels like it's not like Cincinnati Kids just doesn't want to take a chicken. It's all about they're coming in the top 5, top 3, and then they're losing on to that chicken dinner. And I feel like Juicy might be a little frustrated in that way that, okay, we are getting points consistently. We have a really good average, but why not get a chicken dinner? That one last cherry on the top of the cake. That's what you want. But yeah, as you mentioned earlier, any other team who is in a very dire need of points, if they get the chicken, it would be more likely to put up a great competition. If you ask me, it can be IQOOSOUL, it can be Forever, who are still yet to get that 1 chicken and make a comeback, because they're almost close to the top 8 spot, but still not inside that top 8 category.
I mean, so close and yet so far could be the right sentence for this team. But OG slowly climbing up the ladder. It's good to see that. If they'd got a chicken dinner over here, probably they would have made it into the top 10. Now, for the teams in the bottom, we have already spoken about it. It's the ultimate comeback day, or the resurrection day, which we had referred to. So from here on, it all comes down to the teams on the bottom. Are they going to resurrect one another? Because GODLIKE are in no interest right now to bring in all of their 4 players and then try to qualify from here. Probably they're looking at the last chance qualifiers, as most of their players are having a bit of a vacation right now, allowing all the other teams to compete with one another. Apart from that, slowly and steadily we can see that LIKHITA Esports is catching a momentum. Is it way too late? Only the next map can reveal to us.
Exactly. We are left with 3 more maps, 2 Erangels, 1 Miramar, then again 6 more maps tomorrow, which is going to decide the fate of the top 8 teams, who are going to be the top 8. But for now, I can I can kind of say that the top 3 teams, those who are sitting right now in the overall standings, they're quite safe, and they can also maybe tell to the people that yes, we have kind of qualified, because I feel even 100 and 120 points is where the maximum cutoff can go from here on. As far as I believe, because if how VASISTA is playing in ONEPLUS, Cincinnati Kids is playing, if that kind of continues, I don't think the cutoff is going to go very high. It should be around that point margin itself. But on the other perspective, there are a lot of teams, as you mentioned, LIKHITA Esports. I'm also going to mention about BLITZ Esports as well. They were having a good time. They were getting the couple of finishes, but once again, they are falling short of that placement points in terms of finishing in the top 3, or having a podium, or at least in the top 5 of every other match.
I mean, I'm still thinking of where and how things are going to turn out for the 4 Bangalore-based orgs. Because if the LAN is happening in Bengaluru, just imagine the kind of pressure they'll be undergoing. All their orgs will be wanting them to qualify, so that the fan base, which is from the very state, would want to pour in and cheer for their favorite teams. You've got LIKHITA, you've got VASISTA, you've got True Rippers, and you have got God's Reign. And amongst that, already 2 teams are giving glimpse of happiness to their fans, as True Rippers and VASISTA. Both of them in the top 3 have already crossed a 100-pointer or a 110-pointer, and inching way too close to get their hands on that golden ticket.
Exactly. I somehow feel that VASISTA and True Rippers are safe and sound. I somehow feel it that they're still safe and sound.
In case they don't qualify, Necros, be ready for what's coming your way.
Yeah,
Be ready for what's coming your way.
See, I a lot of people from those places just know me, and I am sure if they don't qualify, I'm gonna get some calls just tomorrow night. But yeah, I'm mentally prepared. But I do feel that the way they are playing, they should qualify. There is no doubt about it.
This is a better statement.
Yeah.
By the way they're playing, they should qualify.
They should qualify, right? But when you talk about God's Reign, if they start to play the very same game of what they demonstrated in the map of Sanhok, then even they can qualify.
Yeah. Now, let's see. It's too early for us to say anything. Trust me.
Why do you feel like...
I don't want to jinx, man. I'm being very scared. Being a person from Bangalore, I really want these teams out there. I want to go witness the LAN with more of these teams. And it's been really long that Bangalore had witnessed the LAN, right? The last time we did witness was the same Skyesports Championship, which took place over here. So from then on, we've been wanting, Skyesports to come in with another beautiful event. And finally, the stars have aligned. Keeping my fingers crossed for the humanity to take place, if you know what I mean. But coming back right into the main topics, it seems like now it's time for us to speak about Hero Extreme GODLIKE, right? What is actually going on with them? It seems like more prominence is given to Simp at this point of time. They're trying to put him to every single scenario. First, he had to play with Johnny and Punk. Then all of a sudden, he was sent all alone in the map of Sanhok. I mean, what are they trying to do? Are they trying to mold Sim so that he can catch up to the speed of Jonathan and Admino? Because he was one of the best support player, hands down, if you ask me, in the previous officials.
Yeah, when you talk about what happened in the last year, yes, Simp was one of the most emerging stars, and he came and outperformed in such a way that nobody expected. Yeah, Simp was struggling at first when he joined the roster. He couldn't fit in the top in the playing 4, and later again some switcheroo happened. Then he managed to find a spot in the playing 4, and from there on he has been grinding a lot. He's been trying to perform, but lately, if you ask me, Simp has not been up to that mark. His performance has not been that great of what it was in the last year, in the last couple of months of the last year, 2024. And in the start of 2025, again, it has always been around Admino playing the better game, Jonathan coming back in the form. But somehow, these two players might have overshadowed the entire game of Simp. But I still feel like that guy has a potential. He's a really good support player. If he plays at the back, he can provide some immense cover fires and trade fires when his team is in a very dire need.
There are several teams who are in dire need of adapting to the old meta yet again, or else I don't think so it's going to be easy for them to make a comeback in this tournament. There's several older teams like AUTOBOTZ. Yeah, they've taken this very practically. LEFP have taken this practically. They know that once they can't convert those 4v4s at their man loss, they're relying on going in for the heal battles, which is actually helping them.
Exactly, which is actually helping them a lot in terms of gaining a lot of points. But now again, it depends like how things are going to turn around, because this is going to be the map of Erangel, another classic map, which is going to be a testament for a lot of teams out there who are still seeking for points. And VASISTA on top with 134 as far as I can see, followed by ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids having 111 points on board. Then True Rippers have 108 and 107 from Plus. So over and over, the top 4 teams seems to be quite settled. They're among the century. They have crossed the century line, crossing the 100 points marker. It's really important that they kind of adapt to the changes, adapt to what's going to come up next, because for a lot of teams it has been that one factor where they have struggled to kind of decide or kind of the new meta, or from the new meta to the old meta, the change, the shift that happened. But right now we're going to jump in directly in the map of Erangel, which awaits us. Again, the classic map of Erangel is a testament for a lot of teams where they can gain a lot more points and make a comeback in the overall standings. And for now, the flight path is where all our eyes lies. It starts from the western side of Hospital, ends on Novorupnoi, a complete southeastern oriented flight path, out of which the team is going towards the northeastern side. Yes, specifically like Severny, Yasna Poliana, or maybe Stolberg Kameshki will be facing a lot of consequences in reaching their respective drops, because firstly they have to contest for those vehicles. They need to grab it as quickly as possible in order to safely travel to their drop locations. Hero Extreme Godlike might just face some consequences, because recently their drop has been changed to Severny, and for them to just fly down or maybe glide up to that position, it's really big task. Even for a lot of teams like Venom Gaming, if they want to jump on Yasna Poliana, it has to be a long ride. So we have to see how things are going to turn around. But Arka, I really want to know for your opinion. This flight path, do you think will force the teams to change their drop location? Because I don't see so far Hero Extreme Godlike going towards the areas of Severny.
Oh yes, I don't think so. It's going to affect in any way. But for teams like, I would say, money makers who are looking forward for fights, the story can be a little bit different.
They've taken a drop in the dodgeable containers. The last time that they faced the consequences, it was against BLITZ. Rambo, I still remember the fight. 2 players knocked out in a row in a single magazine spray. Spray God, Joker, 2 casualties on an early note. Moneymakers, once again, they have had a really good game. They have had really good games so far. Still sitting in the 6th spot in the overall standings with 91 points on the board. But one thing is important, they need to grab a lot more position points. But right now, the main fight that arrives is going to be BLITZ versus AUTOBOTZ. Arif goes up close and personal, but he's too wide. He's just too good in taking care of the entire situation. Arif had no other choice. Even Lobster fell short. Rambo was then in an unorthodox position and eventually dissipates the opponents. And AUTOBOTZ, one after another, they're crumbling down like piece of ice. And there is nothing that Ralphie could do. He does not have a loot properly. And even his teammates are way too far. So it would be a good decision for Ralphie if he can just escape from this spot and find a better position inside the map to play around and get some points for his team in the later part of the game.
Now, this side unfolds one story, on the other side unfolds another one, as OG versus Godlike have locked horns for some reason, and Sim getting taken down is a bit of a concern, because Sim was also down on his knees, Punk was also down on his knees, and the last man standing will have to do a greater job. Wizgod gets taken down by Johnny. Aru is trying to do his best, and eventually Godlike gets wiped off, all thanks to Aru, who survived for the longest time possible. And we can see that while FANGS, who came in to take advantage of this, are also on the receiving end of things.
Oh yeah, IQOO Orangutan facing the backlashes. Sensei also in a very good position. Anush 2 OP will be getting a revival, there's no doubt about it. But forever esports, after losing Phoenix, it's going to be a tough journey ahead. They don't have a proper loot yet, but now in the position that they hold, they need to kind of escape from this spot. There was a team just beside them. They had the commotion fair share of trades, while FANGS, they have only one finish to work out with, and they will be walking in their own way. Venom Gaming, Cyrix has been dealt with a lot of damage, but still, there is no proper loot for them, but they're still taking the time. The circle is there in the central part of the entire map. So Yasna is inside the circle. Venom Gaming, they're taking the time just because of that, because they will have a lot more time for themselves to complete their loot, as Yasna will be completely uncontested. No other team goes to that place, except it was the old Revenant X Spark and Venom Gaming, the arch rivalries that we used to see. But Ralphie's position seems to be kind of compromised, as BLITZ are going all guns blazing as they want to find out this last player and wipe the entirety of AUTOBOTZ.
AUTOBOTZ need to be careful. Ralph needs to be careful. He has to wait from this fight, but there's no chance whatsoever as BLITZ come in to put the final nail in the coffin. As I said, BLITZ is going to be one of the other teams who are suddenly resorted to their firepower. They understand from now on it's important for them. With more teams being eliminated from the lobby, for those teams who are on the bottom of the table, it's more of a breather for them. Another opportunity in the making so that they can put up some decent amount of points.
Eventually, when you talk about teams who needs points, the teams who are gaining points, this team lies between that. They're gaining points in terms of finishes, not gaining points in terms of position points. Money makers. The question is, are they making money right now with gaining all those finishes? That was quite lame, sorry.
A moment of silence, ladies and gentlemen. With Necros trying to do something special on the desk. Man.
I was trying to be funny, but I did not sound funny. I understand that.
I do not want to drag this any further. But that's exactly the emote which is going on in my head. If you're right next to me and I had a small melee in my hand, I would have whacked one on your head and said, get yourself composed, my friend. But on a good note, nice try coming back into the game. IQOOSOUL. I mean, they've been traversing around this region. They're just burning fuel. They're like, you know what? Let's try to see how many players are close by. If there is any other team, let's try to take those fights. And nobody in the vicinity, apart from Ellie at the Pochinki region, they were going to be so disappointed with the teams around them.
I just want to know one thing. This team of True Rippers, how they do manage to enter the circle every time in a very sweet spot. Do you have any clue about that, Arka?
I'm not sure.
I mean, Jelly has always been that one position-oriented IGL. He always finds down some good places, but every time it's either learn from past or it's True Rippers. In the map of Erangel, in the map of Miramar, let it be Sanhok. These two teams, you will find them at least in top 5, no matter what it takes.
Yeah, see, what I feel right now is Jelly has cracked the code yet again to put a team to the center of the circle. It's not now. Jelly has been doing that, and that was the very reason GODLIKE had chosen him as an IGL for a brief period of time. They were like, our assaulters are good enough, but it seems like we are not able to get our team inside of the circle. And that is when Jelly came into the team, and he did put them in the center of the circle. And then we realized it's not just about you bringing your team to the center of the circle, and then it's also about you trying to execute a proper assault against any other team, trying to convert those 4v4s. In throughout those things, Jelly had built up a really decent team for the side of GODLIKE, and with Punk's addition, that team seems unstoppable right now.
Yeah, so far, even when you have players like Admino and all those brilliant assaulters like Simp and Jonathan, you're supposed to perform like that only. But also when it comes down to the performance, this team, Rising Inferno Esports, I have been talking about them for such a long time. I have seen them from the time that they were growing. They were undergods, qualifying for the officials for the first time, then reaching the grand finals, back-to-back 2 official grand finals. And now they're not being seen at all Inferno squad, they have had a roller coaster ride so far in their journey. There has not been much shuffles in the roster, if you ask me. But I feel like this team is not feeling the confidence within them. And they need to gear up, just like how God's Reign did in the previous match.
The calm before the storm. After being adapted to the new meta as casters, and all of a sudden we come back to this meta where everything seems to be so silent all of a sudden. I think it's time for us also to shift paces. We need to understand how to go about with the storyline as well. I know these are the discussions which usually happens off stream, but I'm trying to keep our audience in flow to what we think on a desk. Yes, VASISTA Esports right now are one of the other teams who tend to play to the center of the circle. This time around, they've chosen to play from the corners because the third circle shift in the new meta is where you would want to keep the center for yourself.
Exactly. And looking towards the circle as well, again, it is stretching towards the areas of farm and Milta, around the shelters, shelter bunkers, but the rotations are not that quick. Everybody's taking the time. Rising Inferno Esports on the eastern side. They don't have any other neighbors to deal with, but the western corridor seems to be really, really clustered. You see ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, Forever Esports, Money Makers, IQOOSOUL, IQOO, even LIKHITA Esports. So many teams around the corner. Even IQOOSOUL, they do have an idea that yes, there are teams hopping in, but Goblin has to deal with the entire squad of Money Makers as Mani has been taken down by Rage God. It's a three-way fight just happening around the areas of Potato Hill.
Absolutely. Knuckle on the other side. Look at this. Joker versus Goblin. A Joker gets their upper hand and immediately Spray God goes in for that confirmation. And this is how you need to execute a plan against the side of IQOOSOUL. Put a player down and immediately get that confirmation. And then and only then you can build a kind of pressure against them. Two players already done and dusted. Nakul and Gokul will now have to resort for possession points. Will now have to resort to play this game on a very different approach. Or else they could find themselves on the bottom of the table by the end of today yet again.
There's definitely a high chance regarding that, but I just wonder what has gone wrong for the side of IQOOSOUL. I mean, they were playing a good split, but instantly you see Manya, he got taken down. They were having a really vast area to hold, but in these kind of circles, it is really tough to hold a big area or a compound all by one and only player. Even if that assaulter is really good, it's really hard to fight against an entire team. And that happened with Goblin. Couldn't hold the compound, was compromised to Money Makers. They do have a compound to play along with now. It's Gokul as well as Knuckle playing all together in that one small compound. They have to survive for a longer period of time in order to gain some points for IQOOSOUL. But LIKHITA, they have had a really good start. Rage God once again popping off the heads, have one finish to his name. But right now they are gathering information. They do have an idea there is one team just in that compound. But that depends whether LIKHITA Esports wants to engage in the fight or not, because that compound can be really a crucial one in this entire circle.
Speaking about the circle, we can see a proper cluster happening just outside of the farm region. And this is clear for all the teams. Everybody wants to come in and converge to that flight path region so that the final circles which might happen towards that flight path will have a different approach altogether. A daring approach coming in from the side of RIE, trying to traverse around fears of LIKHITA Esports, trying to provoke him to come out in the open. Whereas Potato Hills being their home ground right now, LIKHITA Esports are looking pretty decent. Rage God comes in the first game, gets ample amount of finishes, and the second game, he's the first person to pick up a frag.
Oh, look at this, the shots being fired. He's to wipe. He has been one of the most consistent players, but eventually he will fall down to the sprays of aimbot. BLITZ versus Venom Gaming. This is a replica of what we have seen earlier in the map of Sanhok, but BLITZ, they are being thrashed one after another. Dazzler is to wipe. Two of the crucial players have been taken down. Ron's trying to retaliate as much as possible, but BLITZ, they have a really vast split, which is not quite accurate to deal with fights like this. And Venom Gaming, they are exploiting the entire area as if they own this one. And the way they are playing, it seems like they do so, because Venom Gaming, they're trying to hunt down the players. Rambo is still waiting out in that one small cover. He has not got a lot more breathing space for himself to play along with Venom. He can be knocked down, the shot being fired. He has dealt a lot of damage, but for now, Rambo, he will be run down by Zyrex as Blitz, they're crumbling down one after another, and there's only one last person left behind who is fleeing away from the spot, trying to find out at least some couple of points for the side of Blitz.
Oh yes, from now on he has to resort on getting as many finish points as possible, but I don't think so that's going to be easy for the side of Blitz, because once Venom keeps an eye on some teams or some players, they tend to track him down, they tend to hunt him down and make sure they put an end for a team completely. But Dronza, will he rely on those heal battles yet again? With the zone still favoring for players going in for a heal battle, can we expect more than 2-3 teams to rely on it and get some more average point in this game as well?
You need to get the points. It's really important. The circle is again shifting. There's a lot of team around this particular area. Moneymakers, they do have an idea about it as well. Just understanding the situation. If this circle shifts towards Milta, it's going to be another Western Corridor clash that we will be seeing, because there are a lot of teams holding on to this side and they will have to rotate towards the eastern side. But if it stays in the areas of farm, it is going to be all good for all the teams, those who have their own compounds to work out with. But where is the circle heading? It's going to head towards the Potato Hill. It's going to be heading towards the northeastern side. God's Reign, LIKHITA Esports might have the driver's seat of this entire circle if they play it right and they play it good, because the entire dead center of the circle lies around the ears of Potato Hill, of which LIKHITA Esports, they are holding it, while God's Reign, they have decided to just back off from that one exact spot and set up a good fielding for any other team who walks by.
I still feel LIKHITA Esports right now are in a very, very vulnerable spot. They'll have to be peppering down every single team who try to get a bit closer. VASISTA Esports Kerry Jot gets taken down at a distance, but just imagine if there's a third-party scenario occurring at this Potato Hills, and God's Reign will not shy away from coming in and picking some frags. And same goes for the side of LIKHITA. Whereas on the other side, since there are many ridges here and there, any spot you try to hold from here on could be pretty dangerous for the team in the center. A circle like this obviously favors the Brave, but let's see which of these teams will actually choose to do so. If you look at it, almost 4 to 5 teams have already have man disadvantage, so they would not dare get into the center of the circle to take contest with teams holding the epicenter. Whereas on the other side, there are several teams who want to put some more points on the table, like God's Reign, Wild Fangs, True Rippers, who will wait for the right opportunity, and when given one, they're going to strike really hard.
They have to. In order to get the points, in order to be there on the top, you need to just take the fights in the most precise manner. But right as of now, I'm just wondering what is going to happen in the next few minutes. We do see Learn from Past. They're playing very slow. I mean, just look at it. We were having all the conversations around LIKHITA Esports, God's Reign as they're in the dead center, around IQOOSOUL as well. But Learn from Past, I would say the magicians of the lobby, who they are still out in the northern side tanking up the blue zone damage. There is another team, might be it's going to be Venom Gaming, who will be rotating from their northern side around the areas of Yasinaya Bridge. There is a very good chance that there might be a contention between both of them. And that rotational clash, my friend, it's going to be really important for both the teams. The one who survives will gain a lot more points in their favor.
Oh my goodness. I can already feel the tension in the air, Necros. What's happening after this is going to be just a phenomenal gameplay. LEFP versus Venom Gaming, way outside in the blue. Outside of Rozok is where that fight is taking place. But as of now, the Pochinki region, which everybody thought could have been the next circle center, especially VASISTA, Cincinnati kids, these are the teams who still rely to stay close to the Pochinki region. Whereas the epicenter, countable number of teams already, countable number of players already, and the fight seems like it's going to be delaying for a brief period of time. Towards the shelter region, we have Wild Fangs, and they are trying to take the maximum topography. And all these teams trying to rotate rate Necros will be very careful to make sure that they don't have any backstabbers.
It's really important. We have seen what has happened to a lot of teams when there was a backstab and they did not watch their six properly. And that's why they're just making sure, taking those tipsy toes and understanding where to move next. But forever Peace, it seems like he's having some problems out there as he's taking down the players of True Rippers. It's going to be the Erangel falling down. Not a good sight for the side of True Rippers, as they'll have lost one of their key players who have given them the position to play along in every Erangel and every Miramar. But now the other three players have to survive and get the points for their team side. And the circle has shifted, while ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids will be pretty happy with the position that they have, while True Rippers, they're in the pancake split. Now they also have to enter the circle. It's not way too far, 130 meters in, and they will be inside the circle. But the main problem is that they have VASISTA Esports right across the street.
VASISTA Esports gate keeping right now. True Rippers, as I said, this is one of those teams who do not shy away from staying outside of the circle if required. And now they wait for an opportunity. And that has been the success story for them. Slowly and steadily they inch into the circle. And when they feel that they've been fired at, they would rather take the brunt of the blue rather than trying to take shots from the opponents. And then traverse around to come in and strike the very team who try to put them down. And that's how good they have been throughout the lobby. It's not just this game, it's been the story for them throughout the tournament. But as of now, the circle shifting a little bit away from the Potato Hills, just a itsy bit away from Potato Hills. Where will the final circle form up? Which team will have a greater opportunity? No teams are concentrating on finish points, and that shows that the point standings are going to be very, very close when it comes to the point difference.
It will be. And eventually this is a complete open circle. The only compounds to play along has been already acquired by VASISTA as well as ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. Some of the compounds on the Potato Hill are under the control of LIKHITA Esports as well. So it's not very easy to play along in these open circles. But learn from past. They are still in the northeastern side and they're still trying to find out an entry point. Taking their time, boosting themselves up. Lots of meds being invested in this entire rotation. Learn from past, they do have one finish to work out with. Well, VENOM Gaming, I really thought that mostly they have lost two players, but it's not the case. They've just lost only one. At least it's a good sign for VENOM Gaming that they will have three players to play in the very final stretch, in the final circles. But IQOOSOUL's Knuckle seems to be in some really big trouble. He's been knocked out, and that too by the players of True Rippers. While IQOOSOUL, they've already lost two of the players earlier on. Now, losing another one can cause another setback towards their side.
Absolutely. For teams holding one corner of the circle, now they'll have to graze down players. A push coming in from the side of Wild Fangs. Let's see what they'll try to do. Rage God keeping them at bay. Shots being continuously taken against the side of Trace God. Info will already be given away from the side of LIKHITA that we can expect some teams to be pushing against us. And look at how they've been firm on the ground. A third party scenario now being brewing up. RIE versus the side of Wild Fangs and LIKHITA Esports. They'll tend to go a bit more closer to check what's happening as Fierce puts Jatin down, and the confirmation might follow up just in case the whole squad gets taken down. And there it is. Yes, the whole squad gets taken down. Wild Fangs in deep troubles as Fierce is pushed in. The OG Assaulter is now coming back to his form, and immediately that's the end of the story for the side of Wild Fangs. All of a sudden, Ellie are back into their form. This is the kind of Ellie we were waiting to witness from a really long time.
LIKHITA Esports, they literally pounced on the best opportunity that they could ever get. Wild Fangs were in a trifecta and they got trapped out. Fights from three-way around, and it was never easy for them to deal with all alone. But right now, Spray God seems to be a little bit cocky out there. He gets one of the frags, but eventually Rage God falls down. LIKHITA Esports, they look to be in some serious trouble. Omega, he's dropped down to a very low HP, but will be patching himself up. But VASISTA Esports right, tailing behind them. This is going to be a big challenge. If they don't be a little quicker, LIKHITA Esports might just lose another player. But VASISTA Esports, they're taking the time. They have their entire potato hill control, but now their eyes should be on the players of LIKHITA, who will be just right in front of them, because this fight will decide who gains the control of this southeastern corridor.
No matter how good you play this region, it's still a very vulnerable one. Pukar is trying to create some artificial cover with smokes being tossed left, right and center. And I don't think so that's going to be enough for them to survive this onslaught coming in from the side of LIKHITA over VASISTA. And also, let's not forget that several other teams are also keeping an eye on LIKHITA right now. Since they are the center of attraction for all these teams, those frags are just walking finishes for teams to be taken up. Pukar gets taken down by LEFP. Pressure mounting over their shoulder. Was that the right decision by the IGL?
Oh, look at this, Aditya. He wants to go ham and he finally gets it. The confirmation is here. Moneymakers, 6 finishes in the back. They're in the top 9 as well. Now they have to enter the circle, find a sweet spot, but Joker is getting so many shots on him. The players of God's Reign, they had their eyes on this rotation, but eventually to enter the circle and find a sweet spot, it's going to be a tough task, but Joker is going all in. It can be a really tough task for him to just deal with all those players all by himself, but Joker manages to get one knock, but the confirmation will be coming up from Beast. Forever Esports, they survive, but Moneymakers, they take another exit at the 9th spot. Players, the teams, the fights are going all across this area of Erangel. This is an open circle, but True Rippers, they're just not enough ready to give up this fight or give up this position. The nades, the utils being dumped on the either side. They want to get the confirmations, they want to get the openings, while Destro puts down Pukar for now as LIKHITA Esports faces some consequences.
Absolutely. Can LIKHITA Esports do some wonders over here? Now look at what position VASISTA is in. Now they can nade over the ridges and take down LIKHITA Esports. Or else they'll have to be prepared for what's happening next. Fury's location has been compromised. Omega will have to concentrate more on Fury rather than anybody else, and he does it, but misses a lot of shots due to which he's got to be punished as Fury puts in a perfect grenade into his pockets. The last man standing for the side of LIKHITA Esports will be under immense pressure in the name of Fierce. He's cooking up a grenade. It seems like his location is also going to be compromised. Can he put up a 1v2 over here? A grenade falls in perfectly but bounces away for some reason. As Kerry Jod is wondering where that grenade come from. More grenades are going to be tossed in. He's already got 2 in his hand. And VASISTA have become aware of another entity close by. 3 finishes in the top 7 position. Fierce has no intentions of looking out for position points. Eventually he's got to be finished off, and there VASISTA will be reigning over the side of LIKHITA Esports.
He was waiting with Kyolamau. Can he get the confirmation? Justin is getting knocks after knocks, but Justin finally, the run has been put up a full stop. In the run, there has been a full stop being put up by the players of VASISTA Esports. So as God's Reign, they're facing multiple casualties, one after another. Hector as well as Fury, they both need the revivals. A lot of smoke has been invested, and right now, it's going to be the responsibility of Zen to pick up the players. Hector, the IGL, needs a healing. It needs a revival at first, then they can move up to the next one. Fury, he's been popping off well. 4 finishes in the name of VASISTA as they are in the top 5. We are about to hit the Red Bull standoff mode as well. But right now, God's Reign, it's time for them. It's time for them to shine, but Apple needs a revival. Even learn from past. They are outside of the circle, but they're still in top 5. Forever Esports, again, they will be going for the heal battle strategy. 5 meds on the hands of Lucifer, while he's trying to get them more from the individual crates.
4 frags. 4 frags coming in from the side of VASISTA Esports, trying to play it as safe as possible, but Scary Jod, being a little overconfident, is going to be peppered with a few bullets. God's Reign coming in from the other side. They are looking confident as well. 5 frags already under their control. Apple gets taken down and pressure starts to mount over the shoulders of God's Reign. VASISTA and God's Reign, the 2 big bulls have locked arms, and it seems like VASISTA are having an upper hand over here. 2 players already down. Now God's Reign will be very, very careful of how they're going to execute it. Destro does give the opening, but that's not going to be enough for the side of VASISTA to bow down in front of them. Delta PG, 1 good grenade. The story can be a little different. We were speaking about this duo. It seems like they're also going to be coming into the picture as VASISTA Esports. They need to be careful as the information is going to be relayed by the knocked off player from the side of God's Reign.
This is a fight. This is a fight for chicken dinner. Scary Jod confirms Apple. Fury is also knocked out. He needs a revival. It's a quick revival of which he's in dire need of. But VASISTA Esports, the split they have is really tremendous. Fury will be confirmed. Skyesports is still behind. God's Reign, it's a 2v3 situation. A lot of utils being exchanged from both these sides, but right as of now, Zin gets knocked out. Delta PG, he gets a retaliation trade on himself by Skyesports. This man is popping off the heads right after left, right, center. This man has done his job. 8 finishes in the name of VASISTA as Skyesports Molotov hits Justin as well as Destro, and this is going to be the end of God's Reign's run, as well as they will finish in the 4th spot. But look at this. True Rippers learn from past. They're all there surviving, but Zayn doesn't allow Lamont to heal any further as he gets another finish added to his name and for his team's points. As Yash, 23 first aids to work out with. He has ample amount of finishes for himself and for his team. 6 placement points is at least what Learn from Past will be walking away with. But now VASISTA Esports, this is going to be their 3rd win in this entire upper bracket.
Oh yes, VASISTA Esports ending another game into their favor, and I do believe with this they're going to be having so many points in the overall standing that they might have to just lay back and enjoy the rest of this tournament. Skyesports, Fury as well as Viper players, when given a responsibility, let's not forget Zin, the new addition. All of these players are performing exceptionally, just following the footsteps of their IGL who's guiding them in a perfect pattern. Look at how they took control of the most vulnerable spot from the hands of LIKHITA Esports, and from then on converting that game.
Oh, what an incredible game. And Skyesports popping off the entire game all by himself with those utils, with those precise nades and molotovs. He have literally annoyed the hell out of God's Reign in that particular position, but eventually thanks to him and for all his teammates, even Fury and Hector, everybody have stepped up, due to which VASISTA, they have backed up their 3rd winner chicken dinner in this entire upper brackets. And with this win, they should be crossing the 150 points marker. We'll be knowing and we will be seeing how many points did the other teams have also accumulated, because I feel like True Rippers, once again, a top-notch performance, a podium finish for them will be granting them the access to the 2nd spot.
And we're able to see few teams in the top 8, again still relying on the heal strat. LEFP, again, even though it was a last man standing, the amount of first aids he was carrying shows that he was completely prepared, and few teams are actually prepared to do so.
Exactly, and the heal battles have never failed anybody in terms of getting the points, which is like if you're really unlucky or sometimes the button doesn't click that you have clicked on the right time to use the first aid, but in like maybe 0.1 second the difference lies, and then you miss out an opportunity of healing yourself out for in the battle. But right now we have to just look onto the Red Bull replay of what happened in the final circle, because there were so many commotions, so many fights happening at the very same time. It was all about Skyesports single-handedly molding the entire squad of God's Reign, while Justin and Delta PG tried their level best in confirming a couple of finishes, but couldn't cross the winning line for the side of God's Reign.
Absolutely, VASISTA. I never thought that they'll aim for chicken dinner. Previous to this, all the games they played, the intention was only to get those finish points. But this time around, everything fell in place for them. The circle came under their control, and they knew that from here on, it's all about us getting those frags. But Skyesports, you just give him a little bit of a breathing space. He's make sure that he's going to roar all over that horizon. He's going to pick up all the frags which is possible, which he can possibly pick up from that high grounds. And he's done that not once but twice already today's day.
Exactly, we have to see how things have turned around, and we will be breaking down this entire map of Erangel once again with all the strats and all the data right after this short break. So don't go anywhere, because there are still more matches left. first time was so good, they had to do it not twice but thrice. VASISTA Esports, they have literally dominated once again. They are looking forward to get some good openings. They are getting a lot more points, and with this game as well, I mean, they are on a really good spree. But also talking about the other teams, learn from past, they're also getting some good points. But also we have a change in the desk. It's going to be Ozora joining alongside me. So, Ozora, first of all the games that we're witnessing today, we have seen good comebacks, may that be God's Reigns, Chicken Dinner. Do you think even BLITZ is also trying to make the good comeback? Do you think the other teams like IQOOSOUL, Forever, they stand a chance to get a Chicken Dinner by the end of today's day?
For sure, they stand a chance. Not going to be depriving any single team of their chances from getting a winner chicken dinner or even the first to 8 position. But it's just that they need to be in perfect synergy. The sync needs to look forward till the very end. And that's the only thing which is missing so far, so good. But overall, if you talk about the way the entire functionality is, you spoke about God's Reign having the perfect winner chicken dinner. That was just a momentary lapse. We would want to see more coming forward. I hope they can go ahead and have a sip of Red Bull, because that's what gives them the wings.
Exactly, this is where you need the energy, because there are still last 2 more matches left. One Miramar and one Erangel to go to end the day number 3 of this upper brackets, and tomorrow is going to be the day number 4 and the final day as well. So you do need to kind of gear yourself up in order to find some good openings and some good points for yourselves. But talking about the MVP of this match, it has to be VASISTA Esports Hector. With 3 finishes, MVP rank. He is ranking the 10th spot with a finish contribution of 42.86. So this time, VASISTA Esports, I mean, every player stepped up and did their own job very nicely. So there's no complaints, and that's why VASISTA Esports, they've backed up thrice the chicken dinner spree, and that's why they're sitting on the top.
That's also not the case. The position points overall, right? They have been landing in the podium finish since a really long time. Today, the entire day, they have performed so well. 17 points in total, thanks to the previous Erangel game. If you talk about learn from past, they also have been doing a lot of heavy lifting whenever it comes to positional advantage, whenever it comes to getting that winner in the chicken dinner. This team is also Mr. Consistent. God's Reign, finally they have found their chi. They've finally found what was going wrong in the entire roster, and right after that winner chicken dinner that they got in Sanhok, they have been speed running forward. They just know one thing and one thing only, that is the execution, the mentality, the momentum. Every single thing needs to chime in at this point of time, because this is day 3 of this upper bracket playoff. And if we do not bag it well, then we all know what day 4 can do for a normal human being.
Yeah, day 4 is going to be really problematic if you don't score the points and you're not close to the top 8, because in 6 matches, making a drastic comeback, it's really next to impossible, or maybe even it's going to be a lot of pressure on your head. So you don't want to be in that kind of position if you are likely to qualify for the Grand Land Finals. But for now, VASISTA Esports sitting on top with 151. Yes, we do see it. 119 for Learn from Past, True Rippers, 115, 113 for ONEPLUS, Cincinnati Kids, and somehow we can tell the top 4, they are really, really safe. There is no doubt about it. But when we come down to the next 4, while FANGS, MAKERZ, Team VENOM and AUTOBOTZ Esports, they are in the 90s and the 80s, in the upper 80s we can say. But still, what they require is reaching the 120 points marker as quickly as possible, because tailing them from behind, it's going to be God's Reign, Forever Esports, IQOOSOUL. So I feel like these 3 teams, they have a really good chance of making a comeback and fight it out for the top 8 spot. Otherwise, then below from that position, BLITZ Esports and IQOO Orangutan, it seems difficult but not impossible for them to make a comeback and qualify for the Land Grand Finals directly from the upper brackets.
There's this one warning sign that I'm seeing for multiple teams who are currently stuck from 12th position to 16th position, is that they're not able to function that well. BLITZ, IQOO Orangutan, they somehow find the momentum, and all of a sudden that momentum is in shambles. The third-party opportunities were there, presented to them in the map of Miramar, but overall, the sheer execution is one of the places where they are getting stranded with. They have good amount of finish points. That's really nice. It has reached towards 50, but the position point is the part where we all are concerned. Same thing goes for Rising Inferno. Day 1 was absolutely amazing, but later on, yet again, they're into the same vicious loop that they're just getting constantly stuck. They're getting stymied. They're not able to find out the perfect way to exit from that one situation. But yeah, these teams learn from past, true rippers, and in the map of Sanhok, God's Reign, they went ahead, they played really well. Erangel, VASISTA Esports, VASISTA, since game number one, they've been performing downright amazing. So it's just that you need to catch that one perfect train. It can be either Shatabdi or one of the fastest bullet trains, and just latch onto it. Do not leave it. And once you don't leave it, you just understand that yes, we belong to the upper circuit itself. We belong to the top eight, and that's how they're playing. The mentality is completely changed alongside the way Hector is just going ahead and constantly getting the information game being so strong for Vasishta. It is just amazing to look at.
Yeah, definitely. We have to admire the fact that all the teams, the top 4 to 5 teams, they're playing incredibly well when it comes down to the points where you need to kind of stick to the basics. They are getting the basics right, and they're getting the frags in the right moment and the kind of positioning that they have. So over and over, we can just give a gist, okay? So the top 3 teams almost have the highest number of chicken dinners in the entire lobby. So Vasista has 3, Learn from Past has 4, and True Rippers, they have 2. So all the other teams in the lobby, they might maximum have 1 chicken dinner in their favor, and these 3 teams, they've kind of dominated the entire scene of winning the matches. But in the 4th spot lies another surprise. I've been talking about this team for such a long time. ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. This team has kept them in the top 5 without even having a single chicken dinner, and that's really something that is going to bother a lot of teams in the bottom who have had their fair shares of chicken dinners.
It's surreal, right, for them. Cincinnati Kids, they've been A1 since day one. Good amount of finishes, good amount of position point. They always reach towards a starting 3 or starting 5, and that just helps them overall get the position advantage alongside those points as well. So they've been doing really good in the department of getting some frags, getting some finishes, but positioning, if they get a winner chicken dinner, that's what will complement the most in the current situation that they're at. But while Fangs, yes, they have also slowly but surely have depleted their gameplay. I don't know what's happening in regards to them. It's, I believe, the amount of attention that is constantly at them, that Wild Fang should not perform, and they're constantly being berated by third parties, or even those mono duels are not going in that well. But I'm hoping that Sensei is going to put everything down together and be like, you know what, let's get this back into a high horse and let's just ride it head forward and somehow get in towards the top 3 itself. Podium finish is very important because, like you mentioned, top 4 positions, they look very fortified. They can enjoy, sit back, relax. The final 2 games, they don't have to do much, but if they do, of course, they're just setting up the momentum for the next following day. But the other teams who are so really close to getting knocked off from 8th position to 9th, 7th position to again 10th, somewhat of that situation, if you want to get away from that, then you need to constantly keep getting in those finish points or the position points. Both of them works, either of it works. All you have to do is keep your head clean and have that mental reset.
Exactly, but right now it's time to dive into the map of Golden Sign for the final time of this day. Day number 3 of upper bracket seems really dicey, as well as it has been a roller coaster ride for a lot of teams. But now this map of Golden Sand will decide the fate of a lot of teams still lying in the bottom 8. But this flight path, as we speak, will be starting from the southwestern side of El Pozo and will be ending in the eastern side of El Azhar. So it's a complete northern side oriented flight path, as we do see, and it will be a tough journey for the teams traveling down south.
La Cabrera, one of the places where we can see multiple teams head forward. Trailer Park can be another place. El Pozo, another place where multiple teams love to head forward and get that loot. San Martin, Graveyard. You can even say Los Leones as well, as long as you get really good cars. There's even Truck Shop at their very corner. So a lot of places where teams will be planning on to heading towards Valle del Mar as well. And I can see Rising Inferno, they're already embarking that route towards that wild south and have the fun time. And then later on, when the circle comes to the dead center, they have that perfect rotation game coming in. So multiple teams, multiple wishes, hopes, and I am just anticipating an amazing game coming forward.
This Miramar has to be a testament for the teams like IQOO Orangutan, BLITZ ESPORTS, IQOOSOUL, God's Reign. God's Reign, they had their own fair share of taking a chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok today. But last match, it was also going good. Not bad, nothing taken away. But the position that GODLIKE they're holding is in the 9th spot in the overall standings. So from there to the top 8, the distance is not that tough. But what GODLIKE requires at this moment is a good match. A 20-pointer game in order to make them bounce up to probably the 5th or 6th spot in the overall standings. And if they can do it so in this very map of Miramar, things can be different. But now the circle speaks. It's called down south. We go all down south to go towards the side of Chumaceras and Los Leones. I am expecting some urban circles, though I'm not sure what about you, Ozora.
Los Leones. I'm thinking Los Leones is going to be one of those prime stops, an epidome where we can see a lot of action coming forward. But for you guys, if you want some intense action, whether it's regard to gaming or it's regards to you storing some files, this NVMe is top notch. Just go ahead, buy it. It's from WD Black alongside its 4 terabyte of space. So you know space is just abundant and the performance as well.
Every time I look at this, I feel like that we are into some really good fights. Learn from past. They started things off in a really good note. Hero Extreme Godlike Simp has been knocked and confirmed. Another early elimination for Simp. This is not going to be a good start for Hero Extreme Godlike, though. They were trying the level best in the previous match. Same results being continued. They are getting the finishes, but not the placement points. And this time, again, facing those early casualties has always occurred problems for any of the sides, any of the teams, specifically in the map of Miramar, where you need the numbers in the very end game. And losing Simp, one of the crucial assaulters for Hero Extreme Godlike, will create some havoc, as there's a complete big graveyard split for the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. They will have to collect the vehicles, they have to rotate down south, and while rotating, they will be facing a lot more teams around themselves.
You know, Necros, I have this strange feeling. Tell me even if you're feeling the same thing or not. Is that Hero Extreme Godlike, at the final day, they will somehow manage to be in the top 8?
Damn, it's tough. I mean, if you look onto the picture, they are sitting in 44 points after 16 matches.
I know it's ambitious. I understand it's ambitious, but it's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but for that, Hero Extreme Godlike needs to play like getting at least 3 chicken dinners out of the 6 matches that they are playing. If that's not the case, I think it's quite impossible. They need to play like that. 3 chicken dinners out of 6 games, you're good to go. Even barely qualifying for the top 8.
Well, let's hope for the best. All the fans are waiting for that kind of an action. And to be honest, ONEPLUS Cincinnati, they haven't been making this entire situation that easy for multiple teams. Always cutthroat action from their end, giving that close chase to every single opponent that they see, and multiple times even reaching towards the podium finishes as well. So yeah, I know for a fact that they can brew up something in the final 2 games, specifically when it comes to Miramar, as Miramar has been one of their sloppy side maps. But overall, when you talk about their execution, it's really good execution wise. And Erangel is one of the best. So, hoping that they can even tweak around some settings and understand how the entire team can come in synergy moving forward in this map.
Talking about synergies and the team fights, I have my eyes still set on this team.
Blitz?
Yeah. Blitz. I mean, this team doesn't lack the gunpowder, doesn't lack the confidence that much, but where they're failing is in the end fights. Every time you see this team traveling through all those teams, taking the fights, getting the finishes, reaching almost close to the top 5 spot, they crumble down. Just one bad fight and they're all down in shambles. Maybe one single player is alive or something like that, which is causing them not score points.
Wow.
That was a lucky one.
I swear to God. For a second, I thought that Anuj has that one slight bit of idea that if he punches the air, he's gonna be untethered. But no, his HP depleted. It took a second, but it did.
You did expect that the HP is not going to deplete?
No, I expected it's gonna deplete, but the response rate was like so. Yeah, I was like, wait a second, HP? Hello? Is he invincible? Is he godlike now?
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen that way. In real life, if you jump off a building from third floor,
Oh yeah, it's instant.
You're,
Instant
you're
results.
a dead man. Instant results. Oh my God, Azora. I guess we need to just shift the conversation right now.
Yeah, like we are not good
Yeah.
conversation holders at all.
Our humor is just too bad.
It rotates around the dark humor part, but it's all right.
Let's skip to the good part.
Yeah, chumma se
We
raha,
have forever Lucifer in front of our screen. We are missing one Lucifer on the desk, an English desk, but we have a Lucifer right here in front of our screen.
Exactly. We can get all the action that we want in BGMI specifically.
But are we missing Lucifer?
No, not at all.
Oh,
Not at
I'm
all.
gonna clip it. I'm gonna clip it. Yeah, finally.
My man ditched us day one itself.
For the audience who might be wondering who is Lucifer, he's on the Hindi desk. He's
Yeah.
the analyst. He's doing a great job out there. But yeah, we are his friends and we're just going to rant a little bit about him. But again, coming back to the game, it's going to be money makers on our screen. Joker, Clutch God and his company. They have been entertaining us for a long time. They're in the 6th spot with 97 total points on the board, out of which 75 are finishes.
This team has been doing significantly good, man. You talk about them, you talk about Moneymakers, Wildfang. All of these teams are just so good when it comes to that point of contact. They just know that from the word go, you see an opponent right in front of you, knock them. The moment you do that, slam them hard enough to get all of those hard-earned points, or even back out. I've seen Wildfangs call in quits the moment they understand that this is a lost cause, and that's the kind of understanding every single team needs to have at this point of time. It's the experience that Wildfang members hold at this point of time, Necros, and I absolutely adore their gameplay.
The way they play, we have to. At one point, they've seen the ups and downs, and now it's time that they are looking towards the better side of the game. But one thing, again, it comes to my mind. This is the old meta that all the players are playing in. When, again, it shifts to the newer one, will the same performance be there? That's the question. Because a lot of teams, those who have been performing really well in the new meta, they are seeming to struggle in the old meta once again, shifting it back. So, a lot of questions towards the teams and the playstyles, but right as now, IQOOSOUL Mania seems to be caught off guard by BLITZ. We were talking about exactly the thing like this. Tronza has been traded off. We do see Knuckle taking those trades and BLITZ. It's going to be an all-out battle. They have started it, but IQOOSOUL will look forward to end it, while Mania, he needs a quick revival. Dazzler is still there in the compounds. Not sure whether Goblin has an idea, but Dazzler has been spotted. The shot is being fired by Gokul from a different area. Mania should easily get a revival. There should not be any problems, but IQOOSOUL, the other two players, those who have gone up close and personal, they have to deal with it. They have to do something in order to find the better value, as Dazzler seems to be going it all out, all by himself, while Rambo will be there in the back as but this team to do the damage. But right as now, Knuckles slams it hard, but eventually finishes before going into the covers, as Rambo, he has arrived for the backup, but he's just too late.
Oh, Rambo right now, he's just rambling across near the tree, trying to find a perfect hideout, nades in hand, trying to blow up all the opponents into bits and pieces. Goblin on the other end, he has taken the big brunt force approach. Knocked for now, instantly gonna be revived. 4-man squad still intact. IQOOSOUL wants to execute this entire thing in a really good style. But Rambo, at the end of the day, he wants to survive. He wants to fight for another day. So a couple of players, they find retreat, they hit the retreat button, and they're off from that place. Good decision from the likes of BLITZ, as they have to hold that position as well. And if you want to look at the dawn of the daylight, I mean to say, if you want to head towards first to 8 position, then of course, today's day needs to end on a very strong note.
Talking about strong note performances, learn from past. They have been exceptionally well, and even in this match, you do see them having 5 finishes, Ozora. Just wondering that how is this team able to enter the circle in every tough situations and in every impossible circles, where you do see learn from past. They're a team who tends to play it very slow and steady in the very early game. Then they engage in some couple of fights, grab some decent amount of finishes, then again play it very slow and steady. They enter the circle in the very nth moment, and then somehow they finish in the podium. And learn from past, they have no intentions of going all aggressive, all guns blazing. What they want is points, and they're getting it by taking the chicken dinners, and that's why they have the highest number of chicken dinners for themselves. But Rising Inferno Esports, there has been some exchange of shots and bullets between them and IQOO Orangutan, but so far, in terms of position, Rising Inferno Esports, they're lying way too low. But Orangutan, they're just the neighbors of them. There's just 1 point difference between both the teams, but Rising Inferno Esports, it's really high time that they need to gear themselves up if they want to qualify for the top 8.
Well, Nekros, I would really like to add one thing. That the moment you asked me that question, right, or asked the audience the question, your analysis itself gave the answer. So kudos to you, man. Like, that's a really good analysis. And that's the thing about this entire team of Learn from Past. They have been very slow whenever it comes to the gradual start. Once they get that ignition, they keep running forward, and they always somehow tend to understand the rotation pattern of the opponent. That's what keeps them untethered till the very end. And if you remember that one game in the map of Erangel, which was against IQOOSOUL, somehow Learn from Past was right there at their throat, and they got the entire situation under control. We're on the other end, trying to get that information, surely, but is he going to receive any? Jatin not exposing that much of his body. He has the height advantage. He knows at this point of time, all he needs to do is wait for the entire team to call in that 1, 2, 3, and then go for the opening shots. Because that's how you can synergize yourself and then get at least a knock or two. There are like a couple of players, one inside the compound, the other one outside in the open. Visgord, we have seen him perform today. Absolute Chad performance. So hoping forward that he can continue this similar kind of momentum. Jatin still twirling around, tweaking, peeking, trying to get that additional bit of information alongside the couple of others from the likes of Rising Inferno. They're having a rotation called in, and they want to zero in towards a prime spot where Orangutan is currently holding. This holdout looks really good. They have a ridge advantage. They have a depression as well right in front of them, which can help them glitch out the way they can go ahead and initiate the battle. Gotten way too close to comfort. He's slowly creeping in. The compound is not going to look so good all of a sudden. Gotten, what's the master plan? Little does he know there's a player coming in from the other corner, AKOP. He's been spotted. It was a nice try with the nade, but eventually he did not get any success whatsoever. Gotten is way too close to comfort. This can be a bad sign. Gotten, I would recommend you not climb this wall. If you do, it's going to be a bad time for you all of a sudden.
He needs smokes. He needs smokes. A thick layer of cushion for himself to be in the safe grounds. And even IQOO Orangutan and almost all the players, they have backed off from the spot. The shots being fired. One player who was creating the diversion was just there to reveal the positions of their opponents of Rising Inferno Esports, while you do see Vera and AKOP making a quick fallback from the spot. Rising Inferno squad, they are all way too close, and go if you ask me, Goten is just there trying to find out the players. Visgod is in the close proximities, and Visgod, the new addition, I mean, he was not playing a lot more matches, but he has been replaced in place of Atanki. As soon as Vizgod has stepped up, the game has improved. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they are facing the problems in IGL to an IGL. Punk wipes down, Pucar wipes down Punk. That's got to be the second loss for the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. While LIKHITA Esports, they will be cherishing another finish in their bag. That's really good for them. But for now, IQOO Orangutan, what's the next plan? That's the bigger question. If IQOO Orangutan wants to take a fight against Blitz, this is a high time, but this nade can be really deceiving. This nade should give an amount of damage, and Rambo finds down AKOP, and even it seems like the situation is most likely under the control of Blitz.
Why would he keep lunging and leaping forward? Rambo still standing true with the entire testament. Vizgod on the other end, even he's gonna be bitten right off. Oh my goodness, Orangutan, the entire team has been completely wiped out from the face of Miramar. That was not at all a good execution coming in from their end. They were stuck with a couple of teams getting shot from the backside as well. LIKHITA Esports way too close. We could see multiple shots coming on them. And that's how the entire team crumbled down into bits and pieces. But still, there's one player who's still alive for the likes of Blitz. That's going to be Rambo. And we have seen him play. He goes guns blazing, nothing more than that.
Godlike Cronton? Am I seeing it right? Is it Cronton really playing? That's a big question, but...
Yep. He is.
Jonathan and Cronton. Oh man, that has been such a nostalgic feeling. Once we used to see Cronton play. Now he's just the owner of Hero Extreme Godlike, owning one of the most decorated teams across India, having one of the biggest fan bases. Right now it seems like VENOM, my bad, VASISTA Esports, like Jonathan needs a quick revival and Cronton is already on it. If you take a lot more time, it's going to be problematic, and for that, Hero Extreme Godlike, they do already know that two players are knocked and confirmed. Eventually,
watch your back.
But now it's going to be one kids driving close by, and now they're going to lump all in. Grenades are being cooked. Cronton, can he get one opening? That's a big question. But Jonathan, he has to play the bigger role. He needs to get the knockout. The nades are there, giving some splash damage to the players, but not enough. Jonathan wants to go up close and personal. That's going to be juicy. IGL versus Jonathan, but this is going to be Zeref putting the final nail in the coffin. But from afar, it's going to be True Rippers to chime in. Well, Scary Jod finds down an opening against Zeref. ONEPLUS, Cincinnati kids, they are there to find. Well, the sister Esports from afar are looking forward to find some values.
Oh, this is just the right start that True Rippers needed. Far range shots, Ninja, unfortunately not there in the lobby, but it's just a three-man squad for the likes of True Rippers. And somehow they want to be a big problem for the likes of ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. All bots, roll out. That's the call for now from the likes of Jelly. And the entire team is following. Flock on the other end. He's also on this high pursuit chase right here. It's going outside the circle. Can be a bad cause for the likes of ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. And that's where Flock chooses to not pursue this chase. Smart choice coming in from his end. Far range shots will be far better. And that's the kind of approach they're bringing in onto the table.
Look at this. The circle is really dicey. It's around the ears of Chuma, Sera, IQOOSOUL. They have a really brilliant spot to play along, but learn from past Honey. Gets knocked down. IQOOSOUL's Goblin. He needs a quick revival. All the players are in a really big distance. I don't think Goblin's revival will be possible to turn now. Goten is up close and personal. Owen has been taken down. Rambo. He gets slammed back by Goten. BMW IGL. He has been already compromised before. Goblin needs a revival with Mania. It's going to be a very risky decision. He needs a lot of smoke cover, but Silopi is all way too close, just around the areas of Shack. The covers needs to be made. Goblin, it can be a big rescue mission for him, but the covers have been made, and Mania decides he's just going to pick up Goblin and let him sit in the buggy and quickly run towards the closest vicinity to get him a quick revival. While Goblin is bleeding, he needs a quick rest, but all the other players, they're providing the trade files, they're providing the cover files for this rescue mission to be completed.
Jatin, this man has been doing a lot of deeds, but unfortunately so far this entire team has not at all received the fruit for the amount of hard work they have done. This is the most awaited battle. True Rippers. Lovely nade, Gokul. One more and it will for sure take down Jelly, but all they required was another team support. That's right. Learn from past. Being a big thorn in the middle of all of this deserty island. Jelly has been taken out as well. Lovely nade coming through. Gokul just constantly barraging all of those artilleries. And it is just giving the right kind of fruit to the entire team. Nakul knows that there's another player knocked right around this corner and he's going to find him as well. Sam, unfortunately, he's going to be taken out. Surely.
Another vehicle gifted. That's one of the most important thing. But oh, Gokul, this is not a great decision. That vehicle is already stuck and IQOOSOUL, they need to enter the circle. While you talk about Wild Fangs having one finish, they are going with some quick maneuvers. They are going towards the direction of Venom Gaming, and that's not going to be a good spot for them. The circle has shifted away. It's completely in the open lands. Only one compound to work out with, and if I'm not wrong, that compound belongs to Rising Inferno Esports. They are having a really good spot for themselves, while VASISTA Esports craving everything out of the players of AUTOBOTZ. Lobster has been swallowed for now, but eventually when we just talk about the other players, they are still intact in position, but VASISTA Esports from a distance, having the hard compounds all to themselves, they're utilizing it to its fullest, while IQOOSOUL, they do have an idea that Kyulamau is just beneath them.
IQOOSOUL, you would say another player down underneath, and IQOOSOUL has the height advantage. They will look at more points, more finish points to go ahead and jot things down with. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, Juicy has been taken out of the picture. This is a sad thing for them. Eventually, they were thinking about heading towards the circle, finding the perfect corner, and then from there on, gatekeeping anyone who wants to rotate right around them. But unfortunately, there has been a big demise there. Zeref on the other end, good nades being barraged right across the corner. I would really love to see that fight. I mean, there are some lovely rotations coming in. But here's the thing, right? Whenever it is this particular team that is ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they're always down to something good. There you go. Another Nox comes through. And that's a lovely headshot. So overall, ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they're just making it worth their while.
Patience is the key. Stage 5, 12 teams remaining. 36 players still fighting it out, duking it out among each other to be the best. But Venom's need finds down Anuj to OP. It's going to be really a problem for him. While Fangs, they're in those compounds, they're in those edgy areas fighting against Venom Gaming. But right as of now, Aditya wants to dive in, wants to have a chance, wants to have a shot of getting those 3 finishes. As Fragor has been compromised, Anuj to OP, he will be completely decimated. There's no way he's going to get any revival. Forever Esports right in front of their eyes. But what is MAKERZ thinking right now? Because Arto is all out in the open. It should be an easy peasy fight for him. But oh my god, Aditya sprays. The bullets did not connect well. Otherwise, Arto would have been the first opening that Aditya could have got for his team. But now MAKERZ, they do have an idea. There is a team just beside them. And they need to take care of them eventually if they want to win this match.
Oh no, the height advantage is way too good. It's so surreal right now. One by one, they're entering towards the circle, but unfortunately, the entire circle is caught with so many players. Arto thought that he was a smart lad out there, but the entire team was keeping tabs, constant tabs on the opponent. Last player, Phoenix. Can he rise above from the ashes? We have seen this guy perform some lovely stunts. Right now, it's him against the world. And I believe he wants to take that chaotic stance. Phoenix again, low on HP, he needs to heal as well. He's going for the heal, but the circle is always going to be taking him down, berating Joker on the other end. Good ways to tackle down that one situation which was right in front of him. IQOOSOUL for now, they look super strong, 4-man strong alongside VASISTA as well. Having the manpower advantage is always good. And the moment I told that VASISTA has a 4-man squad, one has already parted ways. He's knocked. Let's see whether he can be revived. Yes, he's back into the picture. But Soul, looking at the way they're just functioning right now, they have seen many points running forward. And one by one, they're trying to tweak all of them towards their favor.
Need The nade, they should do the damage. Aditya was barely surviving in a very low HP, but this time the one team was commanding all the battles. It's going to be Rising Inferno Esports, but this time it has to be a 1v1 battle, and Manya wins the duel. An IGL versus an IGL, and Clutch God, he couldn't expect, he couldn't shine this time. Aditya being spotted completely, he will be decimated as Moneymakers, they take an exit in the 6th spot. We're closing to the Red Bull standoff mode while Rising Inferno Esports finally, after so many matches, they are rising above the expectations, and right now the one team who can stop them, it can be the mighty IQOOSOUL. But now the main question that arrives is how VASISTA Esports are planning to take on the fights, because for now they have got 3 finishes and 4 players remaining, and the circle is literally shrinking. But IQOOSOUL, they don't seem to stop anywhere near.
Oh my god. One by one, they're just spotting enemies and constantly just eliminating them. Scary John already knocked on the ground. Hector on the other end, he's somehow safe. Finding that perfect comfort zone right across him. He's gonna give in that revival as well. VASISTA is the only lone competition for the likes of IQOOSOUL. And finally, I can see one player. Hold on, what just happened here? Manya has been knocked on the ground? Wait,
yeah,
it's learned from past. They're back in the action.
CINCINATTI just jumping into the right moment. He has been the one party spoiler for a lot of teams, and learn from past. They have 10 finishes in their name. Oh my god. What in the world that they have done so far? Rising Inferno Esports, they have been completely wiped off. The one team who has having a good control for themselves, and eventually Fury strikes back. Goblin gets taken down.
Oh, that was a very bad situation right there, but Fury, looking at the way he's just constantly ready for the team, ready to go ahead and contribute again and again. All of a sudden, the situation is dwindling. Even for the likes of Learn From Past, they have made some serious mistakes, but now they want to correct the wrong. Arman on the other end, good amount of height advantage. They're still not heading towards a circle. They're still taking it very slow, and that's the right decision, because it's a 3-way Mexican standoff. And in this 3-way Mexican standoff, you have to play all of your cards right.
Oh, Scary John, as soon as he wants to go up close, it's going to be Gokul raining down Hellfire. IQOOSOUL, they're not backing off VASISTA. They have an upper hand. Gokul, they need to come out in the open, learn from past. They are creating the havoc. Arman and the company, they are going all out in the open. Gokul has been knocked out. IQOOSOUL, they are confined. They are not in a position to win this match anymore. They have had their fair shares of finishes, and that's now coming down to the one last first aid. Manya will be looking forward to get the confirmations. He has a proper visual. He wants to get some knockouts. He wants to get the confirmation. Sailopi, he has been knocked out, but the confirmation won't be coming in his way, as Arman will be taking care of him. It's all down to Learn From Past versus VASISTA Esports, the top 2 teams right now in the overall standings.
Hector, he's doing one thing better. He knows that the flank angle needs to be on point, and Honey is way too low on HP. That splash damage is equally good. Hector gets the splash damage as well. Honey slowly creeping forward. Hector, right now is the time for you to take out your DBS and just charge forward. That's the only way to go. VASISTA Esports, they have the man count advantage, and the others, which is Learn From Past, they're still struggling, dwindling, HP being utilized. They're just going ahead and constantly boosting that squad. But how well can they go ahead and function now? It's 3v3. Fury on the other corner. Still there. He's also surviving. Yes, he's still surviving, alive and kicking. How well can Learn From Past go ahead and capitalize this situation is the question now. Hector, way too low on HP. This might be the last piece from the straw. And yes, he's been taken down. Arman, that Molotov was equally good. Honey already has an aggressive stance, and there comes the entire push. And in the middle of all of that, there's just one man waiting for that golden opportunity. Fury going out as a bait, but unfortunately that did not work out for the best.
What a setup, what a win. It's gonna be Learn From Past bagging their 5th winner chicken dinner. Arman once again, 7 solo finishes for his name, 4 for Sahil, 4 for Honey. Learn From Past, they have shown some utter domination. With VASISTA, they have almost 7 finishes in their name. This was a game of VASISTA. They have messed up badly in the final fight. It could have been a different ending, but you had to understand that situation. Sailopi playing at the back, 2 players creating a diversion. Even Honey was there creating a diversion for other players of VASISTA. Caused them to get together in the very same spot. All of the players confined in a single spot. I was just thinking one good nade could literally take out two of the players of VASISTA, and that did not happen the way, but eventually Hector's position was compromised. The nades were on point, and Sahil Lopi, that player is built different. That player is built for something bigger, and this time he also showed utter class, 4 finishes, and eventually the support that he provided to Arman to let him go all guns blazing was immense, and that's why Learn from Past, they will be bagging the 5th win, and with this win they will be inching very close to the sides of VASISTA Esports.
You know, all of this time we were telling that they're really good wherever it comes to the position advantage, but now they've showcased that they have the firepower as well. So kudos to them, cheers to them. Vasishtha, like you rightly mentioned, there was another thing that I would like to add, that the height advantage was not there towards their corner. They were still peeking the horizon, they were still looking for where the opponents can peek from, and that's what caused the entire ruckus till the very end. Plus, the way the utilities were just backed right in, it was just amazing from the corners of Learn from Past. This is the entire story, how Learn from Past, from just going ahead and being the dominating force in the entire lobby, they got even the winner chicken dinner alongside that.
Just we can say almost the moment that gives you wings, that gave the wings to Arman. That's why this is known as a Red Bull replay, because the way he played, it was like he was flying high after having a beautiful sip of Red Bull energy drink, and then again winning it out. Learn from Past. I really hope that this performance keeps up in the LAN finals, because I'm 100% sure Learn from Past VASISTA Esports, they have confirmed their golden ticket to qualify for the LAN finals by the end of day 3. Well, we still have one more match left, and there again they will be securing a lot more points. At least 3 to 5 points is what I expect from both of these teams. But on the other side of the picture, Rising Inferno squad, they also had a really great run. They were having a really great position to play along. I just don't know what happened, because otherwise, if they would have defeated Learn from Past, this chicken dinner could have been theirs.
True, but unfortunately they did not have any cover. No cover whatsoever. IQOOSOUL, they were also struggling constantly, just with the same fact that moving forward they could have gotten the artificial covers via the buggy, but eventually those buggies were not coming to a point where it would blast. So that's what the entire chaos was being created, but still they managed to head towards the top 4 position. So that's really amazing, and kudos to them. So I believe that they have just kept the word consistent for today. Not that great of a consistency. We can expect more from their end, as they're one of the most renowned teams. So hoping for the best.
Exactly, but we will be breaking down this entire match of Miramar once again with all the details and all the strats. Don't go anywhere, because we are still left with one more match. See you on the other side right after this short break. What beautiful matches we are witnessing all together in the day number 3 of upper brackets. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Skyesports Championship 2025. Today is the third day of upper brackets, and after tomorrow's day, we will be having the final set of top 8 teams who will be advancing to the grand finals. But before that, we're going to break down what happened in the previous match of Miramar, which was again a roller coaster ride, where Learn from Past did secure their 5th winner chicken dinner. But why and how did they make it happen? Because of the energetic performance that they have given, and they have got their wings from the Red Bull energy drink itself.
Well, for sure, they have gotten more wings than expected. And not only that, they're adding more feathers now. And talking about the MVP, let's see who is it gonna be. Well, it is Arman with 7 finishes. MVP rank is currently at 49. It's alright, it's gonna change real soon. But the finish contribution is at around 46.67. So nearby 50% is what Arman has contributed for the entire team. And we could see that, man. We could see that from his performance, the way he's moving around, twitching from one corner to the other, knowing where the opponents are and just being constantly ready. That's the kind of mindset that Learn from Past is currently keeping with the entire 4-man squad. 25! Okay.
Yeah, they've done some hefty amount of damage, 15 finishes. Then you talk about the 10 placement points. With 25 points backing up, they will move up at least to the second spot. But followed by that, VASISTA have also got 13 points. Rising Inferno Esports have finally got 10 points in their bag. But can't say the very same for LIKHITA, BLITZ, ONEPLUS. They haven't had a really great game of Miramar this time. But still, for ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids, they are pretty much qualified, so they don't have to be really bothered about it. But right now, it's time for the last and the final match, which is going to be in the map of Erangel. The classic Erangel awaits a lot of questions, and the answers will be made by the team. But which team will be thriving and which team will be securing the winner chicken? That's a bigger question, because for today's day, it has been again a day for Learn from Past. They have backed up 2 chicken dinners in a single day, one in the very first match, now in the 5th match as well. So this is going to be the 6th one. Who is going to be winning there? Any predictions, Ozora?
Predictions. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. I just want to lock my answer. They've had it till here now. They've had it till here. They have been constantly barraging all of the ammunitions in front of the opponents, but it's just that they're not able to find that final piece for the jigsaw puzzle. And I believe this map is going to be that final piece. That once they play, they will royally get that winner chicken dinner alongside. It'll be a perfect end for today's day.
Oh, we have to see how things are going to turn around. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're diving into the final match of today's day. Erangel it is, and the flight path is starting from the northern Georgia city and ending in the northern side of Lipovka.
I've seen this somewhere.
It's a completely northern side oriented flight path, and the teams going down south will once again face some problems. If they want to go towards military base, Nova Apnoy Ferry Pair, you better grab your vehicles early.
I've seen this somewhere. That's the thing that I have repeated day in, day out. And whenever such kind of flight path has been seen in the map of Erangel, we have not seen God's Reign perform. Because God's Reign is stuck with this ideology that where to go. And even if they head towards one of the directions, they are going to find multiple teams who love to enter towards Zarki, who love to enter towards shooting range. Severny, for example, Hero Extreme Godlike, alongside Georgiapo, the place where Autobots love to go ahead and form that perfect 4-man triad. So yeah, these are the places. Other than that, where can you head to? Yasnaya Poliana, Drop Clash yet again. Stalber is one of the places where people do not even try to enter. So yeah, that's only one spot where we can see it's completely wide open.
This is going to be a big battle. Lobster and the last time we did see these two teams competing against each other, fighting against each other in the Northern Georgia City, it was all about Blitz wiping the entirety of Autobots. They did not have a chance to fight back, but this time the scenarios can be different because Autobots, they have their own fair shares of loot. The fights and the damage are being done. Dronza has been taken down by Lobster. The last time he did not get the free hand access to get those finishes or get the knockouts. This time Man has an opportunity, has a beautiful angle to play along, and that's why Dronza has been knocked and he will be confirmed. There is no doubt about it. But Blitz, this can be a good opportunity if they want to hop in and pounce on this one solo player, Lobster.
Always, always. Whenever you talk about Judge Paul, they're like only these two teams constantly going against each other. You mess with the devil, you get the horns. You have heard that multiple times, but this time, what's it gonna look like? Is it gonna be an equalizer from both the ends, call it truce, and then not battle it out again? Or we can keep seeing them going ham against each other. Three Red Bulls right in front of Rambo, and he chooses to just get one. And that one is the nade.
Oh, one good nade. Rambo, can he make the difference? The damage is still not there, and Autobots, they're just waiting patiently. They know one mistake can cost them out, and the Reeb is down. Dazzler, this is the opening. This is the opening that you need, but eventually East to Wipe is trying to make a difference. Once again, Ralphie is dropped down to a very low HP. Autobots, they have been in this situation before, and once again, they are being put into that position as well. Finishes has not been kind of confirmed, but eventually, Reeb, he needs a quick revival. He will get the revival, and a Toxic just trying to buy time for his teammates, and the revival is successful.
Revival successful. Yet again, the situation of a 3v4. But I hope they don't prolong this fight for a longer time, because I can see yet another team being so interested, keen onto what's happening in Georgia Pole. Where are they coming from? Is it LIKHITA ESPORTS? Yes, it is. They're heading forward. Finally, the entire fight takes a big scenic route. And Autobots, yet again, they're still standing tall. No matter what Rambo does, it's not enough to put down this entire team 6 feet under.
Tough job, tough task. The only thing that can happen at this moment is Autobots just holding on to the grounds, because Learn from Past is there as well. 3 teams colliding against each other in one single compound, in one single urban area, will create so much noise, because I do see even money makers trying to hop around the corners. And if that's true, if they are trying to hop into this fight, then 4 teams in Georgia Northern City. Which team will survive and move out? That's a big question. But in the meanwhile, ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids, they've got 3 finishes in the name.
Wow. Flock? What's the idea? Oh, he doesn't have any medkits. Yeah, that might be the case. But other than that, learn from past. They've been learning every single thing out there. Georgia Pole is one of the areas where both of these teams, for example, Autobots alongside Blitz, love to set foot in. It's a perfect ring. It's a perfect place. Nice amount of loot as well. But how well can Learn from Past go ahead and execute this one is the question. Height advantage. Arif on the other end, he's just prone. He's just constantly doing some regular drills in order to stay alive and kicking for a longer time. But look at that. Multiple teams are just loving to head towards this area itself. I can see yet another team so close. That's going to be Money Makers, just waiting for yet another golden opportunity to get more finish points. Oh!
No, not for now, but oh, Silope! He made a tremendous connection. Oh, what a beautiful moment. Now, Silope has to come up with the pre-fires. He has to be very patient. He has to be very patient. But no, it's not gonna happen. Learn from past. Oh, the past they had was brilliant, but what the present is, they're not gonna like it. They have been eliminated in the 15th spot with only 1 finish in their pack, but this is an opportunity that they want to pounce on. Aditya brings 1, not just 1, make it 2. They've got 2 in a row, but Spray God, he had his own retaliations. There was Clutch God's Molotov that hit him. Spray God will get the revival on time. Maybe
Lovely.
not. Maybe not, Arib.
Arif.
He's turning the tides and turning the game. 2 back-to-back knockouts. 4 finishes for Lobster, 4 finishes for Arib. Autobots, if they survive this battle and if they wipe out Money Makers, they will be walking away with at least 10 finishes out of this Georgia Northern City. But Moneymakers, what is their next move?
Moneymakers, nades. The pin has been plugged out. Stray God just getting prepared for the perfect analysis right here. Ralphie on the other end. He's at the doorstep. He's knocking the doors, but he's the one who's gonna get knocked upon. Spray God at the end. He's been taken out as well. What a lovely execution coming in from the likes of the entire squad of Autobots. Wow. What a way to go in. 10 finishes, and all of them were invited. Every single one of them thought that this is just the right place to go ahead and get multiple frags, but no. It's Autobots who capitalized this current situation.
The wings that Red Bull gives you will bring down this kind of performance. Autobots, they have rolled out really hard. 10 finishes backed up, but yes, there have been casualties. 2 players lost. Now they will have to play very safe. So if you are Autobots, you don't need to go all in, right? You have got 10 finishes in your bag. What you need is just the placement points. And when you talk about placement points, the entire Georgia Northern City is vacant. It's inside the circle. So you don't need to require to have any kind of rotations. You can just sit tight, wait patiently, scout out your nearby areas. And if that happens, then Autobots will be a really good group. Oh, praise God, my man! That's a nice drift.
Yeah, he's been watching a lot of Fast and Furious recently.
Even I have been watching Ozora, but I have never ever been able
Nah,
to do
you're not a
these kind of
die-hard fan of Fast and Furious if you don't say family.
drifts. Ah, yeah, we are family. We are family.
Oh, I can't even laugh. Ouch.
Oh, that makes me more. I mean, sorry. No offense, but that makes me laugh a little bit more when
Yeah.
you say this. But talking about those situations, keeping those things aside, it's gonna be Hero Extreme Godlike around the corners. Come on, you are not gonna walk into the Georgia Northern City once again. 3-4 teams have walked in. They have their fair shares, but you know what? The best part about this entire screen that I'm witnessing, it's all the sports car that I'm seeing and the beautiful small teeny tiny character just dancing in the left screen, left hand side of the screen.
For a second, I thought that this might be one of the Rohit Shetty movies. It's like car chase going on, 4 cars just constantly trailing each other.
Background music playing.
But yeah, moving towards the bigger picture. Wow.
Yeah.
We switched that very quick. 5 finishes for the likes of Lobster, 5 finishes for the likes of Arib. And right now, what they can do best is just to stay alive till the very end. Just stay alive. Get 6 points, get 5 points, 4 points. Whatever you like. Whatever is your best deal. And complement the amount of finishes that you've already gotten to yourself.
Exactly. I mean, you've already got 10 finishes, right? So 10 points achieved. Mission accomplished. Nothing taken away. But the next thing that comes in is like the placement points, and even if you get like 2, 3, it should be more than enough. It should not bother them much. But what is going to bother IQOO Orangutan is getting some points, because for them, they require a lot. And at this moment, it seems like Venom Gaming, they're also interested in the fight, and it's going to be Hero Extreme Godlike to go up against. And Simp, once again, is the first one to go down alongside Punk. And this time, some of the fires being done by Cronten. It will be backstabbed by the players of Venom Gaming. They were in 2 open grounds. And that's what happens when you're in 2 open grounds. Alto is there in the open as well. Jonathan has a very clear vision. But I guess he's going to refrain from taking any further shots, because they don't want eliminated. But aimbot, he's waiting in the open. He has been knocked out. But the entire squad of Venom Gaming is here.
Oh boy, Jonathan, pickled up situation. A 1v4. Venom right in front. Good nade being tossed. But that gives a lot of information onto where the whereabouts is of Jonathan. Splash damage can be insane, but Jonathan for now, he's just running forward, leaping.
Oh,
He
he's
knows that
spotted.
all of the disadvantageous situations are just going to be ponded right upon him. Altu finding the flank angle. He's preparing for the afterlife. But Jonathan on the other end, still keeping the calm composure in within himself. Venom, that was an early pit stop for him with Cyrex. Oh my god!
What a
He
timing.
did not hit the brake. He saw the person and he just went flyby.
Oh, that was too good. That was too precise. But that devious shot was really crispy. That was satisfying. And as soon as Zarek stepped in with the vehicle, ran over the head of Jonathan. And that's it for here. Extreme Godlike. They have been eliminated in the 13th spot. But for Venom Gaming, they will have their fair share of finishes all to themselves. Rising Inferno Esports having the Potato Hill control. And once again, it's a similar circle of what we witnessed in the previous Erangel, but this time it's a little bit more center oriented. So I'm just wondering where it's going to end. Is it going to be the school compounds, the outskirt ones, where this circle will be ending? Because if that's the case, then IQOO Orangutan will be the most happiest players in the lobby.
Why only IQOO Orangutan? It'll be IQOOSOUL as well. They love to head towards school, and they haven't moved an inch. They're very comfortable at the place where they are, but that cannot be said with a similar thing as their position points. They need to move in. They need to start getting those finishes. They need to start getting some position points as well. So only in that place they need to make themselves uncomfortable. Other than that, they're doing really good. Orangutan, usually what they do is they head to Razok. That's been one of their places where they can get some really good loot, and they never move from that area at all. But it's just that the flight path has been so complicated in recent times that every single time they are playing towards Razok, it's like multiple teams are just bothering them again and again. So that's the reason they're having some switcheroos around that as well. So good thought process overall, now to get mowed over at the beginning itself and have a very slow and steady start.
About the starts and the plays, it feels like True Rippers, they've lost themselves completely in this match. After the start they have received 3 players lost, only a single player still thriving outside the blue zone. If I'm not wrong, that's going to be Cherry himself in the western coastal side of this map of Erangel. Way too much in the extremities, but True Rippers, they're safe. I mean, they might have not confirmed their qualification yet, but they're still in a better position as compared to any other team. The top 5, top 6 still looks very compact and safer grounds, while Forever Esports,
Whoa.
what are they up to right now? A lot of quick maneuvers.
Forever Esports are fine currently, but what happened to True Rippers?
I mean, they got taken down. Venom Gaming got 3 finishes. Not
boy.
3. I guess it was Wild Fangs or somebody who got like 2 to 3 finishes on an early note, and the players who were taken
Wild
down.
Fang
while
are sitting
Rippers-
with just 0 finishes, so I believe it might be the first team which you mentioned, which is Venom.
Oh, we have to see. But oh, Goblin, he seems to be a little bit trapped at this moment. His vehicle is punctured. He needs a backup. Mania arrives instantly. Help Uber service? Can we get some? Second time with 10 fell. Goblin, come on, you just need to tap on the get in. But yeah, sometimes it doesn't happen that quickly. It's all about the pressure, but that's giving a breathing space for the side of Jatin. This nade connects. He might just get 2 big openings, but this time the button hits right and the rescue mission is completed.
Indeed. Overall, they were so close to getting eliminated. And overall, Rising Inferno Esports, they've been having this one flame in within them, that is redemption. Redemption time, which they haven't quite gotten that opportunity to prove themselves. So, hoping that they can do that soon. And it was Moneymakers who got those finishes against True Rippers. See, the
Still.
mystery never remains unsolved.
Exactly. That's why I need you, my man, Ozora.
Again.
Detective Ozora. Let's go.
Again,
But
don't make me laugh, Necros.
I'm not making you live. You're a detective guy, but keeping jokes aside, it seems like God's Reign, they're interested in a fight against Wild Fangs. A couple of shots being fired, and still now, it breaks my heart that the sports cars' tires are all punctured out.
Yeah, unfortunately, they can't tell box in this game.
Oh, oh my God, Azora, that hurts.
Anywho, all those references, we can put that aside. We can put all of this behind us. Venom Gaming, yes, let's talk about them. So far, they've been playing super good. Day number 3 has been a boon to them. Day number 2, not that much. Day number 1 was a really banger of a start. But right after that, this entire team seems like they have forgotten those old ways of being the Jedi.
Ah, I'm just wondering and counting the references, Azora. We've fought in
Don't worry, you'll keep getting more.
Fast and Furious, Star Wars, F1, and whatnot. But I'm loving, I'm really loving this. BGMI with all the drama.
Yo, that's the thing, right? Multiple people love masala. And currently, masala is one of the things that even upsets people's tummy.
Are you giving any personal opinions at this
No,
moment?
no personal
Okay.
opinions.
Okay.
Just a general vague statement.
Okay. It does. But sometimes, I mean, after you have talked about masalas and all those stuff, I'm feeling a little bit hungry. But okay.
No, you're not feeling hungry. You need energy, my friend.
Yeah, and for that I
Grab
need a
a
Red
can of Red
Bull.
Bull.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. I just want to get some wings and fly up. It's too hot. But for now, the battleground seems to be a warm place for a lot of players. Not warm, but a tropical hot island for them. Because God's Reign, they're also sitting tight inside the compounds. And people do advise when the temperature outside is hot, you just stay indoors and stay hydrated. And I believe God's Reign, they're focusing on that because they're inside the circle. They don't have to do anything much more than just sitting inside the compound and waiting for other teams to rotate beside them to find the finishes, cut down the rotations. That's the only job that they have right now.
That was quite a rebound there, Fierce. Like he went twice. He reversed back and then he took that boost, moving forward. Took the brunt of the circle as well, and now he is ready to head towards Pochinki. A good place to go, but Cincinnati right behind them. Oh, I love this chase. All of a sudden, things have become spicy, and like you were mentioning, things are getting hot. Now it's getting hot. Now is the time where all of the teams are going to be gatekeeping each other. And that would be the loveliest part to look at. Flock, a good correct, I would say a good rectification onto the car of his own beloved teammate. Hector, he's on his own battle. Fury on the other end. Good knock coming through onto Forever. This battle is not going to be there for a longer time. Hector, yet again, he has taken down Phoenix as well. That Molotov was so darn good that it's giving him the results even in Afterlife. Auto right outside could not do much there. His HP is way too low. Taken down by Sin. Last man standing. I don't think so. He has a fighting chance or the survivability to even take this entire fight. And there goes the entire team of Forever in dust.
VASISTA Esports, they are the dons of this lobby for now. The way they are suppressing, the way they are taking the fights, and with all the ease that they're showing, it's just too much to take for any other team. But Justin has been taking down Apple in the close proximity. He needs a good nade, one good connection, one good nade is what God's Reign need. But the explosion will not be indoors, rather than it's going to be in the outdoors. So VASISTA Esports, all the players will be still safe and sound as ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids. You look at them, 3 finishes being registered. They're playing in a ditch. And now they have to just play it really slow and steadily because God's Reign, if they have one chance, if they have one visual over that area, they're going to literally pounce on them with all the ammunition that they have. And Terrapist might just be the first one to go down.
That's a really nice cover for the likes of ONEPLUS Cincinnati, but they're exposed from multiple directions. Right now, they're inside the circle. God's Reign. perfect vicinity for them. And from here on, all they have to do is convert things. That's it. And on the other end, Hector and the entire squad, they have a way of saying that you come to my house and you're seeking shelter, you better be paying the rent. And the rent was paid with 4 full finishes.
Oh, scary Chord. He's been silent for such a long time, but God's Rain, they open up. They're just fighting it out. There are not many compounds to work out with in this entire circle. So they are VASISTA Esports compound, God's Rain's compound are going to be really some crucial ones to play along. But eventually, when you just talk about Rising Inferno Esports, they are trying to find out against the likes of Venom Gaming. But now, one player has been knocked out. He will be getting a revive. But look at the needs. The precise connections will find aimbot. Syek drops down to a very low HP. Even Syek falls down. What a needing skills there, showcasing Rising Inferno Esports. This is the kind of game that we wanted to see, but now this is going to be all of Molotovs. It's going to be all fire all around. Everything will be burning around Venom Gaming, but Rising Inferno Esports, they're hesitating to go up front because there are so many teams outside the areas who are trying to pounce on making the third party happen. But Mani and Goblin, both of them have been knocked out. And right as of now, IQOOSOUL, they have got 4 finishes, but they are looking forward to do some third party on the players of Rising Inferno Esports. But is this a good situation? That's a big question.
Oh, the height advantage is already there upon this team, so I would rather suggest that they can take it a bit slow and then later on go in for the execution once someone else is trying to gatekeep them. That's going to be the perfect opportunity for them to go ahead and embark on this journey. But for now, the revival has come through. Goblin, Fatal on HP, another nade, another knock. Knuckle, the Batman sadly has to depart from there. Goten, he's just having the perfect maneuverability. He's moving from one corner to the other, having the perfect flank angle as well for the entirety of the team. And IQOOSOUL, they're having a lot of troubles in Paradise.
Losing the Batman at the very early stage, it's going to be a little bit problematic. But IQOOSOUL, they have managed to escape with 3 of the players. That's a really good thing for them. Because for now, IQOOSOUL, they need points. And if they want to get points, the only good thing that they can do is just stay calm and composed, fight till the very end circle, play for the podium or the chicken dinner, and the finishers will walk up to you. That's the main motivation. That's the main thinking process of what I feel IQOOSOUL is going up with. But for now, LIKHITA Esports Fears will go for a drive-by and will find AKOP. Knocked out. The confirmation is still not there because Rage God and Fears, they have been taken down in a retaliation. WizGod is striking left, right, and center.
Lovely. We're on for now. All the weight on his shoulder to revive both of his teammates, as the 4th is not there in the lobby already. LIKHITA, they've been completely eradicated. Out from the surface of Erangel by Gokul. That was not a wise decision at all. You have to always see whether the doors are completely unhinged, unhooked or not. And that's how the entire situation has been created. Mania being shot from the left corner. And it is Rising Inferno Esports. They were here for redemption and they get that redemption as well. IQOO Esports. IQOOSOUL, they're out for the count.
Look at this. Rising Inferno Esports, they're playing with the textbook basics and they are getting the points. 3 finishes backed up, not a single player lost. And right now, the direction towards where they are moving, it's going to be Cincinnati Kids. ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. How are they going to handle the situation? That's a bigger question. But overall, when you just talk about it, the shots being fired. So far, Mighty and the company, they are holding on a ditch, but right now they have to move out. It's either going to be this compound of God's Rain or either it's going to be the compound of VASISTA Esports. Who is going to be the one?
In any which case, I feel that Rising Inferno has a better chance to fight against all of these teams. They have the height advantage. They have the perfect topographical angle as well. But the only thing that is a big hindrance for them are ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. Only they can stop them.
Everybody is silent. 7 teams remaining, 20 players inside the lobby. VASISTA Esports, Rising Inferno squad, God's Rain with all the 4 players alive. IQOO Orangutan still in the picture, but Koten is trying to spot out the players. Where are they? Mighty gets taken down. Delta PG. It was a much needed opening. The Zeref pops in, gets an opening, but instant the retaliation coming up from behind. Destro, the Igel steps up. Juicy is the final one who will go down, and that's going to be it. 1% just to work out with, but GODLIKE they still are intact in that position. But IQOO Orangutan in the slammer to the compounds of the VASISTA Esports as WizGod. He is welcomed with the DBS Mac.
Oh my goodness, the action is just going on and on. Nobody's trying to budge out from this fight. AKOP still around that corner, waiting for the golden opportunity, but I don't think so. They will even stand a chance to fight against two teams who are looking so strong. VASISTA Rising Inferno alongside GODLIKE. Thanks to that one winner chicken dinner, they look super confident. One by one, all of those throwables are doing the perfect job right there. VASISTA, a couple of players already knocked. It's not looking good for them. They need to somehow manage to pick them up and jot things together.
Jelly, look at him. 11 first aids. He's just going for a heal battle. He has kept his team alive to the top 6, and there's a good opportunity. The pre-fires might just come in. Hector! He is in a very low HP, and eventually he will be knocked out. It all comes down to that one single player. Zin has got a big responsibility on his shoulder. As Rising Inferno Esports, they are rising above the sky, and now they are pushing past their limits to go all up close and personal. VASISTA Esports Zin is trying to go for the revival. The top being fired. Zin is not going to survive that one. 6 finishes registered. Goten. He is in a godly mode. He's in a Super Saiyan mode right now, and eventually nobody's gonna left behind. Rising Inferno squad, they're rising up from the ashes, but there is still one more job that they need to do. It's gonna be to take down the gods. Jelly's run end, but now it's gonna be the gods versus the rising stars.
I wanna know, where's the last team? Where is it exactly? Lovely way to go ahead and call in that rotation. The smokes are on point. Every single thing helping them. Justin knows where the opponents are going to be. And it's a 3v4 situation. Moving forward. Oh my god. Wow. Owen. He's been owned up. That was a lovely nade. Arib, the last man standing for the likes of AUTOBOTZ. And he's still surviving. 3 more medkits. And after that, I believe he's going to perish away. But focusing on to the bigger picture right here. A 4v3 situation soon converted to a 3v3, and now we stand on even grounds.
So many needs to put it in the right place. Just look at Delta PG. He's raining down hellfire every right, left, center. The nades are on point. Another opening. God's Rain might just breach through. That's the main point. The circle is in the favor, and AUTOBOTZ, after a brilliant start, they will end up with 15 points in their bag, but that nade was just too close. Justin! How is that man still surviving?
My god. Imagine if he gets knocked down, the entire team would be left in shambles. Oh, that was a quick rotation. Good one indeed. Destro constantly throwing in all of the smokes. Oh my goodness. It feels like all of the clouds, which are right now surfacing on top, are in the bottom. Lovely. The throwables are on point. Necro, what do you think? Who's going to win this battle?
Oh, Justin has got a big job to do. The knees are being there. Justin is the first one to go down. PNW IGL. No. He brings up another one. 2 of the main Goliaths have been taken down. Destro has to fall back. There is no other way but Rising Inferno Esports is going all up close personal. Justin knows the position. He wants to go all in. And this is Destro fighting out against all the odds. He gets one finish, but that's it. It's going to be Rising Inferno Esports to walk away with the winner. Taken in it with 11 total finishes in their back.
That was a really nice hideout, but unfortunately, Rising Inferno Esports, they knew the exact location, and the way they chimed in, lovely efforts coming from GODLIKE. But ultimately, they fold like a house of cards. So overall, what a lovely day, Necros. Not gonna lie about this. Every single team just chiming in at the right time, at the right place. You talk about learn from past. You talk about Rising Inferno Esports. Both of them have showcased their individual gameplays, and every single time we could see this one team reaching towards the end circles. That is VASISTA.
Exactly, VASISTA Esports, they have been the consistent key players. This is like VASISTA is just becoming the synonyms of consistency. We can just say that. And right as now, this was the attack that was used long ago for a team which was led by Sensei, known as Team EXO. From there, the tag was completely perished. There was no other team who could say that, yeah, this team is a synonym of consistency. But this time in this tournament, so far in every other match, VASISTA, the way they are, it's a really, really alarming factor for all the other teams that if you don't play well, if you don't stop VASISTA, they will be lifting away the trophy, the golden trophy of Skyesports Championship. But quickly jumping onto the Red Bull replay of what happened in the final circle. Jelly was the last player who was close by to the circle, and then he got taken down. Followed by that, Destro, he was trying to pull off as many finishes as he could, but he could only manage one. And after that, the run ended. Well, God's Reign just finished in the second spot, and Rising Inferno Esports, they walk away with the winner-winner chicken dinner.
It's not a bad day for God's Reign, to be very honest. It's not a bad day at all. First off, Sanhok, they got a really lovely winner-winner chicken dinner right there. And then moving forward right now, heading towards the second finish. It's good. It's really good. 6 points right there on the table. So I hope they are moving in from the bottom 8 to the top 8 because of the amount of efforts that this team is going ahead and showcasing. But there's another one, right? Rising Inferno Esports. Finally, they stumble across that winner-winner chicken dinner that they were requiring desperately. For sure, it has given them the kind of confidence that they needed to go ahead and accomplish today's impossible day. But unfortunately, it has come way too late. So day number 4 is when we can see whether that momentum is actually going to help them build up a big empire or it's going to be in shambles.
Yeah, exactly. We have to see how things are going to turn around because so far, day number 3, we can say we have given the name. So me and Arka have given this name. The day of resurrection, and I feel like the resurrection has happened. God's Reign, they have jumped up to a decent spot. We will have to see how at which position they're ending the day number 3 because we know that there's still 6 more matches left and anything and everything can happen. Out of which we know VASISTA Esports, they have done the deed. Learn from past. VASISTA Esports, all clear, all set to fly down to Bangalore for the Skyesports Championship 2025 Grand Finals. There is no doubt about it. Nobody can literally pull them down from the position that they are holding. But the question still lies from the rest of the 6 teams. So you can say 2 spots are confirmed, 6 more matches left, and 6 spots are yet to be filled.
6 shoes yet to be filled in. Learn from past, for sure, they have performed really good. But here's the thing, right? It's not a big difference from them and ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids. It's not a big difference. One good game of ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids can dethrone their current position. But on the top, we all know. On the top, it's going to be VASISTA. Thanks to their entire performance, all-rounder, I would say. You talk about finishes, they have it. You talk about position points, they have it. And it's one of the numbers which are highest in the room. So I completely understand where other teams are coming from. They're trying to level the score up, but it's not happening. But this person, Go10, from the likes of Rising Inferno Esports, has proven to be the most valuable player. 5 finishes, MVP rank of 29, and finish contribution is of 45.45. So good plays all across, and till the very end, they stuck together.
It was really important for him to just be there and provide the support, but when it comes down to the total points, 21 points is what Rising Inferno Esports will be bagging up for themselves, and with this, I really hope that they are bouncing up close by to the top 8, followed by that AUTOBOTZ having 15 for themselves. AUTOBOTZ, they will be also closing up to the top 5, alongside God's Reign will have 11, alongside IQOO Orangutan. So IQOO Orangutan, God's Reign, fair share of days, and they will have their own points to work out with, followed by VASISTA having 8, ONEPLUS Cincinnati Kids 5 for IQOOSOUL, True Rippers having 4, VENOM Gaming having 4, 3 for LIKHITA, MAKERZ having 3 for themselves, and Learn from Past, Wild Fangs only 1 all. I feel it's like Wild Fangs, they're out of the kind of consistency that they were having for themselves, but looking on to the overall standings, we have got the bigger picture. VASISTA Esports 175 on top.
on top. Lovely performance coming from there, and learn from past with 145, second position. ONEPLUS Cincinnati kids 121. Just one good game they can topple down learn from past, but toppling down VASISTA Esports, that's gonna be a true test for them. True Rippers on the other end, from Mr. Consistent to all of a sudden dropping down all of those players and finally heading towards a final circle with just one person is never going to work out. You need to have your entire band together, your crew together. That's how you can accomplish tough fleets. And moving forward, I could see even this really good difference coming from Team IQOOSOUL alongside Team VENOM. Well, it's just 3 points. 3 points. Rising Inferno Esports, thanks to that 21-pointer, they have come close to IQOOSOUL, and this is the kind of performance that we all were expecting. God's Reign with 96, Forever Esports 82, Orangutan, they have touched the 80 mark, but not the triple digit just yet. BLITZ Esports 80, LIKHITA Esports 60, and Hero Extreme Godlike is still at 45.
It's going to be a tough ride for them if they want to qualify, but mostly I think Hiroshima Godlike, they have to go down to the last chance qualify in order to qualify for the Grand Finals. But talking about the top 5 brackets, it's going to be Fury on top from VASISTA Esports with 36 total finishes, followed by Trace God. Only 10 finishes after the 6 matches today that he has played, so he could just add it to 31, followed by AUTOBOTZ Lobster with 26, Silopi also joining the party with 25 finishes in his name, and IQOOSOUL's Gokul around the top charts with 25 finishes. He's been doing a good job, but I still feel the synergy is yet to be made, and as soon as the synergy is built up nicely, we can expect that this player is one of the key players for IQOOSOUL in order to bring them the points that they require to win a tournament.
Well, true. This was day number 3, Necros. It was fun. We could see a lot of drop clashes coming in, and we even saw the way teams were playing passive aggressive. That is another lesson to be learned, that teams are still not yet that confident whenever it comes to that mono fights. So they're slowly starting to build up the tension as well, and that's what we love to see in the map of Erangel, as Erangel has been one of the maps which is repeated like thrice. So moving forward, day number 4, I believe it's going to be a lot chaotic day. It's going to have a lot of drop clashes, multiple fights right from the beginning itself in order to get that aggressive stance and the confidence, which will keep, boosting them in executing very well towards the very end.
Exactly, we just have to. I completely agree with that. But I really feel like, again, we have seen a lot of comebacks. We have seen a lot of improved performances today. So I do expect that the teams, the players are evolving. They are again adapting to the older meta of what this tournament is going through. And as soon as they adapt and they understand, okay, we are back, we're all set, like VASISTA, what they are doing, learn from past, what they are doing. I guess we will be good to go to see some more action-packed matches tomorrow with the 6 games that are left behind. But also, when we just talk about any other team money makers, while FANGS, they have to do something better, because as we have seen in the overall standings, the 8th position, it's like 102 points. It's going to be Venom Gaming out there. So if they want to qualify and they have to make the cutoff possible, they require at least 40 points tomorrow. 40 points, good to go. If they don't make it out of 6 matches, 40 points is what I'm talking about. If they don't make it, it's going to be a tough journey for them, because otherwise I feel like if you have crossed 130 or 140, you are safe. You're qualified.
Yeah, 130, 140, hands down, you're going to be safe. But there's one thing that tomorrow VASISTA Esports will for sure hit the 200 as well, because they're one of the teams who have been looking so far so good. Mr. Consistent, having Hector as one of the crucial players, giving the information, the insight. And yeah, we did see some top fraggers coming in from their end as well. So overall, the entire roster looks so well polished. First day, it was not looking that it's their cup of tea, but looking at the way they finished off second and the third day, the entire squad, Hector, Fury, Scary, Zin, all of these 4 players have been playing so darn good. So I hope that the momentum keeps moving forward and its team rolls forward. And similar thing goes for the other teams as well. It's one final day, one final push, put it your all, and just execute.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll quickly have a look on all the chicken dinners that happened, all the Red Bull chicken dinners that happened. Because it all started with the first match, learned from the past, they spoiled the game. It was all about the game of VASISTA Esports, but then they clinched the victory for themselves. IQOOSOUL, sorry, it was supposed to be the game for IQOOSOUL and they spoiled it. But then again, the second match that came in after this match of Erangel, it was Miramar. And Miramar had its own different storyline. Again, we did see VASISTA Esports doing a very good job, learn from past, sneaking up to the top 3, top 2, getting the podium for themselves, then came into the picture. It was true rippers. The way they played was extremely well, calm, composed, prioritizing the situation, getting all the finishes that they wanted, then securing the Miramar for themselves, gaining a lot more points in order to climb up the ladder. That's why one of the reasons why they finished in the 4th spot. But in the map of Sanhok, it's all about the gods winning.
For sure, good execution coming in from their end, and I could see the confidence that was not seen for all of these days. They wanted a perfect synchronization, and finally they found that. Many doctors were found in the map of Sanhok, but unfortunately, all of those doctors gave up those syringes at one point of time. So overall, really good consistency you could see from God's Reign. They still managed to go ahead and bring in a lot of fight, but again, when it comes to the battle between David and Goliath, Goliaths are the one who get completely rammed. So, VASISTA, well, they have been Mr. Consistent, podium finishes multiple times, and in the map of Erangel, they yet again prove that they are the one who shouldn't be messed around with.
Exactly, and right now in the second last match of Miramar, it was all about learn from past once again, securing another winner with a chicken dinner. They played extremely well, handled the situation. Silopi and Rahman duo did a perfectly balanced job. And in the final match of Erangel, what we witnessed, it was all about VASISTA Esports also taking some good charges. But after that, it was all about Rising Inferno Esports jumping in, finding the finishes, finding the last final finishes of the teams that were remaining. 2 rippers, VASISTA then clearing off God's Reign to secure the chicken dinner and jumping up in the ladder to the 10th spot.
So all around good plays. Loved the day 3 enthusiasm coming in from all the teams. I'm hoping that day number 4 is going to be filled with a lot of surprises. And finally, the one thing that we were talking about, Necros, that is the ace up their sleeves. Whether teams are going to be showcasing it or not, that's going to be done tomorrow itself.
Exactly, 6 more matches left, and still we are yet to kind of decipher which 6 more teams will advance in directly to the grand finals of Skyesports Championship 2025, which will be played in Koramangala Indoor Stadium on 17th and 18th of May. The LAN finals. If you are from Bangalore, don't miss out the opportunity. Make sure to follow Skyesports in their socials to just know when the tickets are going to go live. This is me, Necros, alongside Ozora as well as Arka. We will be taking leave for today, but tomorrow, same time, same place, we will be coming back with 6 more matches of upper bracket finals. Don't miss out the opportunity. Don't miss the action. See you tomorrow. Till then, bye-bye. Take care. See ya. Peace out.